If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it right below the video. Let's go.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this live stream. That is, if you're rock with your boy Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Tonight is going to be a very, very, very interesting topic. I've been wanting to do this live stream for a couple of days now. Ever since I seen this video. Kurt Franklin has been doing like a roundtable with celebrities having, you know, deep discussions and stuff. And this latest one with NLE, Choppa, Jonathan Majors, Kevin on stage, Ray J, I forgot the other guy's name. Yeah, it caught my eye, and I really wanted to talk about it. I think y'all will enjoy it too. I don't know if y'all seen it already, but I got the video queued up. I wanted to go over some more things too before I went over that, but I definitely want to tackle that video because NLE, Choppa and Jonathan Majors, you know, they kind of had a heated moment. And it was a little cringe. I was like, why did he get like that? That's what I was saying to myself, right? But after some more research, everything started making sense. It was a reason why Jonathan Majors snapped at your boy NLE Choppa. And we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. A reason that you guys may not know. But until then, how about we actually see who's all in the building? I wonder why my hold on, y'all. Oh, maybe I gotta do this. Maybe that's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. Let's see who's all in the building. Shout out to my lovely sister Kimberly. How you doing, Kimberly? She said, hey, Freezy. What's going on, Kimberly? Great to see you.
No Cap-tivity.
Always good to see you, Kimberly. Remember that. Shout out to Kimberly in the building. Shout out to RBN. RBN, I see your super cap too. Shout out to RBN too. My brother TJ in the building. What's going on, TJ?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister, Dr. Quantum Love in the building. She said, I woke up for this one. LOL. Hey, y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Quantum Love? Also, shout out to my brother, PJ Austin. What's up, PJ? He say, what's good?
No Cap-tivity.
Just chilling, PJ. Anthony Allen, he said, what's up, bro? Just chilling. How you doing, Anthony? Great to see you,
no
bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Anthony in the building. Appreciate everybody here already. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. If you're game for sharing the live stream, put a 1 in the chat. If you're if you would like to be a part of, if you're going to be a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to everybody that put them 1s in the chat, man. For those who don't know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. And once you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends and family. Either way, thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
I wish RBN, TJ from Through the Fire Podcast, $11 million. Thank you, bro. Thank you for being a part of the No Cap campaign. Shout out to my sister, El Cheapo in real life. What's going
No
on, sis?
Cap-tivity.
What's up? What's up? Corner Love said, get that energy up. What? I'm a little bland right now. Maybe I'm just in chill mode, man. Yeah, I got an announcement to make because I got frustrated today. Shout out to Smitty. What's up, Smitty? Smitty said, just want to say hello real quick. Watching the game. I pray all is beautiful, Freezy. Shout out to you, man, and same to you too, Smitty.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, Smitty. Fear No Mortals, how are you, sis? And once again, thank you. Thank you one more time, Fear No Mortals. And she knows what I'm talking about. Fear No Mortals actually helped me out with this topic tonight, man. Shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals, man.
No Cap-tivity.
And I wish Fear No Mortals $11 million in her life. I wish PJ Austin $11 million in his life. Thank y'all for sharing the live stream and being a part of the No Cap campaign. I appreciate you. Living Humbly is in the building. He said, what to do, Freezy and No Cap crew. Shout out to Living Humbly.
No Cap-tivity.
The whole No Cap crew coming in. I want to tell y'all what kind of day I had. I was supposed to launch the merch store by now. And when I tell y'all, I had damn near every piece of clothing designed. And I was looking at this. I kept looking at this hoodie that I have on, and I was wondering why it seemed a little faded. I don't know. It just seemed like it didn't come out the way it was supposed to. And I had some issues uploading some of my images on the site. The site wasn't taking some of the images, and then after some research, I realized what the problem was. The images that I had, they were low quality. They was too, like, the quality of it wasn't good enough for clothing apparel. It was good enough, like, for internet purposes and flyers and stuff and thumbnails, but it wasn't good enough for, like, clothing and printing on clothing apparel. So I found out that I had to upscale all of my images and lift the quality on it. And that was the problem. So guess what I had to do, y'all? I had to erase every piece of merch that I had. And now I'm starting over. I was going to put it on the community wall, and I still might put it on the community wall just so everybody can get that notice. But that was the case, y'all. It's always something, and I apologize, y'all. I apologize. I never done merch before, and I don't really know how it really goes. I mean, I've had merch done through a company when I was doing music, but I never actually spearheaded it myself and understood like what specs you actually need for images, digital images, and I never knew all that stuff. Now I'm finding out. And I'm glad that I found out before I actually launched the store. And, you know, sometimes you just got to start all the way over. But we should be done soon. I had to start over, and I apologize for that. I apologize, y'all.
No captivity.
Shout out to everybody that hit that like button so far. Thank you for hitting the like button. How many people hit the like button so far? 21 people hit the like button so far. Off to a great start. Thank you. I appreciate you, No Cap Crew.
No captivity.
I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life. Thank you. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, please, I encourage you to hit that like button without hesitation. There's 3 ways to support this live stream. Shout out to my brother Liberated Soul in the building. What's up, bro? He said, look out, bro. And chat, hope everybody good. Let's go.
No captivity.
Shout out to Liberated Soul, man. Thank you, Kimberly. She said, Freezy, no worries. It will come together. Thank you. I just felt so bad because I was like, man, they finna say Freezy full of SHIT. I'm sorry, y'all. I'll be trying. And I hate setbacks like that. I really do. It just gets on my nerves. But listen, I want to say this. Listen. Shout out to everybody that hit that like button and to support this live stream, especially if you would like your comments read and highlighted. You can either leave a super cap, aka super chat, just like my brothers did.
Super chat.
Shout out to RBN, aka TJ, aka Through the Fire Podcast, for his $5 super cap. I appreciate you, RBN, aka Through the Fire Podcast. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother's channel, Through the Fire Podcast. Thank you for your $5 super cap. He said, I can't wait for this topic. I'm here for it.
No captivity.
Well, we're gonna have it. We're gonna have this discussion, my brother. Shout out to RBN, and also shout out
Super chat.
shout out to Anthony Allen in the building with $5 super cap. Thank you, bro. He said, religion in the black community has been cooked after Dr. King. You think so, Anthony? This is gonna be a sensitive topic.
No captivity.
Yes, it is. Shout out to Anthony Allen.
No captivity.
Shout out to you, man. That's one way to support the show, through Super Cap, or you can support the show through Cash Cap. That's the Cash Cap right there. $ Freezy No Cap. That's $ Freezy No Cap. That's what it is. Also, the third way is PayPal. No Captivity with Freeze. That is the PayPal. No Captivity with Freeze without the Y. And I appreciate everybody for appreciating me.
No captivity.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Last but not least, somebody asked, Freezy, how can I become a sponsor of tonight's show? Very easy. And it's not that much. It's only $20. Only $20 or more, and you will become the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Whoever will be the first one to contribute $20 or more will have their name on the legendary sponsorship board that's flashing below. Do you see it? Right there. $20 or more to be the initial sponsor of tonight's show. Who will it be? Who will be the initial sponsor of tonight's show? I'm very excited.
No captivity.
Very excited to see who's going to be the initial sponsor. Let's see. So let's get this show started, y'all. What we're going to go over first. Let's see. Y'all, it's crazy out here, man. It is crazy out here. Here we go. So they still going crazy, running after immigrants. Well, illegal immigrants. ICE is in the street chasing mofos everywhere. It just seemed like every day I run across some new footage of ICE just chasing immigrants. One of these days, one of y'all gonna see it in real life, like ICE just getting out of their trucks or vans and chasing immigrants, and immigrants just running for their life. Look at this, man. Look at this. This dude is running for his life. This is like a movie. This is in real life. Look. Look at this. They are in the street running after people, man. And I'm going to tell y'all something, man. These white boys, they're having the time of their life. This is what they always dreamed of doing. Since they was 6 years old, pretending to be cops and robbers. You know what I'm saying? They've been wanting to do this. Just chase people in the street. That's who signed up for this job. That's exactly who signed up for this job. Look at it. This is crazy. And whoever that dude was right there, he's slow as hell. Because that ICE agent was slow. How you let them catch you like that? One thing I never ran across, Mexicans, maybe it's just me, but I really never met a fast Mexican. Every now and then, you might see a fast Mexican, but usually Mexicans, you know, they like to play soccer. You ain't got to be fast to play soccer. You just got to be coordinated. But Mexicans really ain't that fast anyway. You know why? Because they eat a lot of rice and burritos. And that stuff put a lot of weight on you, man. Look how slow this dude running. And he got away. They wasn't even worried about him. He got away. Look how slow this dude running. If they had to chase African Americans, black people, they would have a hard time, man. They would hardly ever catch African Americans, man. Not these slow ass ICE people. Cause it ain't enough of them, we getting away from the police, so ICE don't stand a chance. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump has said this too many times. Donald Trump has said he does not believe he's going to heaven. He said this several times so far, and now I'm beginning to feel like he believes this. The first time I heard him say it was almost like he was joking and he was being sarcastic, but he got caught saying it again. Watch this, y'all. This is crazy.
A couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but I
think Donald Trump knows the truth. And nobody knows where nobody's going to go, to heaven or not where. But I think Donald Trump knows what he has done in his life out in the open and in secret. And nobody knows you more than yourself. This is the second time I've heard Donald Trump say he doesn't think he's getting into heaven. And he said it in a joking manner, but it's almost like a serious laugh. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I'm not going to question Donald Trump. He know what he done did. And I'm going to tell you something. Another thing, this is what y'all have to realize and take into consideration. When you get to a certain level in society, the more truth you know. The more books are opened up to you. these people know who the chosen people are. If y'all don't think so, I'm sorry, you're late. Even Catholic priests and the Pope knows who the chosen people are, the real chosen people. Donald Trump know the truth. I'm telling you, listen. Donald Trump understands what's going on. But one thing about living in this world, when you're rich, it's very hard to do the right thing and stay rich at the same time. The scripture says it will be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. I'm just saying, you know, that's what it say. So I think Donald Trump is kind of feeling that energy a little bit, you know, watch that.
You had talked a couple weeks ago, you were doing an interview and you talked about how you hope to end the war in Ukraine because it might help you get into heaven. How does this help? Does this help?
I mean, you know, I'm being a little cute. I don't think there's anything going to get me in heaven. Okay, I really don't. I think I'm not maybe heaven bound. I may be in heaven right now as we fly in Air Force One. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make heaven, but
And he's serious. See, when y'all hear people talk like this, it just go past y'all. No, Donald Trump is serious. And he's just trying to live his best life right now. This explains why he's just going all out. And this is why we just seen this 100% tariff on China a couple of days ago. Donald Trump has the whole country in his hands, and he is trying to just make his mark before he get up out of here. You know, we don't know when that's going to be, but I'm just saying. Shout out to True Bleed in the building. What's going on, True Bleed?
No Cap-tivity.
Great to see you, True Bleed. Let me see. Yo, I wanted to show y'all this right here too. Wendy Williams reportedly didn't know she was paying $25,000 in rent until she read it in a magazine. Quote unquote, she was told it was $18,000. Her guardian is draining her money. This is her guardian, y'all. Why? How did her family allow this to happen? There's been allegations for quite some time now that this guardian has been draining Wendy Williams. Wendy Williams is not in charge of her funds. This guardian is. But I'm trying to figure out who let this happen.
No Cap-tivity.
Who let this happen? Ain't no way in hell I would allow this woman to be in charge of my mama money. My sister money, my brother, no. They say this lady been cleaning Wendy Williams out. Because, you know, the courts deemed Wendy Williams incapable of handling her own affairs. But every time I hear Wendy Williams talk, she seems regular to me. I'm telling y'all, man, like, there's something up with Wendy Williams and the powers that be in the industry. Wendy Williams, y'all could call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think something is going on with Wendy Williams and the industry and secret society. I think something is deeply going on because this don't even look right. Look at this woman. And where did this woman come from? Shout out to Rush Enterprise Stocks in the building. What's going on, Rush? Great to see you, man. Shout out to Music Manager. He said because the family is in it with the guardian. But how would you? Okay, the family is in it with the guardian. Okay. So you go get a white lady? That's crazy as hell. Support the show. Y'all. Jalen, what's up, Jalen? Great to see you, Jalen. Shout out to everybody that's coming in,
No
man.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister, Jalen. And listen, shout out to the new members of the new channel on Discord. Jalen and the second and Fear No Mortals. We've already launched our new channel. If you want to know what that channel is, come to the Discord. It's very confidential. And message me if you want to be a part of it. Message me if you want to be a part of it. Does anybody have autistic kids? Does anybody know anyone that has autistic kids? This young lady that I'm about to show, she has really been shedding light on what she goes through raising her autistic child. And she was speaking against people saying she wouldn't change. They wouldn't change it for nothing in the world. They wouldn't change their child for nothing in the world. I want y'all to see what this young lady had to say.
It's gonna be hard to upload this, but I really don't give a fuck. So I have a 7-year-old, and she's autistic. I don't got no village. But you bitches that be like, oh, I wouldn't change it for nothing in the world is a fucking lie. A fucking lie. I would change it. Motherfuckers judge, but no help. Every day, constantly. Worried about what the fuck I'm doing and not worried about my mental and about what the fuck I got going on.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. When I seen this video, I couldn't help but to feel this old lady. I mean, this young lady. I'm talking about old lady. I couldn't help but to feel this young lady's frustration and you know. And listen, I don't see how anybody would say, "Oh, she must doesn't love her child." Of course, she loves her child. But one thing about people are human, man. People are human, man, and people just go through stuff. Now, would I have gone to the internet with this? Probably not. I probably would have, probably sought some therapy or something. But who am I to judge how she handles her stress? But I do understand that she's having a real moment, and I could pretty much gather that there are other people out there that's raising kids that were deemed on the spectrum, where they don't want to actually express themselves outwardly like this young lady is doing, because they don't want it to seem like they're not thankful for their children. But I just think this is a real moment, and I think other people, other parents that have autistic kids, can relate to this, and they appreciate this video.
Pray it away. Where the fuck it's gonna go? I can't pray no fucking autism away. How about you pray for me? How about that? And I don't even do shit like this, but I know it's a lot of moms on here that'll get me. Cause my family don't. I'm just all over the place right now. I can't even stop moving.
I wonder where the dad is. I don't know if the dad is in their life, or I don't know if she has a healthy co-parenting situation going on. But if she had more support, I'm pretty sure it will be lighter on her. It will be like more of a weight taken off of her, because it seems like she has a lot on her. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. Before we start having kids, before people start having kids out here, and people with kids know what I'm saying, man, be careful and think your way through it. That one night of pleasure, it could equal up to a life. I mean, well, at least 18 years of worrying about how you gonna do this, how you gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? Even though you love your children, this is just a real moment right here, you know?
Yeah, fucking lie.
She said, "You are a lie." People in the chat that's saying, I wouldn't change it for nothing in the world. She's saying you are a lie. You are a lie. She said if she had the chance to change her child, she would, and she don't understand why people say that. Now, would it be okay if her child heard her say that? No, I don't think so. I don't think, she should say this around her child. And I'm pretty sure she wouldn't say this around her child. I'm hoping she wouldn't say this around her child. Which I guess she's just expressing herself on the internet. I wouldn't express myself on the internet for the fear of my child possibly seeing this one day. What do y'all think? Do y'all think she should have did this on the internet? Do y'all think she should have did this on the internet? Or do y'all think this was okay? Put a 1 if you think it's okay. Put a 2 if you think she shouldn't have did this on the internet. Let me know what y'all think, man. Put a 1 if y'all think it's okay. Put a 2 if you think that she probably shouldn't have did this on the internet. But I do think it was a real moment, though. And, I think she inspired me to pray for parents with kids on the spectrum. She inspired me to pray for them, for the parents, we always think to pray for the kids, but it made me want to pray for the parents too, man, and it shed more light on what parents that have kids that have autism could be going through. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to highlight this video. So everybody's putting 2 in the chat. Everybody's putting 2 in the chat. So y'all don't think this was appropriate for her to come online and do this. Okay. Music Man said, I think this is her way of asking for help. You think this is her way of asking for help? El Cheapo said, I definitely changed some things about my child. She said, I would definitely change some things about my child. However, I'm a stand by her, beside her. And Cheapo, you do an excellent job too. An excellent job. I mean, I don't even see no issue. It's just regular. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't even see it. The last thing I'm going to, did I want to say something? Yo, parents are stressing out here, man. Parents are stressing out here. Look at what this mother did to her teenage boys. Look at this.
The jury watched this surveillance video from October 2022, showing moments after Duncan's 16-year-old twins escaped their Cyprus home in handcuffs. They knocked on this neighbor's door, begging for help and to call police. Investigators found the teens had been starved for months and were covered in bruises and cuts. Records show Duncan forced the teens to drink bleach and were kept handcuffed inside the laundry room where their only option was to urinate and defecate on themselves.
Mother is found guilty of torturing her teen twins who escaped their Cyprus home in handcuffs in 2022. A jury found Zykia Duncan guilty on 2 charges of aggravated assault of a family member causing bodily injury.
What would make somebody do this?
KPRC2 News reporter Corley Peel joins us.
What would make a parent do this to their sons?
Is live outside the Harris County Courthouse where she was in the courtroom for that verdict. Corley.
This is crazy.
Keith, it took the jury about an hour to unanimously find that Zykia Duncan is guilty of seriously hurting her twins. It was an emotional trial, and at least one of the twins took the stand describing that
and their twins
torture they face at the hands of their own mother. The jury watched this surveillance video from October 2022, showing moments after Duncan's 16-year-old twins escaped their Cyprus home in handcuffs. They knocked on this neighbor's door, begging for help and to call police. Investigators found the teens had been starved for months and were covered in bruises and cuts.
Damn. This world is getting worse and worse and worse, man. People are getting more and more stressed. Parents are getting less and less patient with their kids. I don't even know why this woman would do something like this, man. I pray for those twins, man. I'm a twin, you know. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Super chat.
Shout out to Unc B Streaming. For the $2 super cap. He said, Freezy, you cover the lady who shot her 4 kids? No. No, I don't even think I've seen that one yet. I'll look into it, Unc B Streaming. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Let's see. And let me see. Stephen A. Smith. This is the last story I'm gonna cover before we go to NLE Choppa and Jonathan Majors, Kirk Franklin. Stephen A. Smith made some past comments about Serena Williams dancing in the Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performances. And he was criticized by this anchor, this news anchor.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some marriage advice for me. Is that right? Or
So I think they're calling Stephen A. Smith a sellout because of the comments that he made.
Well, you know what? Listen, I didn't. People, headlines are headlines. We can get into that another time. But I was hoping you were going to be here. I'm not. Oh no, I am not qualified. Married? Right. Oh no, not me. Well, I ain't qualified, my brother. I'm not qualified.
I was going to ask because you hadn't been married before, right?
I am married.
No, see.
hasn't.
No. Okay. Yeah, because I give advice to plenty of founders who want to build billion-dollar companies, and the reason I do that is because I build billion-dollar companies. Yeah. So I generally try to stay in my lane as advice.
Then we'll talk marriage advice later. I've been 13 years strong. We got you. Alexis, thank you so much. Athlos NYC 2-night event in New York. Incredible. Can't wait to watch. I'm looking for a Tiffany's crown. Appreciate you, Alexis.
Appreciate you. Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some.
Knows her and Drake were together at one point in time. And it seemed like everybody wanted to get their lick back on Drake.
RC.
What's going on, my sister Venus in the building? What's up, sis?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Venus in the building. Great to see you, sis.
What Stephen A. is saying, if he was in that situation and now he's married, he's not allowing none of that's happening.
Hold on, no.
That's what he said.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead,
Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
If you with Serena Williams, you gonna be a kept man anyway. Don't start that.
Really?
You ain't gonna run the house. You're not gonna wear the pants.
You know about that.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on.
RC's hilarious. He said you're gonna be a kept man.
Oh, hey, yeah.
Okay.
I think Alex is doing pretty well. He found it ready. Knows her and Drake were together at one point in time.
So he made some comments about Serena Williams dancing, trolling Drake at the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl halftime show. And he was saying that that was unacceptable. So people had some things to say about that. Stephen Jackson actually spoke on Stephen A. Smith's comment.
Come on, Stephen A., bro. You get loud and all in your feelings about Braun. When Braun, he talking to a black billionaire, but when you talking to a white billionaire, you humble. And you come back on your show talking real respectful, mild manner, man. Hey, bro, listen, bro.
Oh, hold on, wait. So he's saying that on that first clip, that's why Stephen A. Smith was talking mild-mannered. Because Serena Williams' white billionaire husband checked him?
And you dogging the black women. Like, bro, let's stay out of politics and stick to talking about sports you never played. All right? Just stick to doing that, bro. We not going to vote for you if you talk. I heard you talking about running. You don't do that, bro. We not going to vote for you. No. We're not. But check this out, bro. Stop, bro, okay? You do not have the same energy for other people, but you got a lot of energy for Braun and black women and everybody else. Well, stop it. Come on.
I think I'm going to agree with Stephen Jackson on that one. When it comes to black people, Stephen A. Smith kind of be black cooning a little bit. I ain't gonna lie.
No Cap-tivity.
He kind of be black cooning a little bit, man. You know. Now, this word about him actually running for some type of political position, I wouldn't doubt it, man, because he been going hard. He been going hard, you know. He been defending Trump. He's a Trumpster. Obviously he's a black conservative. Stephen A. Smith, he defended Charlie Kirk. Yeah, he's on that side. He been going hard. Stephen Jackson say, bruh, listen, we know you want to run for some type of office. We're not going to vote for you. We're not going to vote for you. So Stephen Jackson is saying, you were sticking your chest out when you initially was talking about Venus Williams, but then apparently Venus Williams' husband checked Stephen A. Smith, and then on this one here, he got a little humble.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some marriage advice for me. Is that right? Or
so that's Serena's husband. That's Serena's husband that's on the show on First Take. That said, so Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some marriage advice for me, huh? Didn't you? So that's Serena Williams' husband. Why did I even catch that? That's Serena's husband. So he was kind of lightweight checking Stephen A. Smith. Man, Stephen A. Smith is a sea soft. Man, Stephen A. Smith so damn soft. Man, you soft as hell. But that's how these guys are. They be talking so much crap about black people, but then when you in front of the very white man, you get quiet as a mouse. This dude, check your eye. Now I'm about to look at this again and see how Stephen A. Smith responded. I didn't even catch this the first time. I'm so stupid. Why I'm so stupid? Hold on, let's see how Stephen A. Smith responded, man. Hold on.
Well, you know what? Listen, I did.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, I think you had some marriage advice for me. Is that right? Or
Well, you know what? Listen, I didn't. People, headlines are headlines. We can get into that another time, but I was hoping you were going to be here. I'm not. Oh no, I am not qualified. Married? Right. Oh no, not me.
Oh my. This what I be talking about. These guys be sticking their chests out with black people, but when they get in front of Mr. White Zaddy, they curl up like a damn little chihuahua.
This gonna be controversial, but I'm gonna say it.
That's why I call these guys black hoons, man. They ain't got no nuts. They're cowards. This was your chance to tell this man, yeah, I said it and I meant it. I said it and I meant. This what they do. This what I was trying to tell y'all about some other podcasters about saying what you said on my show. When you said, they had enough nuts to say on my show, I don't think Charlie Kirk's I think Charlie Kirk's holiday is a fake ass holiday. Well, why don't you say that on your show? They never would say it. They never said it and they never will. They're never going to talk bad about white people to a certain extent. They're afraid. At least have the same energy, Stephen A. Smith. At least have the same energy. You up there kicking. I'm not qualified to talk about somebody's marriage.
Well, I ain't qualified, my brother. I'm not qualified.
I was going to ask because
man, that man checked Stephen A. Smith, man. That man checked you in real time.
If you hadn't been married before, right?
I am married.
No, see.
Okay.
Yeah, because I give advice to plenty of founders who want to build billion-dollar companies. And the reason I do that is because I build billion-dollar companies.
Yeah.
So,
and he's stunting on Stephen A. Smith, too. He's stunting. And he's stunning on Stephen A. Smith.
I generally try to stay in my lane as advice
Then
department.
we'll talk marriage advice later. I've been 13 years strong. We got you. Alexis, thank you so much.
That's what you call a check. That's what you call a reserve check.
Plus NYC 2-night event in New York. Incredible.
Look, even the black girl, she was turned on by that shit. Let's see this one more time, because I didn't see it the right way the first time.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, you had some.
Yeah, Steve, you had some shit to say the other day, huh? Say it to my face. That's basically what he was saying.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, you had some. I think you had some marriage advice for me. Is that right? Or
well, you know what? Listen.
Why he said? Let me play it again.
Also, too, Stephen A. Smith, you had some. I think you had some marriage advice for me. Is that right? Or
well, you know what? Listen, I didn't. People, headlines are headlines. We can get into that another time, but I was hoping you were going to be here. I'm not. Oh no, I am not qualified. Married? Right. Oh no, not me. Well, I ain't qualified, my brother.
And he's stuttering.
I'm not qualified.
I was going to ask because you hadn't been married before, right?
I am married.
No, see. Okay. Yeah, because I give it.
And he checked you and said, You haven't been married before, have you? So why in the hell is you speaking on my damn marriage then, huh?
No Cap-tivity.
That's basically what Serena Williams' husband wanted to say. So why you speaking on my marriage if you ain't married? Stupid ass ninja.
Advice to plenty of founders who want to build billion-dollar companies. And the reason I do that is because I build billion-dollar companies.
Yeah.
So I generally try to stay in my lane as advice
Then
department.
we'll talk marriage advice later. I've been 13 years strong. We got you. Alexis,
but you had all this to say right here, though.
Her and Drake were together at one point in time. And it seemed like everybody wanted to get their lick back on Drake.
RC's, what Stephen A. is saying, if he was in that situation and now he's married, he's not allowing none of that's happening.
Hold on, no.
That's what he said.
If I'm married and my wife is going to join trolling her ex, go back to his ass. Because clearly you don't belong with me. What you worried about him for and you with me?
I gotta get that lick back.
Go ahead, RC.
Stop it.
What?
Stop it, Stephen A.
This is true.
If you win.
I'm going to tell y'all the truth. Serena Williams' husband had every right to lightweight question Stephen A. Smith and kind of lightweight check him because he's seen how Stephen A. Smith went ham on this show right here on ESPN. I think that Serena Williams' husband had every right to say that, what he said. And he was classy with it. He didn't cause a scene. He didn't disrupt the show. And had Stephen A. Smith stuttering over that. That's what they do. That's what they do. I'm telling you, that's what they do. That's what they do. They'll have all the nuts for you. But when it comes to White Zaddy, they go to stuttering. They don't want to offend him in his face. They don't have the same energy. That's what. Man, I'm done with Stephen A. Smith, man. I'm done with Stephen A. Smith, man. Stephen A. Smith, Steve, I'm done with you, Steve. I'm done with you, Steve. Super chat. Shout out to Unc B streaming for his $5 super cap. He said, it's not stress. It's what happens when society only focuses on and highlights the mental stability of one gender and the other goes under the radar. I think Unc was he was commenting on the news story about the woman torturing her twins. Yeah. Shout out to you. Cap-tivity. Thank you for the $2 super cap. Also, Unc came back with another $2 super cap. He said, was he supposed to crash out like a YouTube ninja? No, but Serena Williams' husband didn't crash out either. He just politely checked his ass. The least Stephen A. Smith could have did was just say, yeah, all I said was, if that was my wife, I wouldn't, she couldn't have been up there dancing for another dude. Trolling another dude. She could have been home with me. That's what I said, but no disrespect, though. He could have at least said it. He didn't want to repeat what he said in front of that dude. He kind of tucked his nuts in a little bit. I'm just saying. Shout out to Unc be streaming, man. Super chat. Shout out to RBN for the $5 super cap. Appreciate your RBN. RBN, $5 more and you will be the sponsor of tonight's show. He said, every time someone confronts Steven, he show how much a lame he is, especially with a white man. No Cap-tivity. Yeah, man. That's why Steven Jackson said, and you tried LeBron? You know damn well LeBron was going to slap your head into a 360. Super chat. Shout out to RBN from Through the Fire Podcast for the $5 super cap. He said, Freezy, your settings are so tight, we can't with the words white man and man next to each other. What? No Cap-tivity. He said we can't what? We can't like the words. Eat the words white man and man next to each other. He said my settings was tight. Hold on. Or was that a joke, RBN? Let me know if something wrong with my settings for real now. Let me know if something wrong now. Shout out to Boot Camp in the building. What's going on, Boot Camp? And shout out to Carl Anderson. He say Steven for president? I hope not. Shout out to Carl Anderson. Oh, he said write the words. Write the word. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Freezy, your settings are so tight. We can't write the words white and man next to each. Oh, okay. Oh, for real? Oh, in the chat. Really? I just realized what you was trying to say. Oh, you can't type the words in the chat white. You can't type the words white and man next to each other in the chat. I wonder. I don't think I have that as a restriction, though.
Super chat.
TJ with another $2. That's $17 to TJ. $3 more, and he will be the sponsor of tonight's show. He said, I'll explain it if you drop the link. Shout out to TJ, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Do y'all want to react to this video with me? I'm about to play this video. I'm about to react to this NLE Choppa video with Kurt Franklin, Jonathan Majors. Do y'all want to react to it? TJ, y'all want me to drop the link? I could drop the link if y'all want to react to it with me. Let me drop the link. I'll drop the link. Yeah, I feel like dropping the link anyway. Okay, here we go. I dropped the link. There it is. There's the link right there. And I pinned it to the top of the chat. So yeah, I'm about to react to this video with Kurt Franklin. And I wonder how they got there. NLE Choppa. Kurt Franklin's been doing this this roundtable discussion. What exactly is it called? It's a roundtable discussion. Shout out to TJ, man. TJ, what's been going on with you, my brother?
Hey, what up, Freezy? No, I was trying to explain, like, in your super chats,
yeah.
You know, in the settings, you can set like the restrictions. Yeah. And sometimes when you like set them like your restrictions high or above the medium, it it will like restrict you from saying like simple stuff like white man.
For real?
Yeah. So like a lot of times, so when you see people like kind of misspell words, it's because the super chat won't let it go through because they don't like, they think you're trying to say something like that's on your bar, you know, on that restriction level. That's all.
You think my settings are too sensitive?
Woo, a little bit.
Might need to check my YouTube studio then.
Yeah. But no, I want to see. Yeah, I want to react to this Kurt Franklin thing. But no, Stephen A. Smith, man, he's a. Let me tell you something.
You can say it. You can say it.
He's a fucking coward.
Yeah.
he's a coward, and he's the he's the what was Samuel L. Jackson's character name in Django? That's Stephen A. Smith.
Damn, I forgot his name. Is it Steven? I think it's Steven, ain't it?
It's Steven, right? Steven.
Yeah, Steven.
Let me tell you something.
No Cap-tivity.
Back to the Colin Kaepernick shit. You know, back when Colin Kaepernick, that shit caught fire with the NFL owners because of Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
People don't remember the very first time that it was reported. The very first time it was reported that Colin Kaepernick, he wasn't kneeling, he was sitting behind the bench. He was sitting behind the players on the bench. It was that's what was reported initially. And Stephen A. Smith came out and started talking about how bad it looks for the owners. He's out there trying to compromise the owner's bottom line. Stephen A. Smith is the one that gave the owners the pass and the language to use to blackball Colin Kaepernick.
Wow.
This was before Colin Kaepernick took the knee. And people don't understand. Colin Kaepernick didn't take the knee on his own. He met with a Iraq veteran, and the Iraq veteran said, don't be sitting on the bench during the national anthem because a lot of veterans might find it disrespectful. He goes, what we do with our fallen soldiers, we take a knee. So take a knee, that's more respectful. So the white soldier told Colin Kaepernick that taking a knee was more respectful. And mind you, Tim Tebow was doing it 2 years prior. During the national anthem, taking it. So
what exactly did Stephen A. Smith say? And thank you for that clarity, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't have that information, even though it was way back then, man. Real talk. Yeah. That's some real stuff.
Stephen A. Smith came out. This was before Colin Kaepernick even took the knee. They were reporting the fact that Colin Kaepernick was sitting on his sideline bench during the national anthem. And Stephen A. Smith came out and started talking about that this could jeopardize the owner's bottom line. And so when Colin Kaepernick at the end of that year, his contract was up, the owners came out and started talking about their bottom line. Stephen A. Smith gave them cover, and he gave them the language and the talking points to do what they did with Colin Kaepernick. And then when he started kneeling, Stephen A. Smith started giving him even more language about why he was doing it. He would double talk. He was like, oh, he got the right to do it. He didn't do anything wrong. However, you got to look at how it looks and what the owners and da-da-da-da. Stephen A. Smith is a fucking buffoon. I can't stand him.
Wow.
And he's a terrible friend. He's a terrible friend. I'm not, look at what he did with Shannon Sharpe and how fast he cut bait with Shannon Sharpe, but he defends everything and everybody else. Man, fuck Stephen A. Smith.
Nah, I totally agree with you, bro. And that was so, that was cowardice of him to actually double down and stress his opinion on Colin Kaepernick when it like you said, Tim Tebow was doing it before Colin Kaepernick. And
2 years before.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I think it just highlights Stephen A. Smith's character when it comes to throwing black people under the bus in front of white zaddy. I think it does speak to his character.
And let me tell you something, Freezy. It ain't just Stephen A. Smith. Black men that is getting a large paycheck. I'm being very general with this. A lot of them do it, but they do it differently. Look at what's happening with Shedeur Sanders and the narrative about Shedeur Sanders. The Cleveland Browns are out there talking about Shedeur might not be ready. He needs to get a better grip of the playbook. And then juxtapose that against Dylan Gabriel. Talk about Dylan Gabriel as a supercomputer. And then you got these fucking black super NFL players regurgitating this crap as if we did not see Shedeur be the most accurate quarterback in all of football last year. As we did not see as we didn't see Shedeur Sanders take 2 pathetic franchises and took them to championships. As if we didn't see that. But they're out there talking about Shedeur like they were Colin Kaepernick. And you got black men out here instead of the reason why the little hat people are so powerful, because once you come for one of theirs, it doesn't matter. They don't give you no breathing room to come for one of them people. They don't give you that person, that other little hat person could be dead wrong, but their community, they're going to be in lockstep with them. And we come up here and we try to parse and separate out and try to make it seem like to the white man that we are not we're not a monolith. There are some things, Freezy, that we absolutely have to be a monolith about.
That's a fact.
We absolutely have to be.
That is a fact, bro.
So I just wanted to rant about that, about more so about Stephen A. Smith, but I'm really interested in Kirk Franklin's 65 ass and these other people.
Yeah, we about to get into it. And shout out to Rush Enterprise Stocks in the building too.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my brother Purge the BS for his $2 super cap.
Super chat.
Purge, thank you, bro. He said, "What's good, Freezy?"
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to PTBS in the building, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to my brother's channel. Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother JT from What We Know Podcast. He said, "Facts, TJ." What's going on, JT? Great to see you. Always good to see you. Love you, bro. And shout out to my brother JD1975 in the building as well. I was just watching JD last night. JD had a late night stream. JD, you took me all the way. You took me on home last night, man. Rush, what's going on with you, bro?
Man, I just want to tap in and support, brother.
Rush, have you heard about this stream I'm about to react to? This video that I'm about to react to? Den of Kings podcast or Den of Kings series that Kurt Franklin has been doing lately? Have you seen the latest one with NLE Choppa? And they was talking about God and their relationship with God and all that stuff.
No, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about that. I've heard about that particular podcast.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. We about to get started. I'm about to bring it up, and I'm eager to hear what my brothers got to say about it. I know I'm gonna, give y'all my opinions on it. And chat, if you don't hit the link, please feel free to leave a super cap, so your comments can be read and highlighted. We want to hear from you and your opinions on this video we're about to react to. Also, the cash cap is $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. And the PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. There's No Cap-tivity with Freeze. And we're still waiting on the initial sponsor of tonight's show. It's only $20. $20 or more to the official sponsor. I appreciate y'all. So we're going to get this video started. Let me bring it up. I could just bring it up on this front screen right here with me and TJ. Where did oh, there it is. I was going to say, where did I put it? Okay, here we go. Is this it? Oh, yeah. So this is the video right here, y'all. I'm going to play it. I'm not going to start from the beginning because I think it starts really getting intense around, like, I think it's 28 minutes, 29 minutes. 28 minutes. I'm going to start right here. So, yeah, I want y'all to react to this video with me. Make sure you send in your comments through Super Cap or Cash Cap or PayPal. We're going to react to this video together. Here we go.
But I think two things are true, and I think for me, because so much of my job is the internet, it's kind of hard to avoid, you know what I mean? Because that's how I paid my bills, feed my family, blase, blase. But it does start to weigh on you. And I don't think, that's not a thing that, when I worked at the bank, that would never happen. You know what I mean? It's just, I go to work, I do my job, I go home. Yeah. That could never happen. But now it's, you start to feel like, I don't want to say nothing. I just don't want to I don't want to say nothing wrong because whatever I say ends up being wrong.
Doc, I have a question for you, Doc. And I want y'all to also ask each other questions.
I got a question.
Yes. Oh, no, and I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
Just real quick, before we move on. Pressure, and then you also said celebrity, famous. I just think one thing we always have to realize is that we're not famous, we are not celebrities. Our anointment comes from a higher power. So once we are anointed, we're supposed to use it in a certain manner. And, we go back to Jesus. He was anointed, but he was crucified in the span of being anointed. People didn't like him.
How old are you?
22. Yeah. I do feel like once we start to separate the saying famous and celebrity,
but I
just
do
put
think
in
that's
you anointed. Bro.
No, I believe that, but I also think we are celebrities and famous. Like I don't think because I rejected that. I'm like, bro, I'm not famous.
What y'all think about what NLE Choppa said? He said they need to stop calling themselves celebrities, and they need to start looking at themselves as anointed. Do y'all agree with what NLE Choppa said, that they need to start looking at themselves as anointed?
Nah. I mean, it depends on how you interpret what he's saying, because technically, the Most High do give people gifts. You know what I mean? Sometimes when you have that gift, it depends on what kind of energy you're harnessing. You know what I mean? You got to understand, people that's gifted, and like this might throw people off, but people from the left side, man, they pray fast too. That practice the mystic art. You know what I mean? That gift is there, but it's up to that individual with its free will to choose to serve the Most High with it. You know what I mean? So I kind of understand what he's trying to say. You know what I mean?
What you mean, people from the left?
People that practice the mystic arts.
Witchcraft.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Damn. What you think, TJ? Do you agree with what he's saying as far as they shouldn't look at themselves as celebrities, but they should look at themselves as anointed?
Mark 24:4-5. You hear me?
Yeah.
Take heed that no man deceives you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
That was a great scripture, man. And I think we are living in times like that too, as far as
there are a lot of these so-called, first of all, I got a problem with the word prophet or anointed, because if you are a believer of Christ, there is no more prophets. The last prophecy has already been written. How can it be any more prophets if the last prophecy has already been written? And no one can seem to answer that question for me. People call themselves prophets and this, that, and the third, but yet the last prophecy is the book of Revelations. So you can't be a prophet if the last prophecy has already been written. There are a lot of men who come out here and have finessed, especially black folk. We are easily finessed. You know what I mean? Especially in the name of the Lord, in the name of God. And they come out here confused. Like this man talking about, well, I'm this way online, but I need to walk this way. God does not make a distinction about what he wants you to do if you are actually called. It doesn't matter if it's on YouTube, NoTube, or Bluetooth. You know what I mean? Your walk is your walk the way he wants you to walk, regardless. So I'm a little bit confused why he's confused.
Yeah, and
anointed. Everybody, all these men think that they are anointed.
Well, you know what, TJ?
But all you got to do is look at how they're walking, huh?
What I was gonna say, TJ, is the problem that I had is, a lot of these people, they have this sense of self-importance because they might have achieved a certain amount of fame and glory amongst people in this world, and it kind of elevates their ego. And especially NLE Choppa, I think he's just around the age of 22 years old. So for him to say, stop, I don't call myself a celebrity, I call myself anointed. When he said that, I said, maybe he's saying it in the sense of the word anointed, meaning chosen. Because I think that's what anointed actually means by definition. You were chosen. Chosen for what though? That is the question.
There you go. Chosen for what? Yeah. And let me explain something too about your damn celebrity and why you think because of kind of piggyback on what you're saying. When Jesus was going into the city of Jerusalem, how did he arrive?
When Jesus what? Say it again.
When he was going into Jerusalem to fulfill a prophecy, how did Jesus arrive? Jesus was very popular at that time. He became very popular. Huh?
Tell the audience how he arrived.
He arrived on the back of a jackass, on the back of a donkey.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who more famous than Jesus?
I don't know nobody more famous than my boy Jesus, So
Jesus so cold-blooded, damn near every religion on the planet speaks of him, regardless if they think he was God's son or not.
Well, the reason why I wanted to play this video is because I thought it really tapped into the different mindsets when it comes to religion and spirituality and how different men think, especially in our community, you know. So let's keep it going. Here we go.
I'm not no celebrity, bro. We
just want to do what we do.
Yeah, I'm just making videos on the internet, bro. I'm not like.
But it's deeper, it's bigger than that, because it's somebody watching you that does not look at you like you just who. When you look in the mirror, you see Kev, you see who you are. But when someone else look at you, they see something that they want to be.
That's why I feel like I'm famous or a celebrity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because those people don't know me for me.
But they see God's hands on you. That's
No,
all
for
I'm saying.
sure.
They see the. I think
I'm separating those two.
Yeah,
I think God's hand on my life, plan on my life is one thing.
Yes, sir.
And then the way the world sees me, or you know how I'm perceived, is a separate thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question before we got too far. Both of y'all brothers shared, you shared what you almost did and you did not. I'm curious what brought you out of that. Like, how did you? What was your thought process to be like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to live. You know what I mean? Like, how did you? Because I imagine those things don't just magically go away, and that thought might be in the back of your mind. Like, how do you process? How do you pull out of that?
Yeah, that's a great question, Kev. I think for me, NLE and I was talking about it earlier, right? He was talking about how his daughter, right, your daughter, right, has given him a reason to live. And I think for me,
I forgot this guy. What's this guy's name, TJ?
Which one?
The guy right here in the green with the yellow scarf.
Oh yeah, I don't know him.
I forgot his name. Somebody put it in the chat. Do you know his name, Rush?
Nah, I have no idea who he is.
Okay, somebody will put it in the chat.
Having a encounter with God after
I know he said he played football, so
because most people don't survive the drug overdose. I mean, the stuff that I took, and man, some of everything, man. So my football injury was a nerve damage injury that I had to my pudendal nerve down the lower part of my back. It was so damaged that I'm just being vulnerable. I couldn't get an erection at 25 years old.
Wow.
Wow. So it was either do open back surgery or to try some rehab from a doctor that I met in Houston, who was the only doctor that can help with the nerve damage without surgery. So I was on Vicodin, codeine, I was on all that stuff for the pain. So I fell at practice one day on my tailbone and woke up, it was like temporary paralysis, couldn't move, lower extremity. So I OD'd on all of that along with other painkillers. Like for me, it was the internal pain of just the daddy wounds and all of those different things in which I've talked about.
Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. Jay Barnett. He was a former professional football player turned author, speaker, and now marriage and family therapist. Dr. Jay Barnett, yeah.
You know, on stage, watching a father pastor, but wanting him to be a father to me as his only son. So it's, and that for me was so difficult because my brain at the time was trying to rationalize how can you speak into them and not speak into me. Yeah. So the 31-year-old Jay that attempted suicide just wanted daddy to say, son, I got you, and it's okay. And it was just really, Kev, just really having to reconcile, which took time, that maybe he couldn't give me what he didn't have because it wasn't given to him. Yeah. Because you give what you have.
Yeah. That's beautiful. You understand that, though.
And understanding that, man, was painful because I also had to accept what I was never going to get.
But it gave you peace. Wow.
Well, peace came later. It came.
I want to speak on that too. Shout out to Wife School Podcast. She said chronic pain is no joke. And salute to Mr. Freezy. Thank you, sis. Shout out to you. Great to see you.
Quick
so
question.
He said, go ahead, TJ.
Dr. J. Barnett. You said he's a marriage counselor?
Yeah, he says now marriage and family therapist intern with over 10 years of highly skilled, and he's a best-selling author. He's supposed to be with over 10 years of highly skilled and acclaimed mentoring and success stories, public speaking, and most important, real life in the trenches business experience. Yeah, so I think he's mostly known for being a best-selling author, and he was a former professional football player, but I think that's what he was talking about. He got hurt and he couldn't recover. Then he became an author, best-selling author, and now he's a speaker and now marriage and family therapist intern with over 10 years of highly skilled and acclaimed mentoring and success stories. Oh, yeah. I never heard of him before, but
so he's a family and marriage therapist counselor on the rise, or whatever case may be.
Yeah.
How is he helping anybody when he's divorced?
That's a good question.
And because the only successful marriage ends in death.
Yeah, he's a marriage and family therapist. So that's,
stuck, ain't you?
Yeah, because how does that work?
How does that work?
He probably got remarried to somebody else.
Let's see. Let me Google it. Is he married? Let me Google AI. Let me put is in the front. Is J Barnett married? He say, I was married for 16 years. He say he's divorced. Personally, being divorced, I was married for 16 years. I think he's divorced.
Yes.
He's not married. So
what family is he building from a divorced state? I'm not saying he doesn't have relevant information, but we got to be careful about who we're going to for our information. Like Kendra G over there talking about, I'm putting singles together, but the heifer ain't never had a husband, a marriage, or a long-term relationship.
Do you think somebody like that could give credible advice?
I think there is some advice, but do I think that they have Freezy, I'd rather take advice from you. You're currently married. You're currently doing it. You're currently in the struggle. You currently got your wife working with you in the way she's working with you. Nobody like this can tell me anything is more valuable than you. My grandfather.
His marriage lasted for 16 years, so he must have did something.
Repeat what you just said, Rush.
He was married for 16 years, so he must know something,
Yeah, he knows how to.
Let me just say this: he probably could be a believer thoroughly, because some Christians don't believe on doing marrying, having a second wife, because and technically they'll be committing adultery because their first spouse is still alive, So he might be taking it to that degree. You know what I mean?
I wonder why they got divorced. That's something I would, I don't want to pry into his business, but I mean, if he's putting it out there that he got divorced, I'm pretty sure it's in his book why he got divorced. Probably you might can Google it, but here's the thing. I think both of y'all are making good points, because I think the initial thing that TJ said was, doesn't divorce mean you didn't have a successful marriage?
Yeah.
So how can you advise somebody else on how to have a successful marriage? I think that's what TJ is saying.
Yeah, the value in somebody who's divorced is being able to speak about the mistakes, the trappings, the signs, and the behaviors that led to the divorce. You have no experience in it being successful. You cannot in good faith, you cannot speak on it, on how to put together a successful marriage when you have not been a part of one. My grandfather, who was married to my grandmother for 62 years before she passed, that was a successful marriage.
You know, TJ, that's interesting because before I respond to what you just said, TJ, I want to shout out Bolo TV and is in the building. Shout out to my brother Bolo TV and shout out to my brother Next Level in the building as well.
No captivity.
Shout out to y'all, man.
No captivity.
But yeah, what I was gonna say, TJ, is it kind of seems as though you're saying it should be a privilege. Like if somebody to give advice on marriage, there are plenty people out here that are successfully married that should be in that position of giving advice to people who are looking to see how they can have a successful marriage. Why would your first choice be to go to a divorcee for advice? Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yes.
He's I'm gonna tell you something. He's a bestseller.
Great. Congratulations.
Rush, you made a good point too, as far as I don't know if that's his religion. Most people don't believe that, Rush. Most people don't mind getting remarried, but you know, if he is think
I just don't want to, I don't want to gossip and talk about somebody that I don't really know. So I'm gonna give him not to give him the benefit of the doubt, but hey, I want to leave room to see if he, you know what I mean, like if he's official or not, like I don't want to throw him under the bus like that.
We're not talking about downgrading the man's credibility. We're raising the question about the value that he can bring to somebody to building a family when he has not built one. And he failed. There's value in failure. There's learning in failure. But why would I take my car to an auto mechanic that every time he touches a car, the engine blows up? That's crazy.
And I wouldn't say we're gossiping about him because it's public information that he got divorced. He speaks about it publicly. He's a public speaker. And I think that's one of the things that he actually throws out there, to, I guess, relate to other people that have had failed relationships or failed marriages. And one thing I've noticed is that is a strong way to connect with people when you can say, because I'm pretty sure that's one of his pitches. Listen, whatever you've experienced, I'm pretty sure that I've experienced it too. And these are the mistakes that I learned from. Maybe that's the angle he's coming from. I don't know. Because I would argue that there are more people that have broken up from relationships than have actually sustained successful relationships in the world.
Correct.
Right. I mean, I feel where TJ's coming from. Hey, he ended up getting a divorce. But I wouldn't take it to that degree. I would be like, hey, maybe if the marriage only lasted like for 6 months, then I'd be like, hey, that's real questionable. But his marriage lasts for like 16 years, so that's some type of value where you could give some advice to somebody,
Yeah.
Because your marriage lasted for about 16 years. That's a long time. That's over a decade,
If he's coming from an angle where, almost like a redemption angle, and he learned from his mistake, and he's telling people what he's learned from the trial and error of his life and marriage, and he's mixing that in with him getting hurt with the Green Bay Packers. I think that's the team he used to play with, and just him telling his story, and maybe maybe it's a don't give up story. I made it through and you can make it through too. Maybe that's what kind of story it is, like a don't give up story. Yeah. Shout out to my brother JT in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, TJ.
What's up, man? Let me be clear. I'm not saying that the man probably don't have any value. I'm just saying when we start seeking out these advice from these so-called experts or religious leaders, take a pause and look at what their life is. That's all I'm saying.
I totally agree. I agree with you. You're not supposed to idolize somebody to the point where you're totally dismissing their flaws. I totally get you. I understand where you're coming from with that. I'm just saying, like, hey, I don't know who he is. I don't know what's his specialty, so I don't want to talk bad about somebody, like that I don't know of, But you guys are kind of getting me hip on who he is and how y'all breaking everything down.
I don't know him either. This is my first time. I didn't even know who he was when I seen him on the round table at the Den of Kings thing. JT had to tell me in the chat, JT Inferno Mortals. This is my first time really, actually reading up on the guy. I didn't know anything about the guy, so you know what I'm saying. So, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. This is not the first time I've seen a public speaker and an author that actually put their life on record and talked about and was transparent about their the failures that they had in their life as almost like a testimony, as like I made it through this and I made it through that. So
Right.
people kind of do that all the time,
I mean, just the injury, his injury alone with the open back surgery got me like, hey, maybe he probably got some good advice to give, man, because he overcame that situation,
And he said his DICK couldn't get hard. I'm just saying that's
that's
traumatic.
Well, he was
That's traumatic within itself. Go ahead, JT.
So one of the things is with him was,
shout out to Cartel. What's up, Cartel? Go ahead.
Because of the injuries he sustained, he was on a lot of drugs. You know what I'm saying?
He said he was addicted to drugs, right? So
yeah. So opioids is where it started from, and then it went from everything, But the thing is that this particular, it's a podcast. It's just done a different way. The combination of the guests that Kirk Franklin have, and if you notice, that's why he called it a Den of Kings, because of this combination is cats that really had sustained some real personal trauma. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So when you look at the combination of who he has, I've been following it, man, for a while now. And he done had a lot of cats on here, man, where you can actually understand exactly where they come from. It's not actually for them to come and give advice. It's for them to actually come together as brothers and be able to share each other's stories. And, at some point they do give each other advice, but it's kind of like being the fly on the wall when you're seeing them having dinner and chopping it up with each other. And that's basically what it comes down to. A lot of these cats, they have a lot of pain. Most of the cats, if you go and you start following some of the podcast that he had, some of those series that he had, man, you be like, wow. He done had Tyrese on there. He done had a lot of people, gospel people that was on there. But he asked for these folks to come over to put their life, out there so they can begin to start the healing. You know what I'm saying? So it comes from the point where when he had the problem with his mom, when he found out that his dad wasn't his dad for all those years, and that was some trauma that he had put out there in front of the world. And so he's like, damn, man, I was damaged. And I know a lot of brothers that I've been knowing in this industry, they're damaged too. So I want to be at least the spark to help these guys to start healing. And I want to put it in front of the people because we got a lot of men. That's why they call it a Den of Kings, where we got a lot of men that has been overlooked their trauma has been overlooked. And I don't want to keep going, over and over and over with these guys, especially these guys that's in Hollywood and music and all of this stuff. And these cats, nobody is actually looking at these guys as, damn, this is someone that's trying to heal, but they're not healed yet. So that's the reason for the podcast itself. And then just look at the lineup he got, bro. One of the ones that actually, to tell you the truth, I watched the whole thing today. And it's funny that you're doing it. I'm like, damn, Freezy Must was out there in my goddamn, he's probably in my damn closet or something, man. But I watched the whole thing, and the person that I actually was concerned about was Ray J. These guys were all being transparent. Ray J wasn't. And he's been like this for a while now, man.
He was kind of quiet during that video.
And when you pay attention to it, because you're getting ready to play it.
He's going through like a
he's going through
in
it.
real time.
Yeah, man. Him and Adrian Broner, both of them. Their life, because these guys are damn near, they're middle-aged. And life ain't the same for them. They haven't grown up, and that kind of hurt them. And it hurt him because he's the only one, when you see him, he's the only one wearing a hat. He started putting on some glasses and shit. And it's like he wasn't.
He might have was high right then during the video.
Yeah, he looks like he was high. He was 100% high.
Damn.
But he looks out of place. He looks out of place. When you pay attention to it and you start playing it, watch. He's out of place. And he knows that he's out of place. He says it. It's fucked up, man. And, it's one thing to laugh at the brother, but I can't even laugh at him. This dude is suffering big time right now.
We're going to react to some more of this video. And if anybody in the chat would like their comments, if you got any opinions on the video and you want to react to it, you can do it by Super Chat or Cash App or PayPal. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it. Here we go.
Later, because until you can reconcile that thing, you can't have peace.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it was also how my parents divorced, because football, the helmet was a mask for me. I could put that helmet on and be whoever I wanted to be. And for 60 minutes, I can just release all the rage, the anger. And I'll never forget my coach. Physically,
football is very
physical.
I can literally hit you and hurt you.
Yeah. And I remember my coach asking me, he said, "What are you thinking about when you're out there?" Kirk, this is no lie. I never saw an opponent's eyes. I always saw my father's face. And, and for me, that pain drove me. But here's the issue, that when we don't have a place where we can release that pain, we begin to harm ourselves.
I mean, listen, guys. There's a lot going on right now at this table. I got a lot going through my head right now.
Give us some.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because like I found my wife in my lowest moment of all time. You know what I mean? I found my wife, and that's awesome. Like,
she's an amazing woman.
She is an amazing. That's what we do at the house when we start feeling good about being married. You just So I found my soulmate. I found my queen. In that moment, we found each other rather. I'm just gonna move through it really quick, but I got something to say, right? So it's like this. So in that space, like I hear you, young brother. Like, I hear you. You know what I mean? I really do. And I hear you too, Kev. But in that dark space, like nothing. Like bad news, Kurt. Like, nothing's getting you out. Nothing's getting you. Like, and I don't want to talk about that. Oh, my babies. Oh, my career. Oh, my life. Oh, my. No, that's horseshit. That's horseshit. If you had something to hold on to, You wouldn't be in that space.
Wow.
You know what I mean? My baby girl wasn't gonna get me out. My mama told me I can't get you out.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Megan couldn't get me out.
And your mama preacher.
My mama preacher.
And your mama
You know what I mean? Like,
preacher.
I want to talk about that. Like we can talk about like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I feel like let's cut the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like.
So,
oh damn.
Jonathan Majors was basically saying, hey, let's stop with all of this, happy ending stuff, and there's always hope, and this Disney movie stuff. He's saying when you're that low and you're in that dark of a place in your life, there is no help. Nobody's there to help you. You can't find your way out of it, and let's not be afraid to say it. Shout out to Miss Bella in the building. What's going on, Miss Bella? Great to see you, Miss Bella.
No Cap-tivity.
It sounds a little tortured, and I'm not trying to be like mean spirited, but him having a mama preacher, just from a Christian standpoint, that's beyond effed up, because his leadership is upside down.
You think that kind of caused some confusion in his life?
It's absolute confusion, especially when you're not when the Bible specifically rebukes that, the notion of a female preacher.
Well, I thought what he said was interesting, because a lot of times preachers' kids are like that. Like, his mom was a preacher, right? And I share the same sentiment that you do, what you just said, TJ, but his mom is a preacher. Yeah. But here's what I never could figure out. You're actually connected to the source, a person that's supposed to know the word of God. But most of the time, preachers' kids, they be the worst ones.
No Cap-tivity.
Like, preachers, I don't know about y'all, the church y'all, but every preacher's kid that used to be in my church, they was the worst ones. They was the baddest ones, the most spoiled. They got away. And I used to be like, don't you supposed to be good? Ain't your daddy a preacher? And I just never could, I never could understand that. What, could y'all help me break that? Why y'all think it's like that? Because Jonathan Majors kind of brought me back to that. He was a preacher's kid, even though his mom was, his mom was the one that was a preacher. But why y'all think that is? I mean, because they supposed to have the word, so if anybody's supposed to have wisdom passed down to them, it's supposed to be the preacher's kid, right?
Well, here's the thing, Freezy. Too much of anything can be bad. Too much of anything, including the work. Jesus even at times would tell his disciples to chill out for a little bit. You know what I mean? Let's enjoy a piece of this life. That's, you know what I mean? The work is the work. It'll be here. But a lot of times when you have pastors, you know what I mean, who are very dogmatic in their preaching and the way they rule their home like that. And what do kids naturally do when there's too much restriction in the house? They rebel.
They rebel.
Yeah.
They absolutely rebel. That's why. And don't let, they rebel in the worst way. And then don't let them have girls. Good God. Because then they really go out to lunch on you. So that's what I believe it's a part of the rebellion and what they're teaching at home and how tight it might be at home. And then and for the preacher as well, for the pastor, there's a level of expectation for the image. Yeah. And you placing that expectation on your kids to preserve the image. And eventually a kid is going to be a kid.
Now, I also, just to add on what you're saying, TJ, when you try to go and you try to present yourself to your child as all-knowing, and your child see the flaws in you and you never professed your flaws to your child, they see those flaws, guess what they end up doing? This motherfucker telling me some lies.
That's a fact.
JT, I'm glad you said that, because 2 weeks ago, my daughter, she's 10 years old in the 5th grade, and she found herself in the middle of some bullshit at school. And so I had to go deal with that. And so I'm talking to her, and I told my baby, I said, listen, let me tell you something. I was honest with her. I said, I'm so angry with you right now that I want to slap you from the front seat to the back seat. And I said to her, and I said, I don't know how to deal with what you just did. I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know how to deal with it. I don't know what to say. And I said, baby, I don't even know what to say to you other than I love you. And I told her the part of it was surrounding a boy. And one of the things I said to her was, listen, I don't have a problem with the fact that you like a boy. You're in 5th grade. Your daddy liked a girl in 5th grade. And then I told her her name. My dad was like, you remember her name? I said, yeah. And then I told her little stories about how this boy used to pick on her and I whooped his ass for picking on her and all this other good stuff. I told my daughter these stories. I'm glad that even though I was telling her that the behavior that she got involved with was disappointing, but I also told her that I understood because I went down that road a little bit and I gave her a piece of that. So yeah, that part right there, JT, about, not letting them in on the fact that the reason why you're having the reaction you're having or the reason why the correction is coming is because guess what? I did it too and it's not the right way to go.
Yeah.
What you
but a lot of them don't do that, JT. They just they rule with an iron fist. Do as I say, not as I do. There's no humility there. They were never kids. They never had an understanding. And I'm kind of glad in the moment that I didn't know what to say. I was honest with my daughter about it. I didn't know what to say. I was honest about the fact that I didn't know how to handle it. And then I told, you know what I mean? And I told her what part of her thing was appropriate. Her liking a boy was appropriate. What you do with that is not appropriate because you don't know what you're doing.
That's a fact. Let me get Rush in on the Rush. What do you think about Jonathan Major saying, even though his mom was a preacher and everything, he said, let's just stop lying to ourselves. When you get that low in your life, that down and out in your life, there is no help. There is nobody to help you. Let's just not lie about it.
In a sense that there is some truth to that. Whenever you're at your lowest point, nobody's going to be around to save you, especially if you're a man, So you kind of gotta dig deep and try to get yourself out the situation, and hopefully, you remain on point. You don't lose your sanity, and you don't lose your life by trying to survive.
Yeah.
Jonathan, he's a different case. You know what I mean? I don't look at him as a troubled person. I just feel like he's a dude that made a few mistakes in his life. And just like what TJ mentioned, like his mom was a preacher, so that's a level of confusion because when you do read the scriptures, the chick is not supposed to be on the pulpit. You know what I mean? So that level of authority could confuse them. You know what I mean? And make mistakes in life.
Yeah. Shout out to 907 Good Eats in the band. What's going on, 907? Great to see you, sis. I'm gonna tell y'all what I think. When I really take a close look at situations like Jonathan Majors with his mom, dynamics like that, and his mom was a preacher, even if the child's parent father is a preacher, which in most cases that's what I seen growing up.
Me too.
I think that when the person that's closest to your hypocrisy, when they can see the hypocrisy in you, when you're not in a church setting, but you're in the home, and they see this in real time, they know when you're up there preaching on that pulpit, you are not that person. When you're around us in the home, you be cussing and you be saying dirty stuff, and I might have caught you watching some porn. We don't know what the hell happened. You cheated on my mama or my daddy. The kids see everything. So then it weakens it could actually have an adverse effect on their belief in God. You know what I'm saying?
And most time it does.
Yeah, and this is what I be telling people, bro, and I get a lot of flack for it. If you're gonna put yourself out there in the forefront, as a representation of, let's just say like, if you're calling yourself anointed and you was called, this is what preachers say, you was called to preach the word of God. If you are accepting that position, it's very important that your conduct follows, because you could actually hurt the people that's closest to you when they, you can hurt their belief system. And this is why the Most High God doesn't like hypocrites. One of the worst things to God is a hypocrite, man, because you're actually hurting his agenda more so than helping it. Yeah, you up there, you got the gift of gab and you know how to put on Sunday morning. You know how to hoop and holler, and you know how to make it look good, and you know how to get those donations and those offerings and stuff. But when it really counts, when when nobody see you but your kids and your wife or your husband, they see the real you. And I think that hinders the people close to you more than it helps the people close to you, as is like Jonathan Majors. So,
one of the things that he also mentioned, which, it stuck out with me, was the whole part of darkness, right?
Yeah.
And no one is going to save you. Basically, what do we say as men? You got to save yourself. So we understand exactly. And the thing
he said he was on suicide watch.
Almost all of them on that panel was. That's the purpose. That's why I said pay attention to the combination of the folks that was there, including the host. Okay.
Right, Kurt Franklin.
So the thing is, because right after that, now you got this 22-year-old that's getting ready to speak. But I'm not gonna ruin it for y'all, but this is my whole thing. I think that what we have to do is we have to actually find out and seek God ourselves, while not leaning on our own understanding. That right there is what messes a lot of people up, because they don't find the balance in the two. So when you hear that young man saying darkness, and you see it resonated with all the other men that was around that table, right?
Yeah,
we was there. But the answer is that you have to seek. But when you're that low, you ain't trying to seek nothing but to get out of that pain. And when we see there's a scale, right? You got all the way on the left, that's pain. All the way on the right, that's pleasure. And when we running from pain, we run to pleasure. And what we end up doing? We end up using drugs, alcohol, sex. We end up doing a whole lot of things that is not good for us, but it makes us feel good at the moment, while at the same time helping us to destroy ourselves. When you're running from pain to get to pleasure, it's going to do it every time. It's undefeated. And that's what he's talking about.
You know what, JT, what Kurt Franklin is doing? Like, I'm not really a big fan of Kurt Franklin like that, but what he's doing with this podcast, the Den of Kings, I think is good. I'm gonna tell you why, because this is what men supposed to have been doing the whole time, instead of sitting up here complaining about women. Now, no Cap-tivity. Dog, what I like about Kurt Franklin's podcast with the Den of Kings, they're talking about their own issues as men, amongst men. To me, that's some real man shit. You know what I'm saying? They're not around the table talking about why the black woman ain't shit and why she ruined his life. They ain't doing that. And we need more conversations like that.
Yeah, and so this is, just look at the optics, right? That's one of the things where I did say, damn, let me give this a try. Let me look at my brother and see what he's doing, what he's trying to get done, right? Dope as hell. Den of Kings, men, right? And he also does it with what? Food. Why? Nourishment.
Comfort, yeah.
Not just that, because think about this. We retain a whole lot of things when we're eating. That's why when you go to the movies, you eat popcorn. That's why when you're reading a book, you eat an apple.
You in the zone, put you in the zone.
Right, because what you're doing is ingesting.
Yeah.
You're ingesting. So, and it's an intimate thing you do. When you go on dates, that's the purpose of dates. You go on dates and you eat because you remember everything about that person when you're eating and you're intent with them. It's the same thing what these guys do. They're intent. They don't know what he's going to be asking. He ain't asking a bunch of questions. They have a conversation with dinner.
Let me ask you something, JT.
Let
me ask you something. And the rest of the guys on the panel as well. For so long, we've been trying to put out this macho image as if, we're masculine and women can't hurt us and all. Do y'all think it is healthy even for women to watch a podcast like that and to see men show their vulnerable side amongst each other? Do y'all think that's healthy for women to see too?
Yes. Yes. I was a long time ago, before I even started doing podcasts, I wanted to do a podcast called Fly on the Wall, where women can just listen to men speak.
Dope.
Yeah, they could just listen. That was my whole thing on that, because what happens is that when we're speaking, they get understanding. They don't have to, we ain't looking for women to give their input and all of that, because even you got Kev on stage now. I don't know if you guys know who Kev on stage really is. He's a comedian, but he's a Christian comedian, right?
Yeah.
And he has some stuff that was,
I think we're about to get into it.
Yep, you about to get into it. And the thing was that when these brothers are talking, women actually get a chance to see the vulnerable side of a man. The reason why we are so, we speak a lot with each other. We're more honest when we're speaking with each other, because there's nothing in between that. There's nothing that's going to be, well, you either say this so you can get some ass or you can get some, whatever it is. It's just men speaking. And especially at what they're talking about, man, this shit is crazy. It's wild, because they're letting everything out.
What you think,
and also,
TJ?
JT, most men don't weaponize that kind of information when they get pissed off at each other.
Right. Absolutely.
I'm just saying. I'm not trying to throw no dirt on ladies.
Most men like us, I don't know about these new school guys, TJ. Some of these guys.
We got to teach them, brother. We got to teach the ones that want to learn anyway. We got to be able. That's why you have that 22-year-old sitting at the table with a bunch of 40-year-olds.
Right. Well,
that's
go ahead
why.
And finish your thought, TJ.
That's it. I'm good.
Okay. Rush, what do you think about that? Do you think that's healthy for women to see, Rush?
Yeah, I mean, yes, okay. And I agree with TJ what he was saying. As far as like women taking that information and using it against you, but it would help a woman that actually, because most women don't care how men suffer. They don't care about that. But the ones that's mature and really woman of God and all that, like this could help them, not only edify themselves within the relationship, but help edify their husband as well, or their soon to be husband. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a positive thing.
It seems like everybody agree. Let's react to some more of this video. Here we go.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, out of a dark place, right?
I disagree. I disagree.
Well, respect, young brother.
The road leads back to two. No man, no woman, no kid, no pet can, but God can. The road leads back to two. And my thing is this: if we understand the connect, man, listen. I just sat down for 3 to 4 months. I took a break. I could have made $4, $5, $6, $10 million. I left it all on a plate to sit down because something in my spirit wasn't right. I sat down. I had to go back home. Got grounded. Stayed in my hometown, the most dangerous city that people crucify. Stayed there, planted my feet there, and went into 112-day seek. Every day I woke up, I went outside with my notebook and I sat my feet in my grass And I stood before a tree and in nature, and I just listened. And I wrote down everything. I jotted it. I got a journal. I got 4 or 5 journals stacked over 3-4 months. It's like a Bible. The Most High God fed to me every day, every second. When I woke up, He'll wake me out of my sleep. He gave me dreams, people that I needed to get away from me, snakes, rats, whomever. He put everything under a microscope in my life.
Watch this. There are times when
So Jonathan Majors was trying to get his point across as far as when he's in a dark place. Let's just tell the truth. There's nobody there to hear you. There's no answers to it, you know. Let's just be honest. You feel like there's no answers. And then NLE Choppa came in and said he disagreed. He's saying that if you take a break and you allow yourself to, you know, to rest and meditate, you know, God will hear you. You just got to do the right things. And it just seemed from there, it seemed like Jonathan Majors was looking at him crazy like, bitch, you know what I'm saying? How you gonna tell me about, like, it seemed like Jonathan Majors felt like he was invalidating the point that he was making. And then he was looking at NLE Choppa like he was a kid. Like, how you gonna tell me? From that point, I think the tension had kind of started. What y'all think?
I think so.
And do you agree with Jonathan Majors more or NLE Choppa more too? I want to get your opinion on that.
Because I'm, at the age that I am right now, I definitely agree with NLE. You know what I'm saying? So what he was saying was definitely something that I can definitely I can smoke a bag of that. You know what I'm saying? It sounds crazy coming from him at being 22 years old, again, being around a bunch of 40-year-olds on that table. And it's not just Jonathan Major that's looking at him like, who the fuck is this nigga with all these diamonds in his teeth talking this crazy ass shit with you know what I'm saying? He ain't the only one. So the thing is that, again, he said exactly what I was saying. Seek. Hey man, it's gonna be tough, man. We all done been through tough parts of our life, bro. All of us as men, and we've all been in a place where it was just us. Mm-hmm. We could be with our wives, we can be moms and dads and all these different things, but it's just something that they just won't be able to help us with right now. We gotta help ourselves, and we gotta seek that. Now, the help comes through our loved ones, no doubt about that. But where Jonathan Major is talking about, he's talking about being in this dark ass place that he don't even want nobody to try to help him because it's going to hurt them trying to pull him out. You dig what I'm saying? So he's in a space. Think about it. We've seen it on camera unfold, a lot of this shit that unfolded with him. But he was in a lost spot. It takes a long time for us as men, a lot of us, to say, no, man, it's me. I got to get myself out of this. So to hear that 22-year-old rapper talk about what he's talking about, they looking at him like you out of place. You just talking shit. They going to do that to the young folks. At the end of the day, it will smooth out once you hear the conversation because it does sound off. Because when I first seen it, I was like, this nigga just trying to be holier than thou. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when you were saying, when he started talking about that whole anointed thing, right?
Yeah.
But we have to give a little grace, right? Because your understanding, he ain't there yet. My understanding, but he's in the right spot.
They was kind of looking at him like, bruh.
Yeah. But that's why you got Kirk there. Say, nah. You got to get this dude some grace, man. He a young fella, but he in the right spot. He might not have it all together, but he's on the tracks. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So when you actually looking at it and you saying, I think this is the thing about us as black men. We always had a understanding of one another, right? Mm-hmm. But it gets to a point where I'm talking about the ones that's close. Like the uncles and the nephews always had an understanding with one another, right? Yeah. Dad may not have the understanding with his son because he wants you to go a certain way. Mama probably didn't because she wants you to go a certain way and you ain't going a certain way. But that uncle that auntie. You know what I'm saying? That cousin, that older cousin, they ain't that much older than you, but they right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They're elder, but they ain't, you know what I'm saying? They ain't that much older. So they get a chance to understand you. This is why family is important. That's why that shit is important.
What you think, TJ, as far as Jonathan Majors, what he had to say, and then NLE Choppa cutting him off and said, "Nah, I disagree with you. You know, God will answer you if you take a break from what you're doing." He said he took a 3-month break and he meditated, and he
wrote a journal, a bunch of journals.
Yeah, he said he wrote a bunch of journals. He turned down $4 to $10 million, which is that was a big ass gap, but he said he turned down $4 to $10 million to sit down for 3. Because Jonathan Majors was saying, when you're in that type of place, that dark place, he said, let's just be honest, there are no answers. There is nobody there to save you. And then NLE Choppa said, I disagree. You just gotta take the time and give God time, and He will answer you. What do you think about? And I do want to say this. Some people in chat was saying that Jonathan, he wasn't really bringing up God. I think in a way he did bring up God when he mentioned his when he mentioned
brother was
that,
a preacher.
Yeah, I think that was his way of bringing up God and saying he still didn't have no real answers, even though he came up under that type of roof. He still didn't have no. I think that's what he was getting at. And Kevin on stage surprisingly kind of was going there too. Well, we're gonna get to that. And I think that's where the conversation was going to, where it seemed like, we done heard you supposed to pray to God. We heard you supposed to, just talk to God and all that, but a lot of times it seemed like God ain't answering us. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what they were trying to say, even as grown men. So
but Freezy, we've been doing podcasts for a while, right?
Yeah.
So with certain things that I can just point out that happened where that discourse could have been a lot more. It could have had some more fruit to it, right?
Yeah.
But what happened was the young bull, he stepped on Jonathan Majors' point instead of, with the I disagree with you and all of that things, right? Mm-hmm. It's kind of, and he, again, a lot of people just don't know. Normally, what would we do? I understand you, I hear you, however, right? And then we would go, oh boy was just like, what you talking about is bull. That's what it felt like to Jonathan Major. Like, that's why he said respect. You know what I'm saying? But it was kind of like, and I think it's just a communication thing, but he was just like, you know what I'm saying? I disagree with what you're saying. And it's like, we understand the etiquette. And I think that's where it kind of rubbed Jonathan Major the wrong way. He stepped on his point.
What you think, TJ, as far as that exchange?
So, me, you, Freezy, JT, we, and I'm just saying this for color. We done been the young nigga, now we the old niggas. I'm saying that for color.
Before you go, TJ, shout out to Truth in the building, and shout out to Uncle Plug TV in the building too.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, TJ. I meant to do that.
So I'm saying that to say, we've been young. We've been younger men listening to older men and being dismissed. Now we're the older men dismissing.
Facts.
And the hard part is catching yourself not doing it, even though we're 20 years older than him. I can remember the dismissal like it was yesterday for me.
Absolutely.
And sometimes we get so bogged down in what our perspective, because it's rooted in a little bit more history. It's easier to dismiss someone without the actual life experience, even though we know better not to do that. You know what I mean? Especially if it's done.
I didn't know he was
way,
still that young, 22 years old.
I'm just saying, especially if it's done in a way that we deem to be an affront to our wisdom, you know what I mean, or our perspective. That's what we saw on full display between those two. Was like Jonathan Majors, I think just got offended. Just literally got offended, and kind of, by the young man. I think that's kind of what I saw. It was you saw the generational gap or whatever in its all its glory in that particular point, that particular part. Now, for me, listening to the 22-year-old, for me, I'm listening to what he's saying, and I'm going, yeah, that works for you. I ain't sitting up under no tree listening to the chirps of the beetles and the birds and the grass blades. I'm not doing none of that. I identify more with what Jonathan Major's saying, the dark, because quite frankly, I'm teetering in and out of it right now. So I identify with that, and there's so many black men along the way that when you are in these periods of life, you're the only one who, it's not, there's no one around you to do it. Too many of us have grown up with, there's not been enough people around to help you, pull you out, for you to lean on, or who can guide you, or who have the experience. So you literally find a piece of a little piece of a flashlight here or there to help guide you out, like a pinprick of a light to try to guide you out of the situations. We black men, we're accustomed. Most of us are accustomed to doing it alone and figuring it out yourself. Even if there is help there, we don't recognize it because we are accustomed to just doing it on your own. And when you're going through it, listen, and maybe it's a little bit me here, and going through it, most people don't even believe you're going through it. They just look at the exterior and be like, well, this is going well. Well, that's going well. Well, yeah, it's going well because I've, built it, but I'm going through it.
Right.
I'm going, like for me right now, in 3 years, I'll be 50. I'm struggling with the fact that I've squandered about 15 to 16 years of my life, not on purpose. I've done everything the right way, but I've done everything the right way for somebody else.
I think everybody, I know I felt like that too. I felt,
I can,
when you get close to 50,
I resonate
about
with that.
all that dumbass shit you wasted, what you could have did.
Like I squandered, I put all of my, I've done the jobs that I've done. I lived where I've lived. I've, spent time in places with people that I've never should have spent time in places with, and they've gotten all this so much out of me, and I have nothing now. I have nothing.
I'll be right back, Freezy. You can take me down for a minute, bro.
Okay, my brother.
And I have nothing now.
Go ahead,
and so trying to navigate that. So I understand what Jonathan Majors is talking about more than I do the guy, but I just saw that guy, I saw the dismissiveness, and I kind of chuckled because I've done it and been on the receiving end of it. So
yeah. And before I go to Rush, you brought up a good point, TJ. And I didn't even think about it the way before you said it. And before I keep going, shout out to Rob Watkins in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Rob? Great to see you. And shout out to Coach Ferg in the building as well. Shout out to Coach Ferg. And I missed somebody out there. Who else I missed? Coach Ferg. Oh, shout out to my sister Reese. What's going on, Reese? Great to see you. But yeah, the point that you made, that was a good point, TJ, is I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about looking at it from that lens as far as younger boys watching that video and saying to themselves, see, they don't never want to listen to us. They want to discredit us. They think just because they older, we don't have some good stuff to say, or, what we saying is not valid. And that video could have actually highlighted a disconnect between older men and the younger generation, like NLE Choppa. I think he's like 22 years old. I didn't even think about looking at it from that lens, but you're absolutely right, TJ. Rush, what do you think? What do you think about that exchange between NLE Choppa and Jonathan Majors, Rush? If you still there. I think he stepped away. Rob, did you see the exchange, Rob?
I saw the last one with a 2-minute clip you had at the end.
Yeah, with Jonathan Majors and then when NLE Choppa stepped in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I saw that part. I wanted to comment about what TJ said, though.
Go ahead and comment. Shout out to What the Helly TV in the building as well. Shout out to you, What the Helly. Go ahead, Rob.
I heard TJ. Hey, good evening, sir. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
All right. I kind of relate to him because I'm 53 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So when he say he's 3 years away from 50, it's kind of like 50's kind of. Can I curse on here? No, you're religious, correct?
No, you good. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I got rules every time I come on the internet. So 50 is like a fucked up age because you're in between 40 and 60. So you got young people that's kind of figuring out where they're going, and then 60 where they're settled. So you're getting advice from young people like live your life, and then 60-year-olds is telling like mind your own fucking business. So you're just sitting there in the middle and you're trying to maintain your family with all these, I don't know the word I'm gonna look for, all these desires and what they want to fulfill. And like TJ said, you as a man, you have an obligation to take care of your family. That ain't just the ones your mama, that's your mama, your daddy, your sister, your brother, your uncle, your cousin, as you get older, because you have to hold down the fort from what you learn. And then people don't even understand what you're doing, but you're maintaining it because it's on your back. And you can't look at nobody and say, hey, yo, can you get this part right here? Because you're doing it for years and people take it for granted. But at the end of the day, that's what you're here to do. It's kind of like that thing right there. Life is mundane. What do you want?
Yeah. Can you identify with what Jonathan Majors was saying? He was saying, let's stop sugarcoating and just tell the truth. A lot of times men get down into a deep, dark place in their life, and a lot of times we don't have no answers and we just have to sit in it. Do you agree with that?
I do. And that's the whole point. I think people get a misunderstanding about how the old people talk to young people. NLE, Choppa, I don't even know what it stands for, but I'm familiar with them. It's a different pressure from making a lot of money than living life. The longer you live, the more life's gonna take from you. And I think that's what the old heads is telling them. It's like, okay, you messed up money and you sat down on money, but what you doing family? What's going on with you? You know what I mean? Because I've lost my mother, my father, my son, my aunt, my grandmother in 53 years of my life. You know how hard it is to get up every day?
Oh, you actually lost those people in your life?
I lost my son in 2016 at the age of 19, sir.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I lost my mama in coronavirus in 2020. I lost my grandmother a week after her daughter died from heartache. You know what I'm saying? You got to carry this shit. Ain't nobody doing it for you. You got to get up in the morning. I got court in the morning. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Life keep going. Don't nobody care about what you're doing. They care about what you're going to do for them.
For them. Yep, there you go.
I think men should, just for that simple fact that you just what you just said, it would be nice if black men could be more confident amongst each other and confident amongst each other and trustworthy amongst each other. Do y'all think that's a problem with black men in our community?
It's the problem with any man, I think.
Depending on where you at.
I don't know if it's a big problem amongst black men. Right. It's just this is where I say I identify with what Jonathan Major is saying. Is you're sitting in that dark, and other men are sitting in that dark. They're sitting in the dark. So I don't know if it's about like other black men, being you having allies with them. Hell, you don't know they're sitting in the dark too.
Yeah.
Because outwardly, tomorrow morning, Freezy, outwardly, tomorrow morning, I'm going to get up, I'm going to go to an office, going to put in my work, going to leave that office, going to go do some errands, going to come home, going to take a nap, going to put on a uniform, and then go save lives for 12 hours overnight at a hospital. And in between that, try to find some way to study for the medical stuff. I'm trying to become a physician assistant. And then sprinkling all of that will be multiple phone calls from my daughter, her needing stuff. Probably something from my daughter's mother, my brother or my sister might call, might need something. And all during, and I'm just functioning. And through all of that, I'm sitting in darkness. But they don't know. And if you tell them, they just look at you and be like, "Yeah, so my car broke down. So can you can you come take me?" And this is where, back to your topic, this is where we got to be careful about religion and who we seek and who we lean on and the spiritual food we take in from that. You know what I mean? Because that can have a negative impact. It can send you, like, let me give you an example. And I hate to get personal, but because of all the things I got going on, my sorry ass pastor, which I can't even call him that no more, decided to not talk to me no more because I won't become a deacon in the church.
Are you serious? That's crazy.
It's crazy work, ain't it?
That's crazy work.
I tell the pastor what I got going on, what I'm walking in the dark, all my responsibilities, and all he was concerned about was continuing to build the church. And because you won't do this for me, but see, that's what I said. We got to be careful. Has religion set us back or moved us forward? I hate to use the word depends, but we got to be careful. And I'm not trying to knock. I shouldn't say this, but I call Kurt Franklin Tinkerbell. you know, we got to be careful about, you know what I mean, these popular religious guys and their messaging and what they do. You know, you had, what's the other dude that went to the gay church and did a whole gay sermon? And what was his name?
Jamal.
Jamal Bryant. Yes. Lord have mercy. So we got to be careful amongst all of that. So I'm absorbing this podcast for the first time today. This Kurt Franklin, so I'm absorbing it in real time, and the information in real time, and I'm absorbing it through the eyes of a skeptic, because I am very skeptical of religious men who have become uber rich off the backs of black hurt and pain.
Right.
So I'm very skeptical of it, even if it might be useful. I listen with a high sense of skepticism.
And you're supposed to. And TJ, this is the thing. I did the same thing because I didn't know what it was about, right? But one thing that I can tell you is that this is not Kurt Franklin, the pastor, or the God-fearing, guy that's out here trying to put. He's talking. This is the man that's talking to men and saying, "Let it all out." Like I said, the one that we're talking about right now is like the brothers. Wait till you get the one that actually needs the most help, Freezy. And I'm gonna end it with that. But yeah, TJ, it's one of those things where I'm a skeptic too. But one of the things I always look at in a lot of these things is, where can I just eat the meat and spit out the bones, right? And that's my biggest thing is, one of the things I look at a lot of this stuff, especially being in podcasts and talking to people that normally I probably would never even have a conversation with, is how I can have a transparent outlook. If I'm going to get my message out, I'm not going to let somebody get in the middle with that by cutting me off, calling me out my name and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So guess what I had to learn? The same thing you did and Freezy did. Vocabulary. Us three, all three of us have been firecrackers on these podcasts. We've been rocking for a minute, but we learn because it's a bigger thing than what we even can come with. I just come to give what I have to give, right? Yeah. And I take in, hopefully I can take in as much as I give out, right? That's basically what I come on these podcasts for, and then I'm gone. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you got to learn that, because if you allow people to continue to trigger you and stuff like that, you jaded up here on these panels, and like, it can have you real jaded. And so I had said to myself, I do want to be more effective, even in times of conflict, contentious back and forth. I want to be, even in those times, I still want to be more effective. You know what I'm saying? So I've been learning. I've been getting a little better, whatever, you know. And I've been trying to learn them big words that y'all know too, you know.
No Cap-tivity.
Y'all be saying some big words out the dictionary. I'm still a little ghetto now, you know. Shout out to Scam in the building. What's going on?
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on, Scam? What's happening, man? Long
We
time no
about to
see.
react. We about to react to some more of this video. Here we go.
Yeah.
Can say that my walk with God, NLE, has not been enough. And it was hard for me to admit that. There's going to be these views that are not black and white views, but these are our perspectives.
Yeah, but there's so many brothers who find themselves, and I am one of them, you know what I mean, who find themselves in situations and they're hearing in the back of their head, oh, but your baby, oh, but God, oh, but.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's that moment where you look for it, right? And it's not there, and then you jump.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we gotta be very careful, famous celebrity people, right? Putting rules down, telling folks this is how it goes. No. That is dysfunctional.
So
Right?
let me
The
say
same
that-
way they
right,
say,
so-
the
sorry,
same way
so-
they say black men should behave a certain way. That's like saying a Christian should behave a certain way.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's not. It's not fair, right? It's not fair, and it puts that individual in a place where they have no escape.
Why don't you speak to that, Doc?
I like how you were transparent, Kurt, because as a son of a pastor, and you're so on point. And I think what Jonathan is saying is you are right. Yeah. It leads back to two. Yeah. However, man, there are moments that crushes you, man.
Never discredited that.
And they're so crushing that me and him was talking earlier, and I related because what he went through, it's like this, Kurt. You know this. There's something, man, the agony behind dealing with a private matter in a public arena.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That is crushing that this should stay private, but now it's public. You could have called me, and now you had to make that post about, yo, Kev, this. And I think for us as black men, to what you're saying, Jay, is we can't package it and frame it in this manner because, man, life is so nuanced.
It is nuanced.
And
yes,
man,
it is.
you'll get into a place.
Yes.
And we were talking, because I went through what he went through in 2018 with a young lady I was dating. And I watched people get on social media, and I'm like, it's not true, but I couldn't say anything. And I'm saying, God, where are you now? Mm-hmm. Right? It was like a Job moment because you're like, why is this happening to me?
But my thing is why I said the road leads back to two. All of these obstacles is for you to strengthen the relationship.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's all. That's all I'm saying. So
Right.
if it's a misunderstanding there, I'm not saying. Hold on 1 second.
I want you to know you're okay.
Yeah, man. No, I'm over good. I know it's no rule. I'm not saying it's a set rule on how to be this or how to be that. Because one thing me and Kirk is a firm believer of is no man of perfection. It's only a man of progress. Right. My thing is the things that I went through. Same thing you went through, same thing you went through, same thing you going through, same thing you go through, same thing. No matter what age or none of that shit. It's all built to create the foundation of your relationship with the Most High. That's why I said the road leads back to two.
And I think what Jonathan is saying is that in that moment, you can't.
Jonathan made it. Hold on.
Oh, man.
You can tell right there, Jonathan, it seems like real annoyed. And it's like he's looking like he's feeling like NLE Choppa is just straight up
regurgitating.
Yeah, regurgitating and just dismissing what he was trying to tell the fellas on the table. Like, hey, listen, you know, I know we're supposed to be these religious people, we believe in God, but sometimes you just don't have the answers, and it's okay, it should be okay to say that and be trained. But NLE Choppa is saying, no, you know, we always got the answer. God is always the answer. God is always the answer, right? And I think this is where we see a little contentiousness coming in with Jonathan Majors and NLE Choppa. Because Jonathan Majors, you could tell that he's getting very annoyed with NLE Choppa. But NLE Choppa is saying, and I noticed NLE Choppa was saying, he's also said, none of us are better than one another. All of us are the same. I think that was also a shot at saying, listen, I know y'all think I'm younger than y'all, but I got wisdom too. I think NLE Choppa is trying to establish his, he's trying to establish
for it though.
What you said?
He in the wrong forum for it.
I think he's trying to establish himself.
He in the right form.
I think he's trying to establish himself in the midst of all of those. Let me say this. I think he's trying to establish himself in the midst of all of those older men. I think he's trying to, make himself, known. You know what I'm
not
known,
he's a man
but
just like they are. Yeah, that he's a man. I'm annoyed about that clip. Annoyed me too. There's a couple things that annoyed me through that clip. Some of them. What's the young fella's name again?
NLE Choppa.
NLE Choppa. I kind of get Jonathan Major's reaction. Because to a degree, the young man is judging his walk. And you got a lot of people who will judge your walk. And it's not for them to judge. It's not they don't have the authority nor the power to judge your walk. And then sometimes they'll sit there. I've gotten it. I got it in the chat just a little while ago. Judging somebody's walk, and where they are. You know what I mean? And Jesus never judged someone's walk. He came to them where they were and never judged their walk. So I understood that. And Kurt Franklin alluded to it, but he really didn't he didn't really go off into it because the young guy started talking, and I think Kurt tried to tamper him down a little bit. And good for the young man was like, no, we're not doing that. I'm a man at the table like you. Yeah, I don't have the years of manhood.
I think he was trying to establish himself like that too. Yeah.
Yes. So there was a lot. So I can see shout out to them for handling that. That's a lot of conflict going on at that table right now.
It's a lot. It's a
lot of conflict, and it's respectful, but it's like you can feel
the tension.
You can feel the tension because I'm listening to it, and Kurt is triggering me. The young man is triggering me. Jonathan Major's body language is triggering me. And here's the thing. I understand it because I see a piece of me in every last one of their perspectives.
And TJ, they ain't even get to where the tension is actually going to get. That's why I keep saying, follow it because you got somebody else that adds to it, right?
I got you, Rob.
And it gets worse. Like I said, everybody at that table, except for that young man, is in their 40s.
Yes, or older.
Or older, right? So the thing is this, and I understand, and this is the thing. Now, NLE Choppa, do anybody knows the lyrics to any of his songs?
I don't know. The only song I actually seen was when he was like, he was dressed in pink, and it was like a house song or something like that. It was
so the message is that new shit that they be rapping, right?
Yeah.
Because I was just looking at some of his stuff. So
yeah,
think
he was
about
in like
this.
some pink fur or something like that, whatever.
I think Jonathan Major is not in his 40s yet. I think he's still like in the last years of his 40s. I don't think he's 40 yet. But this is the thing. He know who NLE Choppa is. Mm-hmm. So he's looking at, wait, how you going? Because they're looking at him as a, like you preaching one thing at this table, young man, but you're saying something else when you get out there in that world, right? Mm-hmm. So when they're having something this serious, the conversations, especially like we already know, Jonathan Major, this motherfucker is a time bomb, man, when it comes down to expressing himself.
He seem a little off,
Yeah. So yeah. He's like, you can tell where he's at, but y'all ain't paid attention to Ray J.
Ray J ain't
when you play it again, no, but you gotta pay attention. The camera keeps panning. The camera keeps panning over to him. And when you see it, and when he get to talking, then you're going to see exactly. Now, you got to remember, Ray J is 43, 44?
Yeah,
he's 40-something years old.
Something like that, yeah.
At the table with a 22-year-old that he hangs out with. Remember, Ray J don't hang out with people his age. He hang out with people way younger than him. The people his age, they done burn bridges with Ray J, and he done burn bridges with them. He got a whole new crew he mess around with. And Ray J has not grown up yet.
Being that you pointed it out, I am paying more close attention to Ray J. And shout out to our sister Venus. Just hit the show. Rob, go ahead and say what you wanted to say. And then I'm gonna get everybody else's opinion. Go ahead, Rob.
I think everybody's missing the forest through the trees. The one man said he related with Jonathan Major's story because he had a girlfriend that he went through it with too. And he couldn't say anything because he knew if he said something, they were going to run on him. And I think the older gentlemen were saying, like, I think I wrote it down, when it's a private matter, it becomes public. When you get older, you got to take account for everybody and every action. And I think that's what the older men are saying. When you're a young man, you're making a lot of money. That's one pressure. But just due to attrition, as you get older in life, the world sits on your back, young man. Hold up, don't talk. Just listen. You at the wrong table to be telling us what God got right now, because we already been through it. You ain't been where I've been. I think life goes to levels and people don't respect that thing. You respect it in a game. If you play 2K and you play a guy that's 97 and you 95, you automatically back-footed. Be like, damn, why he got 97? Why I got 95?
So, Rob, you think NLE Choppa was overstepping his boundaries amongst those men?
They should never put him at the table with those men. Those men are more accomplished than him.
You think so?
Yes. They have families. They've maintained for years. NLE Choppa been famous for what, 5 years? Those men have been famous for decades.
You know, I think that's why there's such a disconnect when it comes to and the older men. Because I've seen this play out even on panels where the younger men say, "This is why we don't listen to y'all. Y'all don't want to hear us out. Y'all think y'all know everything." What do you think about that, Rob? Hold on before you say that, Rob. Jeremiah, I see you in the back. Give me the thumbs up if you want to come up. Okay, gotcha. Go ahead, Rob.
I don't want to dominate the conversation, but the assumption is made, if I'm 53 and you're 23, I've seen a little bit more than you.
I agree with that.
So based on that, just being in the pub, just being in the sewage that y'all call the world, I could probably tell you something more than you could tell me. Notoriety and money don't make you a more accomplished man. And I think people get that fucked up.
Can I give a little pushback though?
Say again,
give
sir?
a quick pushback, JT. I want to get the scam and Venus. I want to get the Venus and scam too. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is my thing. I think that he's at the right table. The reason being is because it's been going on that long where you got young folks, the only people they talking to is their peers that's their age and younger. And they think that they know everything. So when he gets in front of men that has lived, they do have to put him on the humble a little bit, because at the end of the day, he has to be able to see where he's going, right? So I don't think that I understand what you're saying as far as he shouldn't be at the table, but I think that that's where we went wrong at as older men, where we're not having these type of conversations with 22-year-olds. Because I could say this. I was 22 years old and I was in a leadership position in the Army. And I had people that was 31 years old that had to be up under me. So at 22 years old, I was a man and I had did a lot of mistakes, but I had to learn. I had to pay for those mistakes that I had. So that's one of the things where I'm like, nah, but I understand exactly where you're coming from though. That's it.
Scam, do you mind if I let Venus come in and then
I was gonna tell you to let Venus go because I don't know who these goofy dudes are at the table. And I ain't heard nothing about no actual real religion. I just heard dust. But go ahead, Venus.
Venus, What's going on? Shout out to Venus in the building, man. Shout out to
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, Venus, thank you for joining the panel.
Hey,
What's up,
how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Real quick, I just wanted to say age does not always mean wisdom. We know a lot of people who are older, but they're not always wise. So I don't think just because somebody's older than you, they always know better than you. There's a lot of things people can learn from people that are younger than them. The other thing is, I don't think either one of them were wrong. I just don't think I don't think NLE was judging Jonathan. I heard somebody say that. I think all he said was all roads lead back to God. That was like the main point he was making. I don't think he was disqualifying him. What it sounded like to me was he was speaking against being hopeless because, to be fair, Jonathan Majors got interrupted. So we don't know where he was going. But what he kind of said was, there's nobody coming to save me. And that was it. So NLE was like, well, I don't agree with that because all roads lead to God. So I don't know if that was judging him, but it was like, I disagree with you. And I think as a believer, everybody, at least whether you're one or not, you should understand that's how they're going to be. So I see some people up here saying like, the people at table don't want to hear about that. Yeah, but when you're around believers, that's what you're gonna hear. And Kirk Franklin is the leader, so I'm expecting if anybody gonna bring the message back to God, is going to be him. So I understand, and when you are going through things in the moment, I get it. I've been there too. I do understand. Sometimes it feels like, okay, well, where's God then? What's happening? Why are you not helping me? What God? Like I understand that, but I also still understand people who are believers are always going to, rightfully so, try to use God to encourage you. That just seems like a normal thing to do.
Venus, I don't know if the fellow was judging Jonathan Majors, but based on Jonathan Majors' body language, Jonathan Majors, you can safely assume that Jonathan Majors, that was his positioning. That's what he was feeling or what he was receiving at the time. So I don't believe the fellow was judging him either. I think he was just kind of trying to insert his place at the table more than anything else. I think Jonathan Majors, because he is a little bit older, a lot of the things he went through is probably still a little bit raw for him. His perspective is kind of set. And then in being in darkness, or his perspective about being in darkness, it's very lonely and isolating. And I understand when ladies say that they're in darkness, I can't identify with it because I don't know what that, and I'm using the word deliberately, feel like. But I do know as a man that truly, for the most part, no one's coming to your rescue. That's not necessarily the case. That's not necessarily the case for women. And I'm being very general. I'm not being specific when I say that. Generally speaking, when that's why you have higher population of homeless men. That's why you have a higher population of psych issues with in the men, because no one typically comes to the male's rescue. So I understand. So I understand Jonathan Majors a little bit, maybe because I am a guy and I understand what he means by darkness and no one's coming.
Hold on, TJ. Jeremiah, we got to make sure you're on camera. Okay, good. Yeah, make sure you're on camera. Go ahead.
Okay.
TJ.
One thing TJ just made me think of. You know what I think?
No, hold on, Venus. I'm talking about we got to make sure you stay on camera, Jeremiah. Okay, go ahead, Venus.
Real quick. Now that TJ said that, you know what Jonathan just reminded me of? You ever go through something and then every time you try to express yourself, like people just dismiss what you're saying?
Yes.
It kind of could seem like he got defensive because in the middle of him just expressing himself, here goes another person. Well, I don't agree with that. Like, you won't know that because this is your first time talking to him. But that defensiveness might be, he deals with that all the time. And it's like,
absolutely.
I'm just trying to be heard right now.
Yes. Absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
She hit that right on the head right there.
Yeah. Slam dunk.
That. Yeah.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah. Go ahead, Scam.
No, I'm still listening. You let Jeremiah get in.
Rob, did you want to respond to what Venus said as far as, because she kind of gave you a little pushback as far as like younger people being in the room. She said, and I don't want to misquote. Venus can correct me if I'm saying it wrong, but in a roundabout, I think she was saying that just because somebody is younger than other people in the room considerably, that doesn't mean that the older people have more wisdom or know more than that person, or that that person can't actually contribute something valuable to the conversation. Did I get that right, Venus?
Yeah. And can I add one more thing? Because now I'm understanding the value in the older men too. They have the maturity to understand that this might not be the moment. Let this man express himself. And the younger man wasn't wrong, but maybe he didn't understand, not right now in this way. You shouldn't do it.
Yep.
What you got to say to that, Rob?
I think she just framed it right there perfectly. Wisdom comes from experience. There's no other way you get wisdom is through experience. And I think about what Robert F. Kennedy said, youth is wasted on the young. You have so much vigor that you hit so many points and you think you're right on so many points that you're missing the point. And I think that's what the frustration of the older men are. It's like, dog, you're going to get to a point where you're by yourself in a corner crying and ain't nobody going to come help you. That's game over. What are you going to do? And that only happens as you go through attrition of life. Like I said, it ain't about me. I lost my son. You know how hard it is for me to get up every day? No man should bury a child. So that comes from wisdom. That comes from that experience. You got to have a child to lose a child. God, and y'all talking about God last thing. Y'all talking about God. God ordained me to lose my son. 4 years later to lose my mother. 4 years later to lose my daddy. I'm like the fucking Olympics out here. And I still got to get up every day because I got 5 grandkids. Game don't stop.
Can I say one thing to that?
Go ahead, Venus.
Because the older, wiser men, I didn't see this, so maybe they will. But even if that's true, that's an easy correction to make. Like just by kind of, if you're the older, wiser one, explaining that to him at the table instead of getting mad at him.
I didn't understand what she said.
So I understand like Jonathan got defensive, rightfully so, but I'm saying like the other men, if they could recognize like, okay, the young dude might be right, but this might not be the time. Why didn't anybody just simply take the time to explain that to him?
I think Kirk Franklin was trying to get in there. I think he was trying to interject, but NLE Choppa had so much
vigor.
Yeah, and energy. He really wanted to get his point out. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think Kirk Franklin was trying to do what you were saying. One of the older men.
They all did it, even with Jonathan Major. So that's why it's good to watch it.
Yeah.
The back and forth, but that's why I keep saying it's that one though. It's that one that don't. And just for the record, Jonathan Major is 36. He's not even in his 40s. So I had to correct that. He's 36.
Okay.
He's
so that's kind of making
youngest.
more sense too. Then.
Yeah, I think they mixed too many ages in that group discussion. Like you can't really put decades together a lot of times because they don't understand the premise of what I've seen. Like I grew up in that. I was born in 1972. So I know a point where there was no phones and all that stuff. You know what I mean? I grew into it and I watched my kids start getting into it. You know what I mean? So I have like a brush experience of the internet. Like I'm just getting on the internet the last 4 or 5 months. Y'all weird as shit to me. But it's life. Like, you know, the Jets is going to win at the end.
You know, you are a product of your environment. You know, you are.
I don't know what that is.
But Rob, this is it. I know, man. Damn, I just had it's just so much. This conversation is dope, man. This is the thing, though. I think that we have to go and we have to push the envelope now, because, like I said, we've practiced this so much where, you know, we got these young folks and we like, you know, you ain't ready to be in a conversation with us. I don't think that that's true. I think we need to go and we may need to make our mistakes while we talking to these young men. I think that's one of the biggest problems that we have right now with the connection with us. This is the first time that I've ever witnessed a generation that is not connected with any other generation other than themselves. And I think that was the reason why it comes down to one year after the next year where we practice the same old thing. Times have changed. I think we need to get these young brothers right in with us. I think we need to and make all the mistakes that we need to make. It's kind of like, you know, that's just how I just look at it.
That should be the point. That should be the whole point, right? Like, because the older men should be, the older men should be cognizant of the younger generation coming up. I think it is our responsibility to try to, you know, reach down and shape and try try to give them wisdom and shape them, because isn't it our responsibility in some form or fashion to try to make sure the next generation have the tools for when they actually step into that arena fully, they're not a nuisance to society or a menace to society, and they have some whereabouts about themselves to where they can actually function well in families, and there'll be less broken households. You know, I know we can't really stop it wholeheartedly. I know it's impossible to stop it, but shouldn't we have some type of awareness to try to say, hey, we're going to try to do what we can to improve the next generation, you know? Yeah. So I think it is important to talk to the next generation. What'd you say, Venus?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No, the last thing I was saying, I think it is important to communicate to the next generation and have them communicate to us too. But go ahead, Venus. And you're next, Jeremiah. Scam and Jeremiah. Go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that it's a mutually beneficial relationship. Like, the young dude being there is beneficial for them as well. He didn't say anything wrong. They don't like his timing, but he didn't. He said he sat in nature, which is what didn't God put Adam in the garden? Man should be in nature. He said he cut off distractions and he tried to seek God. What's wrong with that? Like, he didn't say anything wrong. So this whole thing about like keeping the young people away, why would you do that? To be honest, when people get older, they get a lot of times stuck in their ways and could easily sit around and just like confirm each other's biases. The younger dude is actually more in touch with your current world than you are, right? It's a digital age now. It's a lot going on that he may have way more information that's valuable to you as well. And I just think it's not wise to like want to separate the younger people, but then we'll judge the younger people because they don't know how to act. They don't know how to talk. They don't know this. They don't know that. But then you don't want them around you. So, okay, when do they learn?
Yeah, that's what we mentioned it earlier about when JT first came up here about the fact that the guys up here, we've all been the young guy that was dismissed, and now we're the old guy dismissing. And I brought up the fact we got to be mindful of that. That's the thing, that we got to be mindful of it. Even though we're 20 years older than this young man, we all can remember like it was yesterday when we were dismissed by basically our father's generation. When we
was mainly Robert saying that he didn't want the young guy around. It wasn't you, TJ. Robert was the one like he doesn't want the young dude at the table. So I'm like, why though? Like me
and Robert got that boy about 30 years.
Thing. The whole thing, even going left, is actually a good thing. It's all of it is good. Like,
no. I think we agree with you on that. That it's valuable. And I think we said it earlier.
TJ, she said the point of contention wasn't with you; it was with Robert.
Yeah, I know. I'm just interjecting because I'm about to go.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of I know the bone of contention was with Robert. I got that, but I lost my thought. But no, I'm basically backing her up by saying, yeah, we need those younger male voices at the table with the middle aged men. It's how can you pass on information, even if that information is. Sometimes I was in the workplace the other day, and there's conflict, there's things going on in an environment, and I was telling the staff, sometimes conflict is necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's necessary. And so in that discussion in the table, in the stair stepping of the generations, the conflict there, because we all talked about that it's palpable and you can feel it, it's necessary. How can you grow? How can you learn? How can you, when Jesus went around talking and preaching, and when he was even teaching amongst his disciples, there was tension. Because even his disciples didn't understand, they disagreed. Sometimes Jesus disagreed or didn't understand, where his disciples were coming from, despite the fact that Jesus showed them so many miracles, and they still, towards the end, still doubted him. That sometimes that conflict is necessary.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, Rob, what do you think about what she said? She was saying that in her mind, she feels like it is healthy to have the younger generation in these conversations with the older generation, to actually make a connection. Yeah.
To get a better understanding.
Give me 2 minutes.
Get a better understanding. Yeah, I think that's exactly what she said. Yeah.
2 minutes, Freeze.
Okay, bro. Gotcha.
I got confused. I disagree. Like, if you go to high school, there's freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. You don't have sophomores in senior classes unless they show the aptitude. Like, you're mixing up people that have different understandings in a room. Like you said, Jonathan Major's 30, Kurt Franklin's 50, the other person's 40, the other person's this and 20. You're mixing up people, and then it's like, I've led people. I've been in the Army 20 years. I retired out of the Army. I've led thousands, hundreds. Let's say hundreds. That's more realistic. I've led 100 people, hundreds of people, right? Over 20 years. I've been in Iraq, Afghanistan, Bahrain, Dubai, Germany. Every time they say, hey, form a team, they give me a hodgepodge of people, or I'm part of a hodgepodge of people. And I had to find, more than likely, because I'm a middle manager, I never made a high rank. You know what I'm saying? I was middle manager, E6. There's only 9 ranks in the military. I was right there in the middle, E6. Well, I mean, junior ranks. Let's call that NCOs. So since the age of, I think somebody had said it, I think the man that just left had said he'd been a man since 25 or something like that. Only thing that makes you a man is your experience. Like in Africa, they give their children to the man at 13 to put them in the fucking fields so you go out there and kill a lion. Like, there has to be distinct points that make you a man for you to sit at the table with a fucking man. The king don't sit down with everybody. Like, y'all act like everybody has a right to sit down. They don't. Just because you made money, you got notoriety, don't make you sit down with Kurt Franklin, Jonathan Majors, and these other men I don't know of. But I know those 2 men have shown vigor throughout the world and have maintained success.
So you basically saying they can't sit if they're not made?
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he's at the wrong table. I'm not saying the man's not accomplished.
I think he at the right table.
If he's at the wrong table,
I wish I had more time to walk this down with you guys, but I got responsibilities in the morning. Thank you, Freezy. You guys, I'll keep listening from the clouds as long as I'm awake, and y'all keep up the good work up here.
Shout out to TJ, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Appreciate you, TJ.
Why are we disqualifying him because of his age alone? Like I said, age does not always mean wisdom. There are a lot of men who in their 30s and 40s and 50s, and Some of them ain't smarter than me. They're not. It's
Can
just
I
true.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you rather marry NLE Chopper or Jonathan Majors?
NLE Chopper.
Wow. Okay.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Would I rather marry? No, Jonathan Majors is my celebrity crush, to be honest. But like that don't mean it doesn't matter. Like if I don't understand the who you would marry question. It's like
But I mean,
if I'm looking at this conversation alone for wisdom, let's do that.
But I
Sounds
mean,
like
can I ask one
NLE
more
Chopper
question?
got. Wait. Sounds like NLE Chopper got more of it to me. What it sounds like.
I mean,
Sounds like Jonathan Majors is still in his hurt stage, and that's fine. He's human. That's fine. But it sounds like that's still where he is. Sounds
but I
like
don't want you.
NLE Chopper has gone through something and kind of came on the other side of it. And that's the perspective he's speaking from. So I
But
don't
that's
think you
crazy.
being older does not make you wise. It just doesn't. We know so many people who are older who are not wise.
But you were dishonest in your answer. You were dishonest in your answer. Freeze, got to say one more thing.
Go ahead. I'm gonna get scamming that too.
Venus, didn't you just say Jonathan Majors your celebrity crush?
Because of how he looks. No other reason.
But look, that's not what I asked you. So, Venus, I asked you.
Yes.
Who would you marry? Who, if given a chance? Jonathan Majors or NLE Chopper? And you said NLE Chopper because you wanted to be right.
No, I said it because I like his perspective better. It's more relatable to the way I understand things.
Okay.
Go ahead, Scam.
I think there's this fictional world where because you're older, because you got a fictional status, that you automatically are right and everybody else is wrong. That's what older people keep doing to the younger people, and it don't work. They can smell the dust from 400 miles away.
He's a troll, correct? Or do I go at him directly? I don't know what to do with him.
No. You talk to him. He troll when he want to, but he good.
Yeah,
he good people.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
I'm familiar with you. I'm
gonna speak.
Scam is my guy, man.
He good. I'm gonna speak it in language that y'all understand.
How old are you, little nigga?
Hold on.
76.
Wait. Let's not do that. Let's
74. Yeah, I'm
Go
74.3. Let's take it in a language that y'all understand. Content creators. Content is also called a religion because they're damn near scriptures at this point. The person who got 476,000 subscribers and 800 clickety views, they right all of a sudden. Everything they say is right. Then you find out every 3 months in these spaces, they get exposed to everything they say was a lie. That's the same thing that happened in real life. The youngsters know it and they smell it. They say, man, this dude sounds just like my uncle. This dude drinking, smoking, fat, dusty, crusty. He just been doing it longer and they ain't trying to hear it. The youngers ain't as dumb as you think they are. And older people don't listen to younger people. And they've been telling you all that for 100 years. And still don't be listening. Not listening when they tell you ain't listening. I'm speaking in general. That's all I got for now. But I think he got some dust for me. What you got?
I think he was just listening. You wanted to respond, Robert?
Yeah, I think he has some dust for me.
He's just like NLE Chopper right now. He wants to be fucking funny, and I don't know what to do with him. Like, why do y'all keep discounting time on the earth? Time on the earth makes a difference. I saw something that you didn't see. Have you ever been to Iraq, sir?
No.
You ever been to Germany, sir?
No.
You ever been to Dubai, sir?
No.
You ever been to Bahrain, sir?
Nope.
Okay, point taken. I've been to all those places. So I know a little bit.
What does that mean, though?
Right.
Because I've seen people in different...
But you can't tell me something basic that's going on right here in America. You've been all in places. You can't tell me what's going on right now.
But I'm saying we gotta have a qualifier though, because he's saying
no. The qualifiers are lies.
Here's the thing. He's saying that time on the earth should mean something. Well, how would you explain great leaders and young leaders relatively, right? Like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. These guys died pretty young, and look at the impact that they actually had on the whole world. How would you explain that?
Let's go to something simple. Aside from content creators, there was an easy one for you to
I mean,
say.
I can keep going. Tupac Shakur, I can keep.
No, I'm giving you another one. Let's go to American Greed. Comes on every week. Con artists. They got a car, they got rims, and they got a bank account with cash on it. They got boats, planes, and everything. Go ahead and listen to them and give your money. What's going to happen? They got experience, don't they? They got the status. They got a suit on. They got 40 naked bimbos doing jumping jacks.
But we can keep it in perspective because we got a video that leads what we're talking about, right? So my whole thing is this. First and foremost, look at the table. Everybody sitting at that table is what? Millionaires. No, they're millionaires. They're men, they're millionaires. You have a 22-year-old. You have a 36-year-old that's sitting there. You have a 43-year-old. You got Kurt Franklin, I think he's barely 50. I think he's like 49. You got a couple of other guys that's there, right? But this is the thing. That 22-year-old needs to be at that table. One of the reasons is because, again, he's a millionaire. You have no idea of how many people he's got on his back, family members and all. And going through this thing of taking care of a lot of people, he have to deal with a lot of things that a lot of young millionaires have to deal with. Getting mama a car, getting cousin some money, trying to pan all of this stuff out. That dark space again, what these guys are talking about. So when you're talking about it, we can look, we don't have to, we got the video right there. It's telling you every dude that's sitting at that table has had a dark spot because they're talking about it right now. So my whole thing is, Rob, when it comes down to him sitting at that table, he's at the right table because he's talking to men that know a little bit more. Now, it does get it to a point where, like, when we're hearing it and it's coming from a young dude, not just because he's 22, but again, he's a rapper. He has a different type of a lifestyle. He's less than 1% of the guys that's ever on this earth. Shit, this man is, you know what I'm saying? So he's a man. So he needs to be talking to men that first and foremost, they've been having money for a while. Men that have had families, men that have lost families. They're not sitting back. First and foremost, that podcast is about hanging your hat at the table. Being able to say, hey, let's bring vulnerability here, homies. Let's check our insecurities and put that on the table with our you know what I'm saying, our vulnerabilities. That's all. That's basically what this is about. This is about men being able to figure out the way and lead each other at least to a point where they back on track.
Hey, JT, are you speaking about this table or are you speaking in general?
I'm talking about the table that for the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking
for the video that we're talking about. Right. So that's what we're looking at.
Okay, I'm pushing.
Once you start hearing everybody, once you hear everybody talk, then you will get a bigger perspective of what it is that they're doing, because it's very intense. The conversation is so intense, but they're just respectful of one another. It's very intense, man.
Hold your pushback 1 second, Scam. Just hold your pushback. Let me get Jeremiah into the conversation. Then you can go right after Jeremiah. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
I just want to say, peace, brothers. I appreciate the show, and I'm glad to see brothers. Brothers collectively talking about something that's valuable. We gotta kind of take it back to we've seen this over our lifetime, right? Cash Money. You had Lil Wayne with Baby, with Juvenile, with BG. He was the young nigga, he was the young brother in the room. Kobe Bryant. We seen this with young Kobe. I mean, Kobe was 21, 22. He's playing against Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen let him in the room and sit down and talk to him. You dig what I'm saying? I mean, a lot of brothers may not have the opportunity to be in those rooms. Shout out to him. A lot of people, they don't have those opportunities. But those that can get through, those that do have, some type of relatability, with the brothers, I can at least grab, you know what I'm saying, each one, reach one, teach one. That's been our motto for like years, for generations. So to see it is kind of cool. You dig what I'm saying? Stokely Carmichael had beef with Martin Luther King. You dig what I'm saying? He wasn't with the Black Power. He wasn't with Black Power. Martin Luther King was talking about nonviolent. You dig what I'm saying? It's the whole Black Panther Party versus the church. You dig what I'm saying? So it's always going to be that. It's always going to be the duality of the situation.
Oh,
However, you know, one, we got a young brother in the room. I mean, I'll be somewhat elated to have a 19-year-old in here with us. And we can drop so much game on him that, you know what I'm saying, he can pass this on to the next 2 or 3 generations. You dig what I'm saying? That's just my personal opinion. So it is needed. So I do want to kind of just go back to it. It is needed. It is needed. However, his experience, like the brother Robert saying, he don't have none. He don't have none. He can't really do nothing. He don't know how to do nothing. He haven't had chops. He haven't accomplished anything, really and truly. Really and truly. He haven't accomplished anything. Like you haven't. You ain't built a wall, a brick, a barbecue pit, had a house, marriage, whatever. I do take that. However, back to what the brother was saying, one, he's a millionaire. So you're able to be, a lot of people can't even sit at the table with those people. That's number one. Number two, for you to even be at the table and be in the room with them, that's an honor and privilege within itself. So you do have some type of status or something. And yeah, and now they just dropping game on them. And I yield my floor.
NLE Choppa, I just looked it up. His net worth is $5 million. So I think that will put him in what, the 1 percentile, something like that.
Yeah,
he's a millionaire. Period.
Yeah. So, and I think he also said that a lot of the people in his old, where he used to stay, he's responsible for a lot of their funerals and stuff. He pays for their funerals, and a lot of the mothers cry on his shoulder. And he said that's hard, to deal with, as from a young man's point of view. And I think that that was a important dialogue, especially coming from his direction, because it was relevant, right? I mean, think about how much pressure a young man has when he has access to that type of money. There's a lot of things that could set in: survivor's guilt, feeling responsible for other people around you and all that. I could understand how that's pressure. And then not only that, being placed with the burden of keeping up that momentum that, that he got, and trying to, not only that, and also keeping his own lifestyle stable too, because he has to actually take care of himself. He has to, those bills that he accumulated, he ain't got no $500 light bills. I'm pretty sure he probably, so he has to make sure he pay, So I mean, just with that alone, I think we should give that credence when he's talking at the table. He's placed with the type of responsibility that your average person, not even young man, but person doesn't have. I know a lot of older men in their 40s, 50s, 60s that does not have the type of responsibility that I'm pretty sure that he has. So I think that is something to be respected.
That's facts.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Scam.
I'll pass.
You said you had some pushback for JT.
I thought I forgot what I was pushing back on. Somebody said.
My bad, bro.
Oh, that's what it was.
Can I add one thing?
He was talking to the actual table. I thought he was talking in general.
Okay.
So we're good.
Go ahead, Venus.
I just remembered that, if I'm not mistaken, because it seems like JT seen it, I think somebody mentioned NLE Chopper's age first. And that might have been why he felt the need to try to assert himself. I think he actually got defensive because he felt the dismissal pretty early, right? Somebody did throw his age out there as a way to disqualify him. And then that's why I think he started like standing on it. And I think some older people have a little bit of like a superiority complex. And to an extent, I get it because I guess technically you kind of are the superior one. But I think the mistake is like, again, age does not always equal wisdom. There are people who are older than you who are not smarter than you. It's just a fact. Like that
Yes.
doesn't. I don't know where it's a fantasy. Like Robert, you shaking your head, but you're like the main one thinking that just because
Yeah,
you're
you
older,
can't
that
call
means
my
you're
name and I don't speak, man. That's disingenuous
Well,
because I know
actually,
you. Phoenix.
I was
wait,
going
I
to
want
do
to
it.
hear
What up,
If
I
Scam?
you
I'm
want to
did.
not
hear what he's
talking to you,
gonna
Walt.
say
Come on,
first.
you passed, dog.
Yeah, but I was going to do it, so I'll just co-sign on that calling name out about that older that. So go ahead, continue,
Yeah,
Venus.
because for example, you mentioned traveling to all these countries, right? And being in the military, right? So when it comes to those particular things, you might be the superior one in the conversation. When it came to those things, that doesn't make you the superior in all things.
How many
So
children you got?
you're
How many
picking
children do you
areas
have,
of
Venus?
expertise in your life
Venus, how many children do
and
you
thinking that
have?
it puts you above everybody else when it doesn't, right? Because life is all encompassing. There's a lot of parts to life
I'm gonna
outside
expand
of
out.
travel in the military. So
Could
yeah,
you
in certain
just talk
regards,
crazy?
you
Could
will
you
be
just
the
talk?
superior one. And then in other regards, the younger person might be superior to you, but you're not leaving room for that. You think just I'm older, I've traveled, I know everything.
Well, I think it's safe to say that age doesn't actually equal wisdom.
I'll
I
agree with
mean,
I
that.
agree.
I mean,
See, I
does
don't think this.
anybody
I
agree
don't
with
think this.
me?
Do you hear me? Because everybody talks over when I talk, Freezy. I'm trying to respect your show, dog.
You're
Yeah.
not, because you kept cutting in when I was talking, but go ahead.
Yeah. Go. You. Of course, I want to make sure. I want to make some room for you, Rob. But just for word for the wise, when I'm talking, I think it's okay to just wait till I'm done. It's okay. But go ahead. You can go ahead and just give your thought. I want you to give your thought. That was my intention in the first place.
Venus, I want to talk to you directly. You made a comment about highlighting I've been around the world, and that might make me shine a little bit. Let me ask you directly, how many children do you have?
0.
How many grandchildren do you have?
0.
How many homes do you own?
0.
How many cars do you own?
1. What is your point?
You ain't been through nothing, baby.
What?
You ain't lived life yet. You
See,
ain't
this
had
is
a
the
baby.
problem.
You ain't been married. You ain't
You
owned no
know,
property.
how you know I ain't been married? Did you ask?
I asked you, do you have a
How you
baby?
know I didn't have a kid that died? Did you ask? You
I
don't know
said,
what
do you
I've
have any
been through. You don't know
Freezy?
what I've
No.
been through. So this is my issue with you older, ignorant ass people. I'm gonna go on mute, Freezy, because I can't. We can move on.
Well, I was letting y'all have the back and forth because when you was talking, he kind of was interrupting too. So that's why I'm kind of letting it be fair. But go ahead, Rob. She said she went
He's
on
one of
mute.
those people, like I said, who's just older but not wiser than me. That's a fact, and I could see it. So I really don't have nothing else to say to him.
Can I say something?
I'm saying I wanted to make sure Rob finished his thought. Go ahead, Rob.
Nah, let JT go. Go ahead, JT.
Okay, go ahead, JT.
All right. So knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. KRS-One. He said, old people have to listen to young people. Young people have to listen to old people. The reason why old people need to listen to young people is because it makes us go faster in the world, which is theirs right now. The reason why young people need to listen to old people is because it makes them go faster in the world that they're in. It makes a lot of sense when we balance it out. However, there are old fools. There are guys out here right now that are 60 years old and they're doing the same thing that they were doing when they were 18, right? When you have young guys, they ain't lived long enough for us to be able to put what's going to happen to them, right? This is the reason why that young man needs to be in that room with them. That's the reason why he has to be, so they can actually have him to go faster. But they have to listen to him first, right? Because it's not like he doesn't have some form of information, some form of something where they can put what was knowledge. Because guess what old people end up doing? They miss a lot of the knowledge, right? They end up being old as hell, and they didn't pay attention when they was young. So they'll say, because he's 22 years old, when they was 22, they wasn't paying attention when they were 22. So they'll look at him as if he's supposed to be on the same space that they were in when they were 22. That's not fair. Even if that young man is living at a space at 22 years old where he's flawed, everybody else is too. This is why he's supposed to be at that table. The reason why, because I want him, this is what we end up doing as older folks. I want you to be better than me. You know where we do that with? Our kids. I want my kids to be better than me. So I will impart my wisdom, but I can't impart my wisdom if I don't know what they're actually going through, right? I don't know the stuff that they talk about when they talking about the lingo that they talking about. It's fun when me and my kids get to talk. I got a 28 and I got a 23-year-old. And they get to talking about certain stuff. I'll be like, we were saying that back then. It just meant a little something different. And we have fun with it, right? I'm not sitting back and going because they made a mistake or they was doing something and they wasn't moving in the world like they said, like I wanted them to move, that I'm just going to tell them that it's over with. Can't do that because I don't know. I have my 23-year-old, she be thinking, she talk just like, she thinks she got all the wisdom in the world, right? And then when she starts seeing, I tell her, I only say it one time, don't do that shit. She gonna fuck you up. Well, she got every reason in the world to tell me why she should do it. And then when she failed at it, guess what she ended up doing? I should have listened to what you were saying, Pops. You was right. And she can actually articulate why she made the mistake. If she succeeded in it, I'd be like, damn, I didn't even see that even coming. Right? My whole thing is be fearless. Sometimes if I'm telling you something, it's just because of what I went through, not because I know exactly that's going to happen for you. It was just that what happened with me, right? So we have to have these conversations and we have to give each other the credence and we have to give each other the respect to say, hey, listen, because I tell my kids, this is your world. It's your life. I can only advise you now. All that other shit, when I was a benevolent dictator and all that, that was when you was a kid and you was very, very young. I'm an advisor now in your life. That's basically where I'm at now. We ain't got all those problems. But if it's someone that's out there outside of my kids, and it's a young man that I'm talking to, or a young woman that I'm talking to, the only thing I can do is just advise them. I'm not going to get upset and mad because they ain't listening and all that. I just take my energy somewhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Can I just say, did anybody watch the Earthquake special on Netflix?
No.
And he just said, he made the joke and he said, I just advise my kids now. I don't give a fuck what they do, but I'll tell them and I hang up the phone and I'll wait for the call back. It's on Netflix. Y'all should watch it.
No, I seen it. I seen it.
But JT, you know what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah.
you get to a point when your kids get to a point, like I got a 33-year-old and a 31-year-old. You think they listen to me? No.
No, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it a way that it's kind of like this. They're gonna do it at a way that they see fit. Sometimes the way that we think can be a little outdated. That's why I like talking to. I got a grandson now. I love talking to him. He's way more advanced than I was.
How many
you know what I'm saying?
I got 5 of them.
I just got one. That's it. I just got
See,
one.
I
I
got
don't want all
5
the
of
damn
them.
kids.
Let me tell you how cute my life is. I got 5 of them from age 14 to 5. And all of them have different personalities.
Yeah.
Girl, boy, boy, girl, girl. I love them kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to tell you some shit is out of order. We lost manners at a certain point in life.
But do you think that the 22-year-old, do you think that he's still out of pocket for being at that table with them brothers though?
They should never put him at the advanced level right now.
That's not advanced. If
That
you
was
you gotta
advanced.
watch it.
Hold up.
You have to
You're
you have to
being
watch the
unfair.
table.
Hold on,
They're
watch
not
this though, sir.
advanced. This is what I'm
Watch
talking
this.
about. They're not advanced.
Listen, this is
We're
why
not
I say you
above
gotta
him.
watch. So this is why I say you gotta watch the table, because you have a 43-year-old that's sitting there telling that 22-year-old he don't know what the fuck he talking about.
But how much
And that's when it got
42-year-old
tense.
make? But hold up, Mr. JT, can I just interject? Y'all made a point to say TLE Chopper made $5 million. How much did Kurt Franklin make? How much did Jonathan Majors make? Like these are big, these are
but I
big
already
dudes. They got weight, they got
we
movement
already
out
put.
there.
No, that's my point of saying that he deserves to be at the table, because he was sitting. Remember what I said earlier? He was sitting at the table with a bunch of millionaires, but they're a lot older than him, right? So to be 22 years old and to be able to have the shit that he got going on that's on his back, he needs somebody to be able to have counsel. He needs to have somebody to have counsel with. If he ain't at that table, he may not be at a table that'll be able to save his life. He may be. That's why when you look at the table, you will understand what I'm saying. These cats were all talking about self-deletions, bro. Agreed. And that young man was right there with them, and he needed the counsel that's there. There's no way that you can tell me that a grown man should not be sitting at a table with grown men. He's grown.
Also,
he's an adult.
Also, let me say this. Also, the acknowledgement of NLE Chopper's net worth, it wasn't to compare his net worth with the other men on the on the tables. It was just to say that at a young age of 22 years old, it's not a lot of, let alone young men, but people in general that's has actually been able to actually make it to that type of financial status, right? So there is a level of pressure on a man that young, as far as like what we mentioned, survivor's guilt, and him mentioning that he takes care of a lot of funerals around his way, and he a lot of mothers cry on his shoulder, they depend on him, and it's just a lot of he's taking on responsibility that he probably wouldn't have had if he wasn't worth that amount. And I did want to note that his net worth is substantially higher actually than, because you mentioned other men on the table. His net worth is substantially higher than Jonathan Majors. If you Google Jonathan Majors' net worth right now, it's right now, as far as the Google AI, it's only saying $500,000. That's it.
Freezy, I had a question for you.
So obviously he took a hit from that case that he had or whatever, and him being blackballed in the industry. Go ahead, Scam.
Well, first, have we made a decision to burn this? I got more than you. I'm bigger than you, so therefore you got to listen. Has that been burnt with a blowtorch yet? Or do I need to beat it up some more?
No, we done with that, bro. That's not even, that should never even be a conversation. How much money, how many marbles I got in my pocket than you? That's crazy to be talking about.
I'm just making sure,
how much money.
I was gonna have to fire up the dust. Okay, I can take a break now.
Oh man,
let's react to some
Freezy,
more.
I gotta say one thing, please. It's important.
Go ahead, Venus, and after you go, we're gonna react.
Chopper is more advanced than the average 40-year-old in America, no matter what race.
No.
If we're going by money, status, and success, like you like to do, Robert. He's excelling all of you.
Why does she keep getting to throw shots at me though?
It's not a shot. I'm just talking directly to you.
I ain't even talking to you. Stop that.
Okay, I don't have to talk to you. So Freezy, he's doing better than most men in the entire country.
Yeah, I agree.
And to be a millionaire at 22 years old, coming from where he's from, he's not a drug addict. He's highly against drugs. He's very much about natural herbs, and he talks about how to heal the body through the earth, and he's been on that from 19. And he's a lot more advanced than a lot of these men. They could learn something from the 22-year-old.
No.
I'm glad you said that, Vina, because I didn't know anything about him. I just
Oh
knew
yeah,
from what I seen there.
he's a rapper, you know, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, if you get it, that's how I started seeing him. He used to make these videos talking about all these different natural things you could take and not eating meat and all these different things.
Okay.
So if we want to put things into perspective, yeah, he technically is above most men in America.
And
I got a question.
Just in terms of status and health alone.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Venus, but I think his last project, I think he kind of went independent on it. I think a lot of it was independent. I don't know. I might be wrong, but
No, I think he from what I've read, he deals with that. He deals with Kick. A lot of people don't know what Kick is. You know, he deals with a lot of. I mean, he talking about making bread, bro. He done. You know, his whole thing is again, like Venus was just saying, from just looking at it, being a better man. How about that? Being a better human being. So he deserves to be at that table. He may be able to teach them something, right? It just is what it is.
Real quick, Scam, and shout out to Ronald for joining the show.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Scam.
I think it was JT and Robert that was talking about younger people you talk to that aren't listening. Why aren't they listening?
I said that if they're not, I take my energy somewhere else. Yeah, I don't listen. I talk to young folks, man, and if they're not listening or if they don't want to, I take my energy somewhere else. Shit, I ain't got that long on this earth. What you talk about? I got four more Christmases. Shit.
Oh, that actually answers.
This boy got a health and wellness website where he sells herbs to heal your body. He organizes community cleanup events. He provides scholarships for underprivileged youth. Like y'all said, he pays for funerals. A lot of things he doesn't have to do, and the average 22-year-old is not interested in doing.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's superior to a lot of men, regardless of his
the
age.
average 50-year-old is not interested in doing that.
Why you throw 50 in there, Freezy? You throwing shade now.
We just got to keep it 100.
Throwing shade now, Freeze. Don't do that, Paul.
No, because it's adding context to the whole conversation. Is a reason why, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But no, we as the conversation. This is actually a good conversation because it's actually breaking down the why there's so many barriers between
old niggas and young niggas.
Generation. Yeah.
Like I don't know why the ladies part of the conversation. It's 6 dudes right here.
But Robert, let me tell you something, Robert. Freezy, do you remember like 2-3 years ago when we did in real time and we did a podcast with the young generation and the old generation and how bad that shit turned out? We tried it twice. And we one of the things that we agreed, you remember that?
Yeah.
And we agreed.
It was bad. It went bad too.
It went real bad. Yeah. And the only thing that we can agree is that we have a problem between generations right now. And that was just all men. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the reasons why when I hear this, I'm like, no, man, we have to do better. Yeah. Especially as being black men. So that was like 3 years ago when we did it.
Just for clarifying,
thank you, JT, because they had all men twice and it failed. So that don't mean nothing. Some of y'all just old and ignorant. No matter who you're talking to.
Why is she part of the conversation? She's
so hold on, Robert. Just for a clarifier, and no disrespect, but for one, she's a part of the conversation because it's my panel, and
You want me to get off?
No.
Okay.
I'm not gesturing. I'm not gesturing for you to get off. You're the one taking the initiative to gesture for somebody else to get off on the show.
Because she keeps attacking me, Freezy. You don't even say nothing when she does it.
Well, I mean, I'm not looking at it as
you
she's
said,
attacking
why is
you.
the woman a part of the conversation? So I'm responding to what you said.
Yeah, I'm about to get off.
You attacked me first too.
No, but I'm saying he's a grown man. He can get off if he wants to. But I'm just saying, we just having a mature conversation, man. And like I said, we have to learn how to have healthy pushbacks or disagreements, especially if you're in your 50s, But we're gonna get back to reacting to this video. Shout out to Ronald. I'm gonna get you in as soon as possible, Ronald. Here we go.
Moment you can't discern or decipher that.
But
right, it will lead.
In that moment, you can't.
No.
But if you keep,
I want to say something real quick. I want to say something real quick.
Make that connection.
I think I'm a church kid, so, and I'm 42 now. So, and I'm a church kid in the sense of like there was nothing else. It is just Jesus. There's no medicine. There's no therapy. There's no divorce. Somehow, if your husband's beating you, God's gonna, like, everything is God's gonna do it. God's got a plan, right? That's all you
That's
have.
what you're dealing with at the table, NLE.
Yeah.
See,
No.
in NLE's defense, let me just say this.
But I'm not religious. I'm not Christian. I'm not none of these things. I just believe in God. I go straight to source.
Right.
Feel me?
But here's what I want
I
to say.
get what you're saying. I get how what I'm saying could be.
No. I'm not even
because,
saying that. I'm just speaking from my experience, not even directly to what you said or what you meant.
No, I receive.
But what John and Jay was saying, it's like when I was young, that made sense, right? I'm not.
What
is not
made
ageist.
sense? What made sense?
What you're saying? God somehow this is going to make sense because God's going to make it make sense. God has a plan, and that was true for me when I was young, right? When I got older, and when my brother died, and as a child, it's just, well, God kind of called him home. God had a better plan for him. No man understands God's thing. When I was a kid in that, with somebody else's grandma, somebody else's brother, that was cool. And I'm even telling them that. Yeah, don't worry about it. God's got you. Jesus is here. Jesus, just pray. Jesus died for this. All of a sudden, after 40 years of saying that stuff, and I'm not saying you don't believe it, because I believe it too. Oh yeah, God's got you, brother. I'm praying for you, right? And I'm hearing that until it was me. And then you're looking at God like, where?
But did he have you? Did he? My thing is,
here's the
hold
thing.
up, did God have you though? Did he not?
I don't believe he did. That's my truth.
You said you didn't know then, or you still don't know now?
Still now.
You don't
And
know.
also in the Bible, people in the Bible were like, Jesus was like, I don't understand what is happening.
It's not meant for you to understand. Mm-hmm.
Right, but this is what I'm saying though. Hear what I'm saying. In that moment, when my
So,
I knew you was gonna stop it there.
Kev on stage was he was expressing how he does feel alone, and his immediate circle, who he actually trusts, which was only two, now it's one because he lost one, and he was expressing that he will admit, even though he grew up in church, that he doesn't feel like God has him, in this stage of his life, and he does feel alone. And NLE Choppa interrupted and said, do you feel like God has you now? And Kev on stage said, no, I don't. And I think Kev on stage was trying to express kind of, sort of, around about the same thing that Jonathan Major was expressing earlier, as far as, let's just have a real conversation. A lot of times, even though we have a church background, we still have moments of doubt in our life. Is, as far as like, we're at a low point in our life, and even God, it seems like God is not answering. So I think they were just trying to have a real conversation, but NLE Choppa is trying to drive through. You're not alone. You're not. God is the answer. God is there for you. You're never alone. You're never alone. And he's 22 years old, right? And I think the older men are kind of feeling like, yeah, but please let me express myself. I want to just get this out. But NLE Choppa is telling them, and he is kind of interrupting a little bit. He was saying, no, God got you. God, you're never alone. God got you. It's you and God. And so I wanted to get y'all opinion. Coach Ferg, give me the thumbs up, man, if you want to come up on camera. Okay, gotcha. What do y'all think about I'm gonna start with Ronald, since he just got up here. What do you think about what Kev on stage was saying as far as him being transparent about how he feels and having a church background? And we all know he's a comedian. I think somebody said it earlier. I want to say it was either Venus or JT that I think he's in more of like he's in like the gospel
He's
comedy.
a Christian. He's
comedy.
a Christian guy comic. Yeah.
So this
Christian
is his
comic.
representation, and even he's saying he doesn't feel like God has his back right now, even in this time in his life.
Yeah, what's up, everyone?
Want you to speak. What's going on, Ron? I want you to speak to that.
Y'all can hear me well?
Yes, we hear you very well. And shout out to Coach Ferg as well. Just joined the show.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Ronald.
I totally understand where he's coming from, and that is actually similar to what Jonathan Majors was going through. When we ask God for help, He gives us three answers: either yes, no, or wait. In Kev's situation, unfortunately his answer was a no. His brother passed away. In Jonathan Major's situation, his answer was a wait. So he had to wait a while, go through his tribulations, then eventually it's coming back better for him right now. So it's unfortunately, in that situation, NLE Choppa, he's 22 years old. I'm okay with having the conversation with him, but he need to like just chill for a little bit. Let him finish it, let him finish telling his story. Then he could intervene. But when he was just jumping in, that was disrespectful. And that's what made the other people annoyed, especially Jonathan Majors.
So you think that was kind of kind of poor the way he was stepping in?
Yeah, and that was also part of his youth, because don't get me wrong, like I said before, he deserves to be a part of the conversation. And he does have, if you listen to him speak, he does have knowledge. Whether you agree with him or disagree with him, he has some knowledge. But I think his youth was getting the best of him, where he wanted to jump into the conversation to show them all the knowledge he had, whether they agreed or disagree with him. So even though you have knowledge, it's best to sometimes just chill, wait your turn, then have the conversation.
You know what I noticed too, Ronald, and I want you to speak to this too. Seemed like he had a lot of zeal too in that conversation, like just a lot of zeal for God.
Yeah.
What you think about that? Do you think what's your what is it called? Reconcile. What's your reconcile with his zeal? And you saying that it was kind of disrespectful with him like butting in.
Could you break down when you say zeal? Can you break it down so I can make sure I answer you correctly?
So I think the reason why he kept interrupting is because he, it just seemed like he was displaying a lot of zeal for God. He was trying to get everybody to understand, no, God is the answer. God, you're never alone, right? Seemed like he had a lot of zeal, but you're saying that it still came off as disrespectful the way he was butting in. How do you reconcile? How do you reconcile the zeal that he has and him also being disrespectful? Is there a middle ground? Is there a middle ground with that?
The middle ground is just wait your turn. That's the only thing. Just just like when we have these panels, a lot of times, sometimes people jump in. Even like one of the jokes I always make is that all my years, the 3 years I've been on these panels, when we talk about relationships, is usually the single people talking more and the married people in the background just waiting their turn and can't even jump into the conversation. And that was in that situation. Like I said, he just had to wait his turn, just like all the other men. Like I said, the other men with knowledge or the other men with experience and older, they know, okay, you know what? I have something to say. There was even one part of I watched the whole video. There was even one part where the doctor said, look at Kevin on stage and said, Kevin on stage, you look like you have something to say, right? So even though Kevin on stage was a 42-year-old man or whatever, and he had something to say, he just waited his turn. And somebody looked at him and said, you look like you have something to say. You want to talk? Right? But NLE Choppa wouldn't have waited. He would have just jumped in. Like I said, that's part of being, that's part of being 22 years old. You know, there's something in my mind. I can't wait. But you cannot act like you're the most important person in the room when there's other men there also, and especially when you're the younger. You got to be in the back of your mind. You're like, you know what? If they accepted me in this room, you know, I need to know how to behave myself.
I got pushback.
Shout out to Venus, man.
Super chat.
Shout out to Venus's $10 super cap. And could y'all listen to Venus and do what she said? She said, let's support our brother Freezy. This is a great conversation.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate you, Venus. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either do what my sister Venus did by sending a super cap, aka super chat, or a cash cap, which is right above scam. It's dollar sign Freezy no cap. That's dollar sign Freezy no cap. And the third way is the PayPal no Cap-tivity with Freeze. No Cap-tivity with Freeze. If you appreciate the conversation, or if you want your comments read and highlighted, if you got some opinions, I'll be very happy to read your opinion. Shout out to the chat, man. Go ahead. Somebody was about to go. Somebody.
Yeah, I just got some pushback.
Go ahead, Scam.
And it's just kind of, if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit with Ronald. If these older men got all the answers, then this younger man shouldn't have to a perfect life, because the older guy's life's perfect too. Because he don't deserve to be at that table, because they perfect somehow, and because he's young, he don't know nothing. Or just like on the panels when you say, and panels are mostly dust anyway, but the older married guys got all the answers. But they were quoting word for word the same dumbass talking points that the single dudes is talking. But somehow, because they married, they got all the answers. And if all the married people got all the answers, there'd be no single people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I never said that.
Somebody got to be. No, I'm just saying the whole, this whole thing. Well, I got this. If that's the table, flip that bitch over. Flip the table over and go. Honestly, I don't care how many millions these people got. People listen to people that they know, they like, and they trust, and really that they believe in. So when the young people ain't listening, the question is why. And if the older people is talking in circles, judging and throwing stuff, why should the young people listen anyway?
Scam, I don't think you heard anything I just said. I said, if we're on a panel, you should wait your turn. And
I agree with the waiting turn. But when you were talking about the married and the singles and whatever, do you acknowledge married people say some dumb shit? The foundation
so you
of
went
these
to that.
panels are married people making money, pitching dumb shit to single people, and it going around in circles. That's the foundation.
No, what I said is a lot of times, and I hate that you actually jumped in this to derail the conversation, but that wasn't the main point of the conversation. What I was trying to say is a lot of times when we talk about relationships, a lot of times the people who have more experience, they don't even get a chance to talk. It's usually the single people who's usually speaking more about the conversation. But that wasn't I don't know why you focused on that. Once again, just like Robert, you kind of derailing the conversation, right? Off the main topic. What I was my main point, what I was trying to say is that NLE Choppa, he kept on butting in, and just like everybody else was able to wait their turn, he should have waited his turn, let the other guys finish. It's very disrespectful, no matter who you are, right? If NLE Choppa was at the 22-year-old man was speaking and they kept on butting in, that would be disrespectful also, right? They all around there, you know, just please wait your turn, so, you know, and be respectful. That's all I was saying.
Okay, if it's just to wait your turn, I can agree with that. If it's just a matter of timing and interrupting or whatever. But if it's a fact of these people are up here and you young, so you don't, if it's that, that's some bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a question? And Freezy, y'all,
One second, JT. Let me read this.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to my brother, Next Level. Shout out to Next Level. Thank you, Next Level. I appreciate you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for the $10 cash cap. First cash cap of the night. He said, age doesn't equal spiritual wisdom. Age doesn't equal spiritual wisdom. Shout out to Next Level.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, JT.
I got a question. So I don't know which one it is, but would you say that just on on that panel, that when he was talking at the table, that he was like either Peter or Paul.
Talking about
I don't know
NLE
which
Choppa?
one. Yeah. So, for instance, I don't know which one it is. Is it Peter that talked a lot? He spoke a whole lot. He had a lot of knowledge.
Peter had a lot of zeal too. Yeah.
And he had a lot of zeal, and and the thing was with so I think it was Peter that spoke, and he just talk. And
Peter
he was saying the right things.
Peter be ready. He was about it too. He was ready to go.
He was about it. Yeah. So that's what I looked at him as being in the spirit, and that's funny because actually, they're showing that I'm kind of reading the Bible a little bit. Hey, I rock with you, Freezy. I rock with you on Sundays, homie.
No Cap-tivity.
When I hear it, like that's my whole thing. When I see him, when I saw him at the table, I was just like, man, first, just listening, I'm like, okay, there's a lot of things that he's saying that definitely is regurgitated. No doubt about it. He's young, but he's getting his knowledge from somewhere, right? That's why when I said earlier that the older brothers and the younger brothers, we actually have to get a balance with one another, right? Because nobody at that table is even close to being this person that's giving, wisdom, knowledge, and all of this. They're all sitting back and they're having the conversation with each other. So when you have a 22-year-old that's sitting at the table and he's saying the things that he's saying, it's kind of catching them off guard. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's why when I was saying, I want you to play a little more of the video because I got to get ready to go. But man, it's goddamn conversation. It's just, this shit is popping, man.
I'm about to play it right after Ferg get his time in. And I'm gonna start the conversation back. Welcome back to Rob. Welcome back, Rob.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, for what you've been listening in for a little minute, for, and I know you got a lot of opinions. What's your initial thought?
Well, what's up, Freezy, man? Salute, man. Listen, man. This is what I was alluding to the other day. And this is JT. You heard me say this all the time. This is where the man need to be. Out there with them younger dudes, because I don't be nice because I don't care about a nigga's feelings online. There's truth and logic. Your feelings are for your mama, your dad, and your loved ones. Tell them your feelings. However, he's speaking to what I do every day. This young man has found a purpose early. And a lot of us ain't never did that shit. We in our 35s and 40s. Now we trying to find our purpose, and you sort of stuck in a conundrum. Because in one side you want to blame everybody, in the other side you want to go get it, but you're scared to say, "Hey, you know what? I just don't know how to do it. Could somebody give me some answers? I think this needs to happen more on a smaller scale, because I say it all the time. I was saying it. When you get those brothers in that group and they get to talking about their life, 9 out of 10 of them done went through the similar things. But again, people resort to their feelings first instead of saying, you know what? This little brother might have something. He said what I be saying. A brother, a man in his early 20s, 21, 22, get away from your mama, your cousins, them girls that don't like you. Get away from your friends that always passing you the blunt, want you to get high and drunk. Get away from them. Get out into the wilderness, to the world. Go do something different to find your purpose. It might not happen today because you want it to. You can't curse God because it didn't happen when you was in your feelings about it. You got to put in the work and allow it to come when you ready. This brother is the same age as my son. I used to tell him, everything I done told you, I can't keep telling you going into your 20s and 30s. You got to get the hell away from me, your mama, and go live life. He wanted to go to college. I said, go try that shit. But you ain't go commit to it. 4 months in, not even the first semester. You know what? You're right.
Damn.
I said, but I told him, you can't come back here until you prepare yourself. That nigga got his CDL in July. He done been I've been tracking his miles. Since July, he done put in down there 80,000 miles on the road. When he
Damn.
called me now, he's telling me, you know what? They need more of you out there. He's telling me, Pops, get out there and talk. Go to them younger folk. Because these older 40 something, they telling everybody up under them, be scared. Focus on the small stuff instead of taking the opportunity to say, you know what? Life is real right now. What can I do to be better? It ain't about me being in my feelings. These are the guys that I talk to every day who been through some shit. They got felonies. People have been telling them that they ain't shit all day. You know how I feel to see grown men crying on your shoulder, believing that they can't do nothing? It takes time.
I got
And I shut up on this. But again, you can always have pushback. I don't care about you. You can have pushback, push that shit all the way to your door, down the hill. What I'm saying for any brother who's in a space right now where you don't see the light, you have to step back. You have to step back from what's comfortable. It's comfortable hanging around your friends. It's comfortable saying that somebody else did it. When you got the power and when that third eye come on, can't nothing stop you. You'll never believe that you'll fail. You'll always look at it from a winner's point of view. Even if you don't win at that moment, that's when God's voice will come to you and say, slow down. It's going to take a little bit more time. But in the meantime, don't stop putting in work because blessings come in levels. Way people was thinking in their 20s. There's a lot of niggas on YouTube, a lot of dudes out here got felonies, everything. But did that stop them? No. They still got to keep going. But to me, the message to the younger folk, again, I don't care about feelings because YouTube, everybody got a story. Everybody can cry if they sit down and told their stories to each other. But when you get to that space in life, I don't care what age you is, you have to be willing to move. Ain't nothing in that Bible because Jesus walked every day. How many dudes walking, getting outside, just being under the sun, clearing their mind? Not a lot. Everybody wants to stay in their house, keep their blinds closed, their shades down, don't let no fresh air in, thinking the same thoughts, going through the same thing. You can't do that as a black man in America. I'm sorry. So if you want better, now is the time to do it. And if you ain't built for it, step out of the way of these young dudes and let these young dudes get out here and shine. That's the message I give to the young dudes. I don't care about niggas' feelings. So, hey, it is what it is at this point.
Shout out to Coach Ferg, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, Scam.
When you don't care about people's feelings, you probably don't care about the people either. There's these things called mental health. This thing called religion. There's these things called relationships. These are feeling based. A thing called entertainment. Entertainment is feelings based. Leadership is feelings management based. But you tell them that ain't important. Them felonies them people got, chasing behind women and trying to fit in and all, that's feelings. That's what it is. But you tell them, no, that ain't important. Y'all go figure that on your own. Just go do something else, knowing that if they can't manage their emotions and their feelings, they don't have enough to go out and make it anyway. But just tell them, oh, don't worry about that. Go to your mama. And then you wonder why the woman is leading the community. You told them to.
Can I respond?
I get part of what you're saying because the world does not care about how you feel. That I do understand. There's a way to express it. But if you over push, feelings ain't nothing. Be a man. You actually can cause more damage because the stuff does matter. There's TVs, dust panels, and everything. This world operates on feelings. How do you think they win elections? Feelings. How do you think products are sold? Commercials. TV, radio, feelings. What do people go get money for? Feelings. That's what this world really is, and it always was. No, I just want food and I just want numbers on the sky because I'm logical. That's the bullshit. But go ahead.
Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
Scale, let me ask you this question. When you first meet somebody who's already broken, who's already down, where do you meet them at?
Where they are.
Exactly. And they're looking for you to get them out of that hole. So you're going to say, hey, stay in the hole, and we'll talk about it? Or you gonna say, hey, there's a way to get out of this hole, but it's gonna take some work.
How
And
do you get
yes,
them out of the
I'm
hole? Hold on. How do you get them out of the hole without finding out how they got there and what the hole is? And most of the time, what that hole is probably based on how something is making them feel on a daily basis. What makes people delete themselves and delete others? Fear. What are most of the homicides? What are they based on? Are they premeditated, or is something feeling based? We can dismiss it if you want, but it does matter. It's not the whole thing, but it is a very
about
important part.
suicide and we cool. Like he just bringing up dumb stuff and we all cool.
Hey,
Like
can
y'all
I
just
break
saying
y'all?
it's
Can I
not
break
scared
y'all
of
off?
God.
Robert,
Can I
what you
break
saying again?
y'all off a little bit, man? I'm about to get ready to go.
Because you
I just
talking about
wanted to
sitting
say.
at the table,
Go ahead.
Robert. You
Hold
the
on.
one
1 second.
smoking
1
and
second.
drinking on a damn chat.
Hold on, Scam.
Make some
Scam,
space for
I'm-
JT. JT
Let's
say
see
he
your
about to.
table. You
We got you,
smoking and
Scam.
Go
drunk.
ahead,
You
JT.
don't
I got you,
tell us
Scam.
what we
JT
got
say he
going
about
on.
to drop, and then let
Yeah,
him say.
I'm
Go ahead,
about to get up.
JT.
I'm about to get up out of here, man. Look.
Go ahead, JT.
This conversation is great, man. I hope you play more of the video, Freezy. If you might have to make a part 2 of this, man. It was really, really good. And I think we have to go back to the whole point of us as black men being able to know how to talk to one another, and also be vulnerable with not just ourselves, but to learn how to be vulnerable with our wives, not girlfriends, not goddamn woman that you screwing. It's wives. If y'all ain't trying to get married no more, then you know this conversation won't be for you. It won't be for you. At the end of the
Vulnerability is
day,
feelings, right?
at the end of the day, we have to start advancing the way that we talk to one another, advancing the way that we talk to the younger generation, so they can talk to the better. We have to be the example for the younger generation. Right now, they ain't really got no examples from them. So
Shout out
that young
to you,
man,
JT.
yes, sir, that young man right there that we discussing, he's gonna learn as long as he be around people that's actually men and women that are actually caring about community, because we know we got some work in front of us. Love you, Freezy. Love you, Scam. Coach, my man Robert, Ronald. Hey, man, it's been a real one, bro.
Yeah,
All right,
love
I'll
me
talk to
though.
you later on, man.
Love me
All right,
though.
take care.
JT, before you go,
Yes, sir.
being vulnerable,
Mm-hmm.
that's emotional management, correct?
Yeah, it can be. Perhaps.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good
Yes,
night.
sir. All right, brother.
All right,
I'll holler back
JT.
at y'all, man.
Let's
Peace.
get it.
No captivity.
All right. Rob, I'm gonna get you in right after I'm gonna play some more of this clip, and then you the first one after I play this clip, Rob.
I think you should go to Ronald first.
Ronald, well, I'm saying you just can't. Ronald went already.
I ain't heard a lot. I ain't heard a lot from him, and he in 804. He from around my way, so I want to hear what he got to say.
You want to just moderate? You just want to?
No, I want to. I'm just saying I ain't heard that man speak a lot. I just got back on.
I'm saying I can
And
let
he
you
from around
moderate.
I saw the 804.
I can just let
So
you run
when
the
he
show.
around my way-
I can let you run the show if you wanted. You know. All right, here we go.
Right, and we talking about the celebrity, fame, and all this type of stuff, and I'm sure we all know this. Your circle of like actual trust people that you know, if everything about you that everybody loves was gone, the amount of people who would be like, hey brother, you Uber, I don't care, come by the house, we're playing Uno. That amount of people that you really actually trust is usually less than 5 people, maybe 2 or 3 people.
1000%.
Right? For me, one of those 2 people is gone.
1000%.
So now it's like, and then you have people at the church, at the funeral, oh brother, God's got you. Okay, I hear y'all, okay? But that person is gone.
Do you know what we're talking about? Let me
spiritual bypass.
No. Is he gone though? Is that person really gone?
That
energy
is dead.
If energy never died,
No.
Let me ask you this, NLE.
really
Let me tell you what's happening, Kim. Let me tell you what you're dealing with at the table. I'm gonna share something with you.
I'm dealing with the same thing.
What? No, and I'm dealing. And I respect it.
I deal with.
And I know that you are.
I deal with the way. I deal with people dying in the most violent way, and I gotta go to their funerals, pay for them motherfuckers, and they mama have to cry on my shoulder.
I'm not discounting that.
I'm not discounting either, but I'm saying.
Well, no. First of all, I am very grateful that the space for conversation is just happening.
Me too, bro.
They was having a chance to talk. Yeah,
No, this is actually the conversation.
Yes. But I do want you to know, and I do want you to know what you're also walking into is because
I know what I'm walking into.
Well, if you don't mind,
Yes, sir.
if I can frame it like this, if you don't mind, just give me a second, and I really appreciate that. You're also talking to people, and I want to go to this with you, Ray J. It's because you were raised in the church too. This is what you also do. See, you had, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I need your help on this. You weren't raised in church, were you?
My grandmother on my dad's side took my pops to church 3 to 4 times a week, sometimes 2 times a day.
What about you?
I'm a product of that.
Okay.
That veered my father away from church.
Wow.
I wasn't in church every day and all this.
Good,
Every
good.
Sunday. I was not. I can't say.
Which is
but
good.
I still receive what he felt. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's a generational thing.
Yes,
that gets
yes, sir.
passed down.
Yes, sir.
So whether I feel it the way he felt it or not, I still feel it secondhand. You feel me?
Well, let me tell you why I said that. It's because I appreciate and love when people did not have to be forced to go to church and have stuff thrown down their throats, because it gives them a different way to paint their picture of the journey.
I get what you're saying, but going to church isn't the solution, man.
No,
I get,
I'm not disagreeing with you, King. I'm sharing with you what you're walking into.
And
What's happening at the table is that for a lot of us, let's call it what it is, religious trauma. What we're dealing with a lot at this table is because we have had people make us feel bad.
You know why though? It's a thing where you have us here as people, you have God, and then this is what happened. We got to go through all these different things to get primarily the source. Primarily the source. You know what I have a problem with? One of the things I have a problem with, and it may be controversial. A lot of people may say this and may say that. I don't like, let me say it in a manner to where it's extremely intelligent. Let me think on it. In Christianity, it's a thing where people praise the Son more than they praise the Father. And that's what I don't like.
Okay.
Because if we are man made in a likeness, Jesus is our brother. You get what I'm saying? Why would I drop down and praise my brother instead of praising my father? And that goes back to honoring your parents.
I just gotta say something.
Good.
Have you read the Bible?
I read the Bible, I listen to the Bible, I receive from source straight.
I would say read it again.
Sir.
Let me ask you a question, Ray J. How has it?
Damn! Hey, come on, man.
So I think that was like the peak moment where Jonathan Majors, he asked him, "Have you read the Bible, young man?" He said, "Yeah, I read it. I listened to it." And then Jonathan Majors came back and said, I think you need to read it again. And a lot of people took that comment as like as slick. He was kind of being slick with him or whatever or whatnot. And I don't know exactly why Jonathan Majors felt compelled to tell him that. I think maybe it was because NLE Choppa was saying that Christians shouldn't worship Jesus. They should worship God, or whatever. And of course, there were some Christians at the table, and a lot of Christians believe that Jesus is God, right? So I think that's where the disparity had came into play. But that's why that that's why that clip that we just seen, the last clip when Jonathan Majors told NLE Choppa that you need to read the Bible again, that clip went viral. And that's pretty much kind of what caught my attention and why I ended up, what brought me to reviewing this video. I'm gonna start with Robert Watkins, and then I'm gonna go around the panel. Venus, let me know when you want to get in, because I want to make room for you. But what do you think about that exchange that we just seen, Rob? And how do you feel now about NLE Choppa and what the things he was saying? Is it the same, or has it changed, or what?
Thank you. It's the same. He's at the wrong table, and it's going to get worse. I haven't even seen this video, but it's going to get worse. He's going to get barked. All them old dudes is going to bark back at him and say, nigga, you ain't been through shit. I'm going to predict. So, yeah. I'm at the same place. Do you want me to expound anymore? I don't want to talk too much.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
No, that's it. I mean, that's my point. And then Scam Likely likes to make these little cute little issues that ain't in there. And then Coach Ferg is an older nigga than me, and I can't disrespect him. No disrespect with the nigga, sir. But I can look at him and say he's my elder, but he don't think the same way as me. He ain't been through the same things as me. And these are the dudes that send you the wrong way.
These niggas right here, man.
Yes, your free.
Venus, are you there, Venus?
Let Venus go.
I think she kind of stepped away. Scam, did you want to respond? And shout out to my sister, Fear No More, to just join the show too.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister. Go ahead, Scam. You wanted to respond to Rob?
No, just my opinion. Not some whole stand on this. The conversation would have been better if it was less people, possibly 2 or 3 versus 4 or 5. I think they were a little dismissive when he was saying what he was going through and trying to move on, versus I think they could have done a better job meeting where he's at. One, when he's talking about people dying. They were a little dismissive and moved past it too fast. As well as when he's saying what he's saying about, I think he probably would kind of overreacting towards how Jonathan, because I don't know, people in the chat saying he's about to go off. I don't know what happens after on the video. I guess they seen it, but I can see how
everybody get an opinion.
Okay, I could see how he could have taken it dismissive when he's saying you need to read it again, but I don't think his intentions were being dismissive when he told him you need to read it again. If that makes sense.
Can you talk about me being drunk on the internet though? Because you like to throw side shade.
This nigga right here. Nigga, this new shade.
Yeah, he was criticizing the table. We're looking at your table. You got cigarettes and alcohol on it. I mean, you don't need to check your own table first.
Y'all funny niggas.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, ain't it?
Let me get my sister Fear No Motors, she just came in. Shout out to you, Fear No Motors.
No Cap-tivity.
What's your initial thoughts, Fear? And shout out to Fear No Motors because
I'll wait, Freezy. Y'all can keep it going.
Okay. Let me go to Ronald. Ronald, you seen some more of the video. What do you think about the further exchange that we just witnessed? And I want you to expound on what's your opinion about NLE Choppa's views as far as like what he said about Christians and Jesus, because I know your your ideology. So
yeah, let me give you a little backstory into the situation. The reason why Jonathan Majors is acting this way or might be acting this way. A couple years ago, NLE Choppa was on Hollywood Unlocked. I think it was 2003. And they was playing a game called Smash and Pass. And he told the host that he had a big crush on Megan Good. Megan Good, the host actually.
I see you going too. You fast forward. You finna mess. Go ahead.
All right. The host actually called Megan Good, and NLE Choppa, I think, asked on a date or something like that. And I think that date never happened. So I don't know if Jonathan Majors knew about it. That's the reason why he's acting that way towards NLE Choppa.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So okay.
I actually was gonna play that video tonight too, but go ahead.
Yeah, you can look for it. That's why I'm here, man.
No, I got it.
I got the information.
I had it before I even started the live stream. That's what I was saying. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so yes, he was right. I mean, it did come off bad when he said you need to read it again, but he was right. You know, because if he knew Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6, he would know that when we talk to Jesus, we're also talking to God. When we talk to God, we also talk to Jesus. And if you want to bring it up, you can read it right now. Isaiah chapter 9 verse 6.
Yeah, okay. I'll bring it up. Let me see. I was just actually looking at that earlier before I even started the live stream. Here we go. I'll read the King James Version. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, Ronnie. You can do the honors.
All right, thank you very much. For unto us a child is born, for us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. So those are all the names of God. They said they call him the Son, and they also call him the Father. So when this guy was saying, why y'all talking to Jesus first instead of talking to God? Jesus is God, and that Bible verse it shows you.
So yeah, I'm. So obviously that's your point of contention with NLE Choppa, you know, from his comments.
Yeah.
That he
So
said or whatever.
yeah. So like I said, it did come off disrespectful when he asked him, "Did you read the Bible?" You're like, "Yeah, I did." You need to read again. So yeah, it did come off disrespectful, but you know, he did have a point.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Fear No Motors. Shout out to Fear No Motors.
No cap.
Hey, Freezy, how are you?
Fine, sis. It's great to see you, sis. Thank you for joining.
No problem. Hey, everybody. What I was gonna say basically is the whole conversation was supposed to be about mental health, and I think it kind of turned when they started adding the religion bit into it, because I've watched some of these Den of Kings shows before where it was just men talking about life issues and everything like that. But, you know, because everybody doesn't believe the same things. And that's where it always causes a problem or contention, you know. And so I think it was kind of rude for Jonathan Majors to say that, but I understand why he said that. But I think that people get uptight when it comes to these situations. I think the guy Kev I think that's his name, the one that's lost a brother.
Mm-hmm.
He's still grieving, obviously. And I think he should have been able to get his thoughts out on that. And I just think it kind of turned into everybody needs to take their time and get their points out, and then everybody respond. When it turns into people just responding but not actively listening because everybody just wants to get their points out, then that's when it turns a mess.
You
And
know,
that, I think that's where the conversation went left.
I think you make a good point. You know, I can appreciate NLE Chopper's zeal, but I do think, and I want to choose my words wisely, I do think his lack of experience in those type of conversations, especially when men finally feel like they have a chance to actually, you know, be transparent about how they really feel and saying things that they probably wouldn't normally say in their own professional settings. I think where the wisdom comes in at is allowing other people to finish their thought Like I know that he had good intentions, but I agree with you as far as where Kevin on stage was going with it, because he's a Christian comic,
Right.
and it was very it was interesting how his comments during that show was just juxtaposed to what people actually thought about him in general, because he's a Christian comic. You know, nobody would have thought that he would have actually said on that show he didn't think God was with him.
Right, right. And I
So yeah,
think
yeah.
go ahead, Freezy.
No, that's I landed my point. Go ahead.
And I think watching the show, because I watched the whole thing already too. A lot of them had that same kind of point of view. Like
Yeah.
from the beginning point that you showed with Jonathan Major saying what he said, and then that's when NLE said what he said about no, it all turns back to God. They all gave their tidbits about, I don't know how much you're gonna play, but they all gave their tidbits on how they kind of felt like that. Even Kurt Franklin, and you wouldn't have expected him, to say that, but they all kind of had that same sentiment, I think, except for NEL or NLE, in certain ways they were saying how pretty much God wasn't enough at certain points of their life and what they were going through, their depression and their mental illnesses and their struggles and whatever they was going through. So, watching the whole interview, you see that. And I think that in some aspects, everybody up there is still kind of suffering with something, is what it seemed like to me. But I definitely think that he deserves to be at that table, just like any other young man deserves to be at that table. Because at the end of the day, how are we going to learn how to deal with one another if the youth and the older people can't get together and talk? If it can't be sorted out, there has to be some type of balance. And yes, we're supposed to respect our elders and everything like that, but I think somebody made a very good point earlier. It's a difference between respect, and it's a difference between listening to wisdom, because we know that there's a lot of old fools, and that's just the facts of the matter. There's some people that, let's say, could be 20 years older than I am, and I'm in my 40s. I'm not going to listen to what they have to say if they're not learning and they haven't grown, and they just have incoherent babble. They haven't grown in their wisdom. The age didn't make a difference. So at the end of the day, it has to be some kind of balance so that the youth can learn from the older people, and the older people can also learn some things from the youth. Now, we would like to think that everybody older, oh, they have all the wisdom because of their life experience. But life experience doesn't necessarily make you have wisdom, especially if that life experience is still the same experience over and over. Growth makes you have the wisdom. And that's the part I think some people do not understand. It's not just your age.
Thank you. That was good. That was good, sis. Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
Coach Ferry want to say something. Go ahead, let Coach Ferry.
Yeah, I was gonna let Coach Ferry go. It seemed like you had something really important you want.
No. I thought
go ahead.
The young lady said. Can I just say this one point? I think the young lady said it beautifully.
Thank you.
Coach Ferry, it's on you.
Thank you, host. Freeze is funny, right? Because, and I'm gonna derail a little bit. I'm gonna get right back to it. People make a lot of assumptions about me, right? People don't know what I went through. My story is worse than a lot of people's. And I know stories 10 times worse than people that come on YouTube, right? So I don't make assumptions about anybody's story about life. No, everybody's going through something. In the here and now, once you're faced with that adversity, that's when your true character show up as a man. What do you do after going forward? What are you willing to change about yourself? This young man, Freezy, is just like you. And I say that because this, right? In the space that you are connected with your most highest power, you praise that. You move right into it. You have no fear about telling people where you stand. Just like this young man. He ain't got no fear of telling people where he's staying with it because he's put in the work. Now, it's funny. I understand Jonathan Majors. Did he have that same sentiment when he was running around with the snow bunny before the white boys was on his ass? Did he have that same sentiment then? Did Kurt Franklin have that same sentiment? Because they was trying to put him in his place. Oh, did you go to church? You want to find some corruption? Take y'all ass to church on Sunday and get to the back and see all the corruption in your face. That's where it happens the most, in the religion part of it. It ain't about the religion part of it. It's about that book that you read and you abide by those rules accordingly, or you suffer the consequences. Plain and simple. We all go through it. TJ spoke on it earlier. We waste 15, 20 years of our life bullshitting ourselves, playing the game of fake life. And then when we go through something, we wake up. A lot of people use the going through something to make an excuse to fail and give up. Some people use it to make an excuse to be better. And again,
Coach Ferg,
not
can I ask you a
everybody's
question? Coach Ferg, you're going on a whole monologue. How old are you, sir?
same age as you. How old are you?
53, sir.
What does that matter? Do you go into the spaces where the people who need it the most and talk to them?
Y'all don't talk, sir. How old are you? Let's talk. Me and you, older gentlemen. Because I feel like you're older
Now,
than me.
hold on. Don't feel because you already made an assumption about me not going through nothing. Now you want to have a. Oh, I'll give you that. I'm 57 years old. And what?
Respect due. Respect due. You've been here longer than me. So you seen something longer than me. But you sit here and profess this shit about, oh, niggas. I don't even know what you're talking about. You confuse me. You confuse
I
me
know.
because you. What? Go ahead. I'm
I
drinking.
know.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You lead the conversation.
I'll just say this in reference to the video, right? These dudes was pushing their ideology on a young man who stated he's seen a lot of his loved ones his age are no longer here. He's seen people close to him being taken out, no longer here. Yeah, again, they got a story. He went through something with the little snow bunny.
Why you
People
keep putting
judged him
smoke on me,
for it.
sir? Focus.
People
Focus. Because I'm the one who's
damn
drinking.
these niggas, man. Ain't nobody talking to you, man. Be quiet and listen. Jonathan Majors has gone through something. Just a few years ago, we was all on YouTube talking about it. Everybody. However, Kurt Franklin went through something a few years before when he was addicted to porn. People judged him on it. So now we hear this young man is telling his story of what he went through. However, he did the work early enough in his life. So now all the bullshit he was doing, all the bullshit that he could have been faced with, he's going to be able to make better decisions going forward because he did the work. It had nothing to do with nobody else. He did the work. And when you get on the other side of doing the work, that's when you can start living in your peace. Do the work before you get to a space where you want to just tell everybody, oh, people do this, people do that. No, something happened to everybody. When you get to that place where you fed up with that shit, you do the work and you move accordingly. It ain't about telling people what you're doing and all. It's about, okay, this is a way. Shout out to my brother Stan Autry. Ain't no perfect way of doing shit. Ain't nobody got all the answers. There is one way, and you take that nugget, and Scam may give a nugget, Freezy may give a nugget, my man at the bottom, what's his name? Ronald may give a nugget, and you may drop a nugget. So somebody can get five and for no more. That's six nuggets somebody can take and put it in their pocket. And when they going through life, they may have to pull one of them nuggets. Oh, Freezy said this a few months back. Oh, Scam said this. Let me try it. And just because you tried and this shit don't work, don't mean you give up. You keep going. What we talking about? You can't go through 21 to 41, the strongest time of your life, complaining about shit that you done already lived through. You done already lived through it. Now it's time to use that to be a better person, to move different, so you won't keep going through the traps. You can't make excuses after all that. No, you survived it. I know people been in worse situations, and they don't sit around complaining about, oh man, yeah, it happened. Now this is what I did after I got over it. This is a man has to move that way. You can't soak in that shit. It'll destroy you. It'll eat you up inside. No, talk about it. Get around people, have those hard conversations. And it ain't about a man's feelings. It's about getting him to step out of his feelings so you can see the truth, see the logic, whether you got to cry today, cry tomorrow. But guess what? Life gonna wake up on the next day. So you still got to go face it. And when you need some more support, hey, fellas, I
Hold on,
need
let's get
y'all.
a
Where we all
monologue,
at?
Freezy. Goddamn.
Damn, this nigga right here,
Yeah,
man.
he was. He
And say
bullshitting
no,
too.
and stop drinking after 40 for all you people to drink.
Well, I will say this.
go ahead,
There's, I
Fenamo.
After that
think,
monologue, I see
especially
why he's drinking. To
when
be honest,
Go ahead,
when we're
Fenamo.
dealing with the youth, especially,
Y'all
and
niggas.
even when we're just dealing at a certain age group, it doesn't matter what age. There's a time for tough love, and there's a time for gentleness. It all depends on the situation. You have to meet someone where they're at. And that's the way I feel about it. Everybody doesn't learn the same. Everybody can't be taught the same. It depends on the person. And you don't have the same style with everybody because everybody is different. And that's the way I look at it.
might I get in? Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Scam, and then hold on before you go, Scam. Sis, is there some? Does it get a little more heated right after that? Like when he said
I
you need
think
to
they're
read
just
your
all
Bible
kind of.
again.
I don't know if it really gets heated, but they're all just kind of talking. I think it was important. I don't know if you got the part with Ray J, because that was. I think that's about to come up, and
Okay,
and
I'll
that's a
fast forward
good
to that
part
part.
of it too.
Okay, go ahead, Scam.
The man said he dealing with some people dying, showing up at their funerals. That's what he dealing with, and he 22. But according to you, Trey Ferg, no, it ain't important. Your feelings don't matter. Get out there and be a man. That's what you're telling him, right? Hell with them. You know what?
Nope.
Just flip the casket over.
That ain't what
Don't
I'm
even go
telling
to
him.
them funerals.
He said he dealt with it. He dealt with the pain. He did something about it and he moved accordingly. That's what he said. I dealt with it. I had to go out and
Trey
deal with
Ferg.
it. I
Trey
sat
Ferg.
outside. He said, put in
Do
the
you
work,
know
is
the
all I'm saying.
Do you know the language of pain? Freezy. Do you know the language of pain?
What is the
Are you
language?
okay? The stuff that you share to the public, your best friend doing it 27 years, is that a joke?
No.
Did you just move past it? No, that man, he gone, man. Does that still bother you this day?
Yeah.
Are there things that happened when you was 15, 12, 9? Now you may be dealing with it, able to function and do something, but does it have an effect?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were 22, would it be a whole different conversation if I'd have walked up to you? Oh, your cousin, your boy that's locked up, man. Man, don't even send him nothing. You probably swing on me right there on the spot.
I wouldn't swing on you, but I get what your point.
I'm saying if you was 22 or 3 days after he got locked up,
22. Yeah, it was crazy.
This man is speaking from a language, from a level of pain as he's talking. And to you, he done dealt with it. Them people, whatever. You worried about the damn table, how many legs? You worried about the table, how many legs?
These niggas is crazy. I see why the youngsters.
The feelings don't matter. That ain't
You're not
important.
listening.
Yeah, you got some. You want to respond?
I'm gonna just leave it at. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Freeze it. Freezy. And this is what I say, man. Look, when you come to the outside, let me ask you this: when you step outside your house, do the world care about your feelings? Just asking, do the world care about your feelings when you step outside?
No.
No, you deal with your feelings in an intimate space with the people that may love you the most. That's where you deal with your feelings because they will
That's what
understand
the table is supposed to be
exactly.
for. What are you talking about? That's what the
But that,
table is.
but they already in their feelings because this man is telling his story about his life and his experience, and they dismissing it because they looking at him like he's a kid instead of saying, "Man, you know what? I empathize with what you saying because guess what? I went through something similar. I can tell you, I can understand in that. However, this young brother has done the work. That's what he's saying. Nah, man. Yeah, it happened. What's worse? What's worse? What is worse? Seeing your closest people getting taken out in front of you, or you running around with somebody and y'all get into it. Now the white man is coming like they always do to shut a nigga up.
It's not a
What's
competition.
worse?
It
What I'm
ain't about
saying
what's
is,
worse. It's the
what
fact
I'm
that it's
saying
happening.
is, what I'm saying is, Scam. See, you looking at it in a short term process. When you go through it, there's gonna be a time where you have to do the work. Yes, I think about the people that I lost. My mother and father are gone. I think about their ass every day, and I use that to say, you know what? Be better, do better. They was hard working people. Work hard. They worked harder than me. They didn't give up. So work harder. And when
Freezy,
it's time,
you see
it's
this?
gonna work. Well, yeah, I see it. That's why
Freezy,
I
let me
say,
understand.
if you got it, go to the young folk. You 40 you get out these young niggas' way. I see why they out here crashing out. Cause y'all telling them, no, you can't live in the world like that. Man, please.
Freezy,
The world gonna eat you up. Go around the world talking about I'm in my feelings. See what they say.
Freezy.
Take your ass back to America in
The
your
world, we
feelings.
get
Come
it.
on,
The
man.
world don't care. But we sitting at a table, a group of people, 5 people, and you telling me about how you dealing with something personal. It's a family member passing away, or your
That's if you
friend not
sitting
giving a
at a
shit.
table in that moment. We not
I'm not
sitting in
gonna
that
sit here.
moment.
I'm not gonna reply to you and say, "Well, shoot, I lost my friend in 2017, so it should be okay." They cancel each other out. The world don't care. You dealing with what you dealing with. What good is it me telling you, "Oh, I dealt with it too, so it don't matter no more." Just get out there and go get it. Robert, can you pour me? I don't even drink alcohol or smoke. Can you pour me a drink, bro?
I know, right? You need a drink because it's
I don't even
confusing.
drink, but I might
Man,
have to
them
start.
It's confusing. It's
niggas
confusing when people argue
losers
about the same
attitude.
shit.
Man, after
Now
the truth hurts,
get you some brown liquor, motherfucker. Stop playing on the game. The game gonna fuck you up. Y'all act like the game gonna change.
Oh, I
oh
The
was
man,
on
game,
mute.
the
My bad.
game
I was on mute.
change.
I was on mute. My
Let's
bad.
Let's show, baby.
No, I was on mute. My bad. Shout out to Von Bryan in the building. What's going on, Von? Listen, I appreciate everybody giving their opinions from the chat. If you want your comments read and highlighted, or if you just appreciate the show, you want to support the show, you can either do it by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or you can do it by Cash Cap, aka Cash App at $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap, or PayPal to No Captivity with Freeze without the Y. No Captivity with Freeze without the Y. We're gonna see some more of this video. And I think this is Ray J's part coming up right here. Here we go. Oh, where is it? Okay, there we go.
Shit, it like hurt me. It like really hurt me, like to see what you went through, bro. Cause that shit just, that's not cool. It's just like,
To even, like, as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about Kev as well, because to watch Kev have to mourn his brother, who I knew that they were so close, this was also his management.
but was it any like when your brother passed, was any malicious stuff that happened? Like what happened? Was it any?
No, so this is the part that feels the most cruel about it. He had cancer, and And at the time that he was diagnosed, they were like, this is like a terminal cancer, 5 to 7 years, right? So, man.
Lost my grandfather to cancer.
Well, sorry, man.
What makes it worse is if he just got cancer and got sicker and died, okay, that's what cancer does. You understand that. He got cancer, got sick, and then got better, to where he was back to where he used to be. So we were on a book tour, and I saw him in Houston. We had dinner. Everything was normal, and the night before he passed away, we were texting and calling, and everything was great. The day he passed away, we were talking. We were texting. We were talking about sports, and then my sister-in-law called and was like, "Your brother had a seizure," and I'm like, "What?" I still had my phone in my hand. I was like, "I'm just talking to him," and I was so disoriented that I had a show that night, and I was like, came home and I was like, I'm gonna go to my show. He'll be fine. And my wife was like, I'm gonna go to Houston. I think you should come. And thank you. And I'll never forget this. We're flying, and my nephew called me on the plane, and somehow my phone still rang. And my nephew told me on the phone, he's gone. Wow. So the last time he was alive, I'm talking to him the night before. We make the New York Times bestseller. Look, thank you, Richard. So it's the highest high. Like that day is the best day ever. Because it was like we did it. Everything was like we wanted to do this. We wanted to make all this stuff happen. And we did it. And before we could even celebrate it, you're gone.
Jeez.
And then all this stuff starts happening good. And it's like, bro, this is what we worked for. All the stuff, the shows, and it's just like, there's times where I go to text him or to call him, and it's like, your brain doesn't even remember. So, and then on top of all that, his responsibilities became mine. So his family, he's the provider for that family. So now all of a sudden, I've got to help his wife, his kids.
Wow.
So I'm grieving with y'all.
Wow.
But I've taken on more of a burden, even though we're all sharing the same pain. I'd only been to 2 funerals before that. The 3rd funeral was my brother, and now I have to pay for and plan it. And I don't, you know what I'm saying? I've never done any of this stuff.
Yeah.
And then I still got to be my own husband, my own wife's husband, my own kid's father. I still got employees. I still got to show up. That's what saying the work part of it. Like, I don't even know what I would have done if I didn't have work. And I'm not even saying I buried myself in work, but it was like, I gotta live.
Yeah.
But I also feel guilty for living.
Yeah. I have a question for you guys, man. Is that, do you think, like even what's happening right now, do you guys think that there is another medicine out there, Jonathan?
I'm trying to find Ray J's part to see if he speaks more, because it seemed like he got interrupted. Maybe it's down the line. Oh, here it is. I think
Yeah,
this
this
might
is
be.
the part where he's about to talk to NFL or NEL. And yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Appreciate you really genuinely trying to like make sure you say what you feel and from your experiences, and also put out this word where it can help people, because a lot of people listening. And I respect that. I do, man. But like, and when I was 22, bro, nobody could tell me nothing. 22, 23, 24, 34, 36, right? It's all different. 42, 40, right? It's different. But in his situation, he's right there. And that's where it's at. So it don't matter what we say about the years that we put in after, and what happens to the years after that is a little bit different, and it gets a little trickier, right? But when I was 22, when I'm 22, that's all you can tell me. And the OGs, they used to tell me shit, and I'd be like, for sure, OG, much respect. All right, cool. That nigga don't know what he's talking about in my mind and walk away, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I always show
We
him,
all did.
You know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
go, he like, for sure. He like, and I'm telling you, man. And you like, all right, man. All right, OG, all right. And you like, you don't know what you're talking about because I know what I'm talking about, right? But 22 and 32 is different, and 42 is different. And the way you going is, like, if you keep your head on straight like that and know that at any time, everything could change, like in 1 second.
It's
And
already done. It's done it multiple times. Yes, sir.
Meaning what?
And it's done. It's changed multiple times.
But what I'm saying is, no, it is, but it hasn't changed. Like, you don't understand it yet. You don't
I
understand.
don't understand what yet.
What 32 looks like.
Yeah, I do not. You're
Now,
right.
what 42 looks like.
But
There's no but to it.
No, it is a but.
No, it's not.
The way that you looked at the OGs and you said you don't know what you're talking about is the same way I look at the OGs and I receive what I can and I take it with a grain of salt and apply what I can't. I apply what I can and I leave what I can't. You feel me?
But
So,
are
like,
you,
even
but are you
talking
eager?
about-
But are you eager to listen tonight?
Have I not?
I don't think so. Not yet.
It's all good. If you don't think I listen, that ain't
No,
for
no,
you to
not-
think. I
no.
know I'm listening though. I listen to this brother's story and I relate. I relate. Listen to this brother's story. I relate. He said he was, hold on, he said he overdosed. Ain't nobody talk about time when I drove into a tree, to a light pole trying to, you know. I got my own instances too. I'm just, you know, I'm a little bit too, probably it looks as if I'm trying to keep it hidden. But if I put it on the front line and I just go step by step, day by day, y'all will say, damn, you went through all of that. By 22, that's why I'm so far ahead, because I've already lived enough and I've learned. See,
So you feel like you feel like you're far ahead. How far do you feel like you're
I feel
ahead?
I'm far enough ahead
I'm
to
saying,
have
how
a
far-
conversation with y'all, because I bet if y'all bring another 22-year-old, he won't be able to talk like this. You
Talk
feel me?
like, but
I
talk
feel
like,
mature.
but talk like what?
Talk and know what
You
you're saying.
sound intelligent and you sound like you mean well, but you just have no clue of what this thing is.
What the thing is.
The
What
thing
is the
is,
thing?
the thing
But-
is time.
No, I want to hear him.
Time.
Time, right?
Time.
Time.
Not timing, but time.
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 Within time, what do you feel is going to be revealed within time that I'm not already understanding?
All right, so
I'm listening.
And I think what Ray J is really saying, Arthur C. Brooks talk about crystallized knowledge and fluid knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And crystal knowledge is what we've acquired with age and with time.
Yes, sir.
And I would see which honor and respect yours is fluid. And what he's saying is there's so much more to be revealed. And because you're at that position, you're going to learn it. So I don't think he's not saying that you're not. What he's saying is that as you stay on the path, you will continue to receive more and more.
But we have to debate. We have to have a debate because if we don't debate it, then there's no point to be here.
My thing is,
And
my
I'm
maturity
listening to
didn't come
everybody.
from age. It just came from learning where I messed up at. That's what I'm saying. Is that not where maturity come from? Does it come? Tell me, does it come with age or does it come with learning and breaking the cycles that you're supposed to?
That's a good question.
Is that not?
No, I'm gonna answer you. I think it's a combination of things, right? So you grew up in Memphis, right? A lot of violence, from what you were saying, right? So you've seen a lot of things that a lot of people haven't seen, right? So that's a lot of experience, right? But I'm 42, Kirk 55. There's certain things that I'm gonna give you a silly example. I'm gonna give you a silly example. Have you heard of Labubus?
Labubus?
Yeah, the little.
That's where the 22 come in at. No.
Okay, so Labubu, no, it's happening now. Labubus are little, like stuffed animals, and my niece is like 9. It is the biggest thing in her world. She's never seen nothing else. She's like, oh, I gotta have a Labubu. We gotta stand up.
Okay, so it seems like Ray J had been sitting back listening. Just from my observation, it seemed like he had been sitting back listening, and he had decided to address NLE Choppa because I guess it came off to Ray J as if NLE Choppa was talking too much. And he really wasn't listening to the older guys in the room. And he was trying to beat them talking. And he just needed to actually probably exercise more silence and soaking in what the older guys had to say at the table. I think that's what Ray J. I might be wrong, but from my observation, it just seems like that's what Ray J was trying to communicate to him in a polite way, because he did call him intelligent or whatnot. But NLE Choppa, he still was like, holding his ground, and he was insisting that, hey, listen, I have experience myself and I can listen to the older men, but whatever I can use, I'll use it. Whatever I can't, I'll just discard of it. But that doesn't make you guys more valuable than me on what you have to say. I think NLE Choppa was trying to, he was trying to establish his place in that room that they was in as well, even though he was 22 years old. And listen, shout out to Kev on stage where him. That's what I wanted to speak to the most, but shout out to Kev on stage and what he went through with his brother. I also think that what Kev on stage, what he actually revealed was what men actually hold in every day. Like when I seen Kev on stage break down crying at that table, I said to myself, most men don't get a chance to actually do that, what he did, publicly, because it seemed like, he was kind of holding it in, but that was a heartfelt story, what happened with his brother. And I think people in the chat was saying his brother was a comedian too, and I guess they was together or whatever. But just hearing him say that his brother actually was battling with cancer, and it was like a roller coaster, and he finally passed away after having a seizure or whatever. It did seem hard just visualizing and picturing that, and then he had to pay for his brother's funeral, which I had to pay for my dad's funeral and my mom's funeral, so I get that, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I kind of, what Kev on stage said, I could kind of relate to it, and I could see how hard that was, and him being a comic and still having to be funny, and now he's taking on the responsibility of his brother's kids and stuff too. And I could tell he was reluctant to say that, because he didn't want to come off as if he was sore, huh?
Complaining.
Yeah, complaining about it. Thank you, Rob. And so, but I wanted to acknowledge Kev on stage. But what did y'all think about? Y'all can comment on anything, Kev on stage or the back and forth between Ray J and NLE Choppa. Go ahead, Rob, and I want to get Ronald in there too because he hadn't talked in a while. Go ahead, Rob.
I think you hit the nail on the head. The most important thing was what Kevin on stage was going through. And he said, I didn't know if God was with me when I was going through it because my brother got better when I prayed, and then he died.
Right.
How do you deal with that? Like Kevin on stage was fucking raw for y'all. He cried on TV. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. When a black man cry on TV, I'll be so sad because he at the end of his rope when he cried on TV. R. Kelly did it. Bill Cosby did it. And y'all didn't give a fuck. R. Kelly cried on TV to that black woman and said, y'all playing with my life. And y'all thought it was funny. That's it. You're right. Kevin on stage was the highlight of this part of the episode. I have not seen this video. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse.
Well, I think I'm gonna stop it right there for tonight. We might have to do a part 2, but go ahead, Ronald. You could comment on whatever we seen.
All right.
So
I'll comment on what Kevin on stage was going through, and this is what NLE Choppa got wrong. It's okay to question God and to ask God, oh God, why have you forsaken me? Because that's how he felt at that moment. Just like how Job questioned God and God eventually came back and answered the question. Even Jesus himself, when he was on the cross, he said, oh God, why have you forsaken me? There's even in Psalms chapter 22, there's a whole chapter on, oh God, why have you forsaken me? Right? So there are times where things that happen to us, just like what Robert said, his brother had cancer and he was getting better. You just spoke to him that day, then he got a stroke and died. Right? So so that's kind of like the roller coaster ride of when you have somebody that you love that's going through some kind of illness, a deadly illness, and he had no idea. It's one thing, like he said, like Kevin said, is one thing for him to just be going down, that you anticipate, oh, he's going to die soon, but for him to get better and now he's gone all of a sudden, it really hurts. Where he was kind of questioning God, and when NLE Choppa was kind of asking him, "You think God got you now?" Right? I could anybody with empathy could feel what Kevin was feeling that time, because we have all lost someone that we really loved. Especially thank God, especially if you lose somebody young. I know, Robert, I know you went through what you went through. So if you anybody who's lost a child or a baby or somebody in a car accident, there are times where you're going to question God, and it's okay. That's unfortunately this is the evil world that we once Adam and Eve sinned. This is what they signed up for, because God said, once you disobey me, you will surely die. He didn't tell us when we're going to die, but it will come. It might come when you're 2 years old. It might come when you're 90 years old. But eventually you're going to die, unfortunately.
Thank you, Ronald. I appreciate that. Let me work in my sister, and then you can go scam. Go ahead, Fear No Motors. What do you think about what you just heard? And you can speak on whatever you heard.
I definitely think that Kev is still grieving and he's going through a lot. And I think he needed a moment to, really vent. I think they should have let him get it all out more, and let him have a little bit of time to really reflect, and maybe everybody give him some words of encouragement at that point. I think the conversation got switched around. As far as Ray J, I think maybe right message, wrong messenger. I could understand what he was saying, but I just, you have to be able to receive it. But then you look at Ray J, and a lot of people don't take Ray J seriously because, like you said earlier, well, I don't know if he's in his early 40s or pushing it there or something or other. He's around that age group, and he's still hanging and acting like the young dudes that are probably around the other guy's age.
20s. Yeah.
So that's why I say I think it was the right message, but the wrong messenger in that situation, and I don't know. It was a tough conversation. I wish Kev would have been able to get it out a little bit more and finish. But also, you said you're going to stop it there. I don't know if you want me to say, but Ray J actually got up and walked out at a certain point in the interview.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a part 2 because
Hey, is the link in the motherfucking description? I don't know. I want to see this whole thing.
I could put the link in the description for you.
Yeah, you do that, man, because I don't know how to search for it. Don't let scam talk.
Because you see that video is kind of lengthy.
Ignorant ass nigga talk. I'm about to be a whole ignorant ass nigga.
That video.
Coach Freeze, hold on. First, because he the elder.
Hold on, Rob. That video was kind of lengthy. That's why I said I'm gonna stop it, because we're just on the hour and 7 minutes. It's an hour and 40.
3 hours, nigga?
It's an hour and 45 minutes. So,
what the fuck? Oh wow, Coach Ferris, say what you gotta say, man, because you got a lot to say, older. Come on, G.
Hold on. Go ahead, scam, and
Bro,
then
G
I'll
to
get Coach
talk.
Ferg.
Stop playing with the young niggas.
Well, send $50. I'll let OG get in front of me.
Phone, nigga. Where my phone at?
55. Make it 55.
To you or him?
Interest. No, the freezing.
I'll send 55 to Freezy. Freezy, I'll get you 55 before I get off the phone. Coach Ferg, let's run.
Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
Hold on, wait. If you really gonna send it now so Coach Ferg can talk, cause
God damn, y'all niggas ain't shit. Hold on, let me find my phone.
so he can talk. You serious about sending it? Yeah,
hey, Scam, you might as well talk right now while he's getting his phone.
Yeah, you can
or
talk
his wallet,
now,
whatever he's
Scam.
doing.
I ain't gonna mess up the money.
Yeah,
Niggas be on that fake shit. Y'all niggas be on that fake shit. I be on that real shit.
It's
I'm on the fake.
It's dollar sign.
For my time.
It's dollar sign Freezy.
Freezy, I thought you was real, dog.
Well, I am real,
Niggas laughing and shit.
You got cash out?
What you want? Apple Pay, nigga? What you want?
No, it's cash out.
I see in the corner, nigga. Let me put my glasses on.
The link's in the chat.
Y'all some clown ass niggas. Hold on, I'm putting my glasses on.
Fear No More. Just put the link in the chat. You can just click that link in the chat.
Don't worry about that part. Don't worry about that part. I got it on my phone in my hand, baby. Okay. You said $55, Freezy?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
55.
I appreciate it.
I can talk freely.
Yeah. I thought you wanted Coach Ferg to talk. You want to talk after you sing?
Nah, Coach Ferg talk while I'm sitting in the money, and then I'll get on my shit.
Okay, go ahead, Coach Ferg. I trust him.
Thank you.
Again, man, this is a good conversation. A conversation is needed. And then, let me clarify something. One, I look at empathy and feelings, two different things. I empathize with that brother, right? Because one, I speak to those brothers. I've had several, and that's why I say I like groups. When men get into a space, even young men get into a space like that, and they all get to minding out their traumas, they'll realize that a lot of them have something in common. So that allows them to start creating a form of relationship, to start trusting each other, to start hearing each other, what each other's, and realizing that everybody's story and everybody's journey is important to them. That's why I like groups. This goes to show that this is needed more, not in a YouTube space, but even in your best friend space, your family space, so you can have those conversations and people can start talking about what has affected them emotionally. A lot of us, we let our egos and pride, we walk around in it, and then when somebody says something that may be sensitive to you, now you crashing out. Now you going too far. So I understand, but I also, and I'll shut up because again, I got tryouts tomorrow for girls basketball, and I'll keep y'all posted on my team. But this is, again, as far as the young man, he's speaking at a voice where a lot of young dudes would love to speak from, because he's saying it. I went through what I went through, but I did the work. And now here I am, 22 years old. 22 years old. So now he can go from 22 to 72 to 82 with a clear mind on trying to be better, using the stuff that happened to him as fuel to his fire to move different. He's going to be eventually be ostracized by his peers, just like Jesus was ostracized by his peers, because when you moving in a certain way, not everybody's going to understand it, and not everybody wants to understand it, because a lot of people want to stay comfortable in their BS.
Contradict yourself at the
I'm
end. I pay
saying,
my $55, nigga. Stop talking. What the fuck?
Damn, these niggas
Freezy. Did I pay my money?
I'm gonna afford you that privilege because
check the cash out, bitch.
He did send the $55. Shout out to our brother Rob for the $55
That nigga get to talk
cash
all
cap.
night, nigga. What the fuck? He an elder. He get to talk all night. Tell that nigga to send $55 and he can talk.
He said cause.
Cause y'all said I gotta pay $55 to fucking talk. Nigga, I'm not silly. Y'all silly. Y'all silly. Tell Coach Ferguson $55. Are you laying back, old ass nigga? I'm gonna tell you
Old ass nigga.
old ass niggas.
Hold up. Old retard ass nigga too. Nigga retired at 54. Fuck. Damn, that nigga. He don't do shit no more. You right. Salute, man.
Go ahead, Rob. You got the floor.
Y'all have a good night.
$55 to talk freely. Coach Ferg is that old ass nigga that's sitting on the couch talking dumb shit. Y'all shouldn't listen to that dumb ass nigga. He put his son out there on the street and put him out there, and he said, I know you're gonna fuck up, nigga, and then I'm gonna make up for it. You dumb. You dumb.
That nigga just making a dumbass excuses. When you allowed your kids to get out there and be fucked up, stop it. I'm gone. Have a good night. Old ass drunk.
Man.
No Cap-tivity.
Oh man, this is funny.
He got to push the button. Hold on. We'll wait. There you go. I paid $55, so I sit up. Like I said, he ran because he's scared. He put his son in the street. Scam likely. Let's run off of you bitch ass nigga. You 73, right? Yeah, I'm on you, nigga. I'm with you. Nigga. You silly.
You just figured that out?
You silly.
You just now figured that out. You're a genius.
I knew you like a year ago, nigga. I've been seeing you on the internet for a while. I've been watching you. Don't play with me.
Then what you got? Bring the dust. Come here.
You're not fucking, nigga. I'm fucking. What you doing?
So you're fucking, drinking, and smoking. You got 3 problems.
Hell yeah. I'm living my life like the best nigga I could.
No, you're living your death.
But what are you doing? You writing on boards, nigga.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
It's
you
called
on the
planning.
internet talking about bitches that ain't shit. I'm fucking bitches you ain't said ain't shit, nigga.
No, you got the wrong person. I don't say that. That's not me. Wrong person.
What do you say there?
I don't go in on the women. I don't take shots at women's all day.
What's your position? Because you're on the internet. What's your position? Bitches ain't shit, right?
No, absolutely not.
What is your position?
On what? What you got? What's your question? Relationships.
Between black men and women, I believe you said bitches ain't shit. If they learn how to run game.
No. Raise your hand if you're in the chat. Raise your hand. Put a 1 in the chat if that's what I said.
Man, you talking, nigga. Why we didn't get the single screen, Freezy? Me and him. Let's get it on. These niggas act like they real. They not real. They scared. Nigga, what do you say about
I told you I was fake. Yes, I'm a fraud.
What do you say about women? Because I heard.
Money.
I'm going to look in the camera.
You paid money to find out that I was fake. When you could have just asked me, I would have told you.
I paid $55. You pay $55 and you can do what I do. Do it. Do it now.
Oh, no. I'm going to do
your phone. Pick up and do $55 or $56. You got to do $56 at least.
Oh, no. I'm saving my money. Proper money management. That's one of my things there. Manage it properly. You can add that to one of my talking points. As far as black relationships.
Because y'all like the muddy water.
You asked the question. Do you want the answer? Do you want it? Okay. Relationships. It doesn't matter if they're black, white, orange, Hispanic. It's going to be a form of the same thing. Most people were not taught how to be in relationships. From their parents to elders to whatever, they were not taught. That's a fact.
Where you from?
Relationship skills.
Where you from? Where you from?
You asked me a question. Do you want the answer?
I pay money. I'm the host now, nigga. Where you from?
Do you want the answer to the question that you asked?
Where you from? First answer my question. Where you from? Where you from?
West Ethiopia. East side.
Freezy, take that off, man. I don't want to play with this nigga no more. I paid
I'm on the west side of the East Ethiopia.
I paid $55. Freezy, take him off the screen. I paid $55, Freezy. He playing with me. You're not even being honest. You're not even being honest.
This is what you asked for.
Hey, Freeze. What's your name? Is Scam? I was born in Japan. Where were you born?
You was born in Japan too, man.
I swear to God.
Oh, man. I thought I knew you from somewhere, man. I'm from the north side of Japan.
Why is this clown ass thing on the internet?
Oh man, that was you. Oh man, I ain't know that was you, dog.
Thank you, Freezy.
Hey, Freezy, I'd like to add something about the Ray J thing. I'll keep it short and simple. If I can remember, got taken off track. When Ray J was talking about the listening to the OGs and this dude, we telling you stuff and you ain't listening. This dude, 22. He lived his life how he lived it. He been around for them 22 years. And this dude's 40, 50, however old they are, telling him stuff. Just like I'm old. I can't go to a young dude, talk to him for 4 minutes, and stuff 30 years into him and expect him to take notes and all of a sudden just flip a script and do everything I tell him to say. Because I got nephews, 14 and 20. I talk to them all the time. I meet them where they are. I tell them something for a 14-year-old to process to get to 15, 20 to get to 21. I don't tell them 42-year-old stuff. This is my mortgage and how this works, and this is the fuck. They can be like, all right, but yeah. I can't cram all that into them. Got to meet them where they are. Got to tell them what they can get from where they are, from what they may be going through, or to get there. Or the other stuff, I don't force it. It's like if somebody says they ain't a Christian. All right, let me see these 78 Bible verse. That's too much. Listen to what they're dealing with right now. Tell them a couple things. Hey, man, here's my number. Let's talk about it next week. But people trying to jam all this junk. Person says, man, I got a problem with women. Well, let me give you every talking point for the last 15 years. Let me tell you about marriage. I've been married 76 years. It's too much. That's all I got.
I want to add something, Freezy. I think one of the things that is sad to really think about it is that too many black children didn't really have, a life. When I mean a life, they didn't get a chance just to be a child. And I think that's what happened with NLE Choppa. To be 22 years old and to have a bunch of kids already, to go through a lot of stuff in life and also had to bury people, right? At 22, me at 22 years old, I didn't have to go through all these things, and I'm happy, that when the older people were speaking to me at that age, I didn't have to come up and say, well, I've been through that too. I've been through that too. I was able to listen to them. Like now that I'm 48, yeah, I'm gonna give pushback to anybody that's older than me now. But at 22 years old, I didn't go through all these things that this man went through. I didn't have children. I didn't have to bury people. So it's very important for that we hope that our children can just be children.
Are you saying that was a reflection on the parents, or?
Yeah, no. I mean the reflection on the parents, reflection of his city that he grew up in, that he had to go through all these things. It's sad. I mean, we know about kids, 12 years old carrying guns, and stuff like that. And they say they're using it for protection. That should be happening to a 12-year-old. So it's sad that it is sad that they are forced to be adults before their time.
I think that's a good refocus of why a 22-year-old should not be at the table with 40 and 50-year-olds. Because it's. Go ahead, sir.
I disagreed with you. We supposed to be able to speak to people different ages, and this is one of the things I hate a lot of times is that we we take the small percentage that we're different on people and don't want to talk to them. He deserved to be there because they was talking about black men that went through trauma. He's a black man that went through trauma. He belonged there. That's what the conversation was about.
I agree to that part, but I go to the part that you said at 22 he should not have experienced it.
Yes, so, but he did.
Ronald,
that's the thing.
Ronald, let me finish my point though.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'll just say, just because he experienced it doesn't mean he knows how to deal with it. So that's what the 40 and 50-year-olds were saying, is like, you keep throwing Jesus in our face and we're telling you, dog, just attrition of life makes you have to eat a lot of stuff you don't know. And at 22, you don't know what 32 gonna show you. And you don't know 35. Like, let's go even closer. 35, 38, 40, 45, 50. Like, these are all milestones when your body starts breaking down. And then you start seeing people for who they really are. Like, you looking at your cousin, and your cousin kind of shady. And your uncle don't want to talk to you. You know what I mean? Like, you get older and you start evaluating people. Are they family or are they just blood? Things change as you get older. What your grandma told you, what your auntie told you, what your mama told you, what your daddy told you, changes a lot. And I think that's what the older man was saying is like, you eating all this now, but you got to eat a whole lot more later. That's it.
But how else would he learn unless he was sitting and talking to them? Like how else is he going to obtain the knowledge or the wisdom that he can get from these older gentlemen if he's not there with them?
He should have watched it on TV like everybody else.
No.
And let 40-year-olds, 30 and 40-year-olds talk. My opinion.
I don't think I think that it's conversations like that that need to be had.
But if you looked at the video, and we all did, for the most part, NLE Choppa was going off like he already got knew all the answers already, because he said he did the work, and he took some time off. He read the scriptures or whatever. So he was coming off that he already knew the answers. So when the older people were talking about their trauma, he was cutting them off, and it's easy to go through this, and so it's almost like he had all the answers, and I think that's why they was slightly offended.
And just one more point, Freeze, and I'm gonna let you run your show.
Thank you.
One gentleman said he wanted to say something about what Jonathan Major went through because he went through it in 2018, but he knew if he said something, he would get the same backlash. If y'all remember that point,
yeah,
because a lot of men could feel for each other, but we stay silent because as soon as we know we say something, be like, man, that just happened to me because my old lady did me the same way and I trusted her. And then everybody be like, you a crying ass nigga. Nah, nigga, I'm just trying to tell y'all, females might do you dirty, dudes might do you dirty, life might do you dirty, but you only learn that when you get to 32, 42, 45, 50. It's attrition. Yeah. That's it.
One more thing. When it comes to Jonathan Majors, when he was speaking about no one could help him, not even his mother, he also need to realize that if he grew up in the church, he should have known the pathway that God wanted him. He should have known what type of woman he should have been with, according to scripture. So if you start messing around with a wrong type of woman, when all of a sudden now you walking up and down in court and you want to question God, now's the wrong time, because God already showed you what type of person you're supposed to be with.
I just want to say,
go ahead.
In Genesis, Eve got Adam, dog. We always gonna fall for the woman.
yeah, but unfortunately, when it comes to Adam, there was only one woman on earth, so he had no choice.
Look, we always go to
this. Had millions.
We always work on our limitations, dog. Don't play with me.
Right. So he wanted the drunk party girl, and all of a sudden, but what she was doing, she was taping all their conversations, and now she put it out there, and he almost ended up in jail. So if we're supposed to be followers of God, God already told us what type of woman to deal with. So he should never been messing with her in the first place. So you can't question God now and say, why God didn't come to help me? No, you had your chance. God already showed you. So God don't have to. So in that, like I said before, when you ask God for help, he gives you 3 replies, either yes, no, or wait. In that situation, God said, oh no, wait, you're going to wait. You're going to go through your trials. You're going to go through your court, and then eventually I'm going to take you out of it. So don't do your wrong, disobey God, then want to question God. Why ain't God and take you out immediately after that?
I think you're wrong. I mean, I think you're right, but my lawyers tell me you're wrong.
Okay. It's okay. You're too old to understand this.
I think everybody at the table had good points at certain points of the podcast. And it's clear that everybody there was dealing with their own trauma, and that was the point of the whole thing. They was originally talking about mental health, and that's what, it started off to be, and what Kurt was pretty much going into. Obviously, Kurt was dealing with his own stuff, which he kind of spoke on a little bit, dealing with his son and everything that happened with his son. um I think there was some videos that came out when he was going off on cussing his son out, or couple years back, or something or other happened. And then we know what happened with Jonathan Majors and the white woman and all that stuff. And then, Kev obviously lost his brother.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor was talking about his injuries that he sustained, and that trauma that he and the pain he dealt with that. I think he got hooked on pills or something or other. And
Mm-hmm.
and we see Ray J. I think he's still struggling with a lot, and maybe addiction. So I think each person had their own kind of mental trauma that they
Yeah.
were going through,
Yeah.
and I think it was an important conversation that needed to be had. That, if everybody could have stayed on track, it could have went a different way. But I think they all came together for a reason to talk about their mental health.
I think in a conversation like that, you do have to be socially aware enough to, when somebody is um being transparent about some serious stuff, you should be like, be able to read the room and say, you know what, I'm not going to
Mhm.
interject right now. Seeing like he's saying some serious stuff right now, and I want him to be able to get it out. I do have strong opinions about what he's saying right now, but I think it's more appropriate if I wait. I will say, as a young man from NLE Choppa, I think that was the only thing I seen that he probably will learn later in life, how important it is to actually read the room.
Mhm.
Right. And like, even in business, that's important.
Mhm.
Like, not just in a setting where people are, being transparent about trauma, but even in business, that's important. Just, reading the room, knowing when to talk, not cutting people off, and having a healthy conversation. And then you don't want people to feel like you are what is it called? You don't, like, when you interrupt somebody, dismissing what they're saying. You're dismissing what they're, how they feel and what they're saying at the time.
Yeah.
Because that it seemed like Kevin on stage, I don't think he's had too many moments like that, because a lot of times when you're on the go and you're your own business and you're your own brand, you don't really have a lot of time to stop and have those type of moments or whatever, because a lot of the times those guys be on the road, and they don't really have a lot of breaks and stuff. So I think
Right.
what Kirk Franklin is doing with the Den of Kings is a good thing. And like I said,
Mhm.
I'm not really a fan of Kirk Franklin like that, but I do think that this podcast series that he's been whipping up, I think is a good thing, because it shows men vulnerable side, and it's more than just some manosphere gender war
Right.
bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's real
It's a
conversations.
real conversation. Yeah.
And you know what else? I'm glad you said that,
Hold on one
Freezy, because
second,
I saw.
sis.
Okay.
B baller, but give me a thumbs up if it's okay for me to bring you. Okay. Go ahead, sis. I'm sorry.
I also think it's important what you said, because being that they're all successful in their own right, in a lot of these situations, I think, it could be a lot of ego too. I mean, not just with the age differences, you know what I mean? It could
Mm-hmm.
be a lot of ego, because in certain situations, I'm sure a lot of them are the most important person in the room, are used to being the most important person in the room in certain situations. You know what I'm saying? Maybe with
Yeah.
their families and this, that, and the third, their
Yeah.
friend group, and everything else like that. So, you know, it's in certain situations it could be like, well, I'm used to being the most important person in the room, so, you know, I'm going to be heard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it seemed like it was kind of that too.
But
But it seems like if I,
doesn't that conversation translate to all of us too? I'm pretty sure at some point in that conversation we all could relate or identify with something somebody said, especially the traumatic parts of it. Go ahead, Rob Watkins.
I think with her pause, it made the point is like, you got lions in a room. Like, these are important men. Like, they're not used to being quiet, if anything else, because they make money, they make moves. So then when you put a up and coming artist, I don't know what NLE is, maybe he's an up and coming artist, in a room with men that are established, kind of like, why am I pausing for you?
Yeah, but that's not necessarily true because I get what you're saying, and maybe some of them were doing their craft longer, but I mean, I don't know how long Jonathan Majors has been acting, but I can't say he's been around for 20 years acting in no major parts. You know what I'm saying? And
I
as
mean,
far as, and wait a minute though, but as far as the kid, if you could Google, their net worths are the same. $5 million, both of them. I Googled it. So I can't necessarily use that one is more, you know what I mean,
Yes,
above
ma'am.
the other one as far as that goes. You know what I mean? So I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
maybe that's something else. Like they could be looking at, well, you're no better than me. You're no better than me. You know what I mean?
I do understand what you mean, but it's kind of like we're equating fame. It's like Jonathan Majors is famous in Mississippi because he's from the Southeast, and any whatever his name is famous in
From Memphis.
In Memphis because he's from Memphis. Well, they're in the same
Yeah.
thing, but let's say Kurt Franklin is more national because he was
Yeah.
famous in '92. Like I went into Christianity because of Kurt Franklin because it was cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be the most shameful person on this panel. Kurt Franklin is the one that turned me on to religion when he came out with Stomp. Cause I was like 20 years old and I didn't know what to do with my life. And that shit came, I'm sorry, that came on in the club and I was like, hold up, what are you talking about? And then he had Salt in the song from Salt and Pepper. And I was like, oh, he done crossed over on us. I thought it was a remix. And then I went to
Yeah, I
church.
think he did something good there with, you know, trying to bring the youth in with a different style of, you know, gospel contemporary type mix of music.
Yes, ma'am. And that's what the bridge that I had to get into religion. And then, and be honest with you, I was in should I say it? Kojic church for 3 years straight. And then I got tired. And I was like, nah, I ain't going to church no more. Am I wrong? But I still believe in God.
You say you was in
You
what
know
kind
I
of
mean?
church?
Kojic.
What's that?
Church of God in Christ.
Oh, okay.
I think it's Pentecostal. I'm not sure. I get messed up with the religions. But I mean, my fatigue was my fatigue. I'm not trying to be on any type of religion. But as you get older, I think what I learned in philosophy class was, as you get older, you transform into philosophies. There used to be the old saying, you grow up a Democrat, but when you got to start paying bills, you turn into a Republican. Like life just throws shit at you, and you just change positions as it goes. And I think that's just what makes you a human. Like we always want to be in a box and say, well, black people should be this, that. But we're not. And white people aren't just this, that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, I'm drunk too. So we'll go with that.
I do want to highlight that Rob Watkins is the official sponsor of tonight's show so far.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, scam. Pay $60 and get you a banner, nigga. While you over there scamming on this nigga.
To be a co-sponsor.
No, we got your money. We good.
To be a co-sponsor.
You said I'm 60 though, because you still in the circle.
Let me get this
Freeze,
out.
you gotta let me talk shit if I'm the sponsor.
But let me get this out first. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor, it has to be $55 or more.
Amen.
$55 or more. Shout out to Rob, man. I appreciate you, Rob. Hold on, let me do this. Shout out
Money
to
where
Rob.
my mouth is. Money where my mouth is.
Shout out to Rob Watkins, man. Official sponsor so far of tonight's show.
No Cap-tivity.
Last thing, Freezy, and now I want other people to talk. I got like 15 more minutes. I really gotta get ready for court tomorrow. I'm just getting high because I got court in the morning. Look at Scam Likely, because you don't do shit, nigga. You stay in the house writing on fucking chalkboards, nigga.
And you stay in
You
court.
gonna be drunk at court?
Say
You gonna be in
again?
court drunk? You gonna be in court drunk?
I'm gonna be sober by 7 o'clock, nigga. Don't be silly.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Shout out to B Baller in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
B Baller, thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you. What's your initial thoughts from what you've been hearing so far, bro? Or what you want to touch on?
So I just want to give a quick thought on it. I think my stance is, I stand probably more where you stand, which is in looking at that situation with all of those gentlemen at the table. You had a nice mix, an overwhelming mix of grown men, and you had the young buck come to the table, which I think is great. I think we should do that more often. We don't do that enough. The problem is when they start talking at instead of to one another. So like you said, the young buck, he didn't recognize, and I said this earlier in the chat, that these were traumatized men that came to have a discussion. What they didn't want to do was be preached to. And the young buck felt the need to preach to them. He doesn't have to, we get that he knows his scripture and he's found his way, but it's up to everybody at that table to find their way however they choose to do it. And they chose to do it in that particular situation by being real with it, by opening up to each other, by maybe challenging, if not just momentarily, what the teachings are, so that maybe they can come back to it. It was a process for them that the youngster didn't understand, right? And he just kept forcing his method into it, and they did not feel like being preached to. So I think until the gap in the generation of how they approach things and how they speak to one another, until they get to that point, we're always going to have these problems. And I suspect that young buck will probably be in the same place that those gentlemen are in the next 15, 20 years. He just doesn't know it yet. He just doesn't know. And I think that's what frustrated them. So
I had asked this question earlier. How do you reconcile because obviously he has a lot of zeal. That's why he was so. Yeah. How do you reconcile his zeal with him not really being able to, be aware of the, the climate of the room and stuff?
You can't, because you don't want to take away that zeal. That zeal is what, it's important for him to have that zeal, and you don't want to take it away. I think in time he will start to recognize it, but you can't, you don't want to take that away from him. You do want him to be able to, like you said, read the room. And what he can't is, he could have sat there, he could have took it in, he could have gave his thoughts, but when he starts telling them what they need to know, I'm sure these gentlemen have all read the scripture, they understand exactly the things that he's saying. They're just trying to hash it out a different way. They're trying a different approach that day, and he couldn't understand that. So do I think he belonged at the table? Yes. But I don't think he was ready to be at the table. That table.
Well, let me ask y'all this. Is that a reflection of his age, or?
Yes. It's his
age. I want to piggyback over what something B-Baller said. B-Baller.
Before you do that, because before you change it, if you're saying it's a reflection of his age, are you saying that older men don't do what he did? Don't display the type of behavior that he displayed in the conversation?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. There's some older men that can't read the room either.
Correct. But
So
in this
is it
case, you had. Go ahead.
so with that being said, isn't it an age thing?
It
In
is
that
still an
particular
age thing.
situation, yes. In that particular situation, because of the setting. All right, the setting dictated that everybody come to the table the same way, right? And unfortunately, due to his if it were the opposite, and you had a bunch of young bucks sitting in there, were having a conversation that way, and then you had this one old head come through there, and he tried to break through, we would see the same thing, right? The setting dictate when you're in that setting, the setting dictates how you should behave. And unfortunately, he was the odd man out. He didn't understand. He didn't understand how to work in that setting. Again, he was zealous. He was, he was forthright. He was strong in his in everything that he wanted, but he just could. The communication portion wouldn't have gotten through. It's never going to work because he was speaking like a different language than they were.
Yeah.
So yeah, until he figures that out, and that is
Yeah.
from age. That is right now because of age. I think once he gets a little bit older, he'll be able to you know navigate that a little bit better.
I got a question.
Hold
ahead.
on, Scam. I think Runner was going to say something. Then you
Okay.
can go.
Yeah, like I said, I want to piggyback over what B Baller is saying, and he's 100% correct. And as a young man at 22 years old, he's hearing these stories, and there are times, and we as married men, we kind of figure this out when we have wives. There are times when somebody is speaking to you, and they don't want you to solve their problem; they just want you to hear them out.
Yes.
And in that situation, those older men, they didn't want a 22-year-old to solve their problem. They just want to have a conversation. And the other older men recognized that. That's why they was just listening and not jumping in. While here, the 20-year-old, he was on, oh, I'm going to solve problems. I'm going to solve problems. Oh, I've been through this before. I've been through this when I was 19 years old, right? So that, like I said, that's one thing that with age, hopefully he will be able to figure that out.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Scam.
It appears there's people of different ages, and there was a conversation. I don't know who invited who and what time it was and all that. But if it's a country club to where us older people, you got to meet this standard and you got to be like this, what they invite them for in the first place? And
To
other
bring them in.
question,
Okay, I'm sorry.
if it's a country club, we're prestigious. I'm 37 years old. I'm 57. You young person, you young peasant over here. If it's really like that, what you invite that man there for? Is it about having a conversation, or is it about being a country club and trying to wave your accolades in the sky and tell him how he got to behave? At the end of the day, conversations need to be had. I don't know if some of y'all got kids. Would y'all send Fear No Mortals? You back there?
I am.
Would you send your sons Would you send your sons to that table and say, "Be on your best behavior," and they got you? Would you feel comfortable with that?
No.
Why?
Because it seemed like it was a lot of trauma at that table, and I don't think, my sons at a certain age would be ready for that. If they were adults, it'd be different.
Okay, even if they're 22. If you saw a 22-year-old go to that table and this is what it comes back looking like, would you send your 23-year-old son to that table 2 days later?
Ooh, that's a good question, Scam. No, because I don't think they got anywhere.
And results do speak, don't they? Especially when people put accolades on the table. We the pros. We 58. We seen the world. We done did it all. And can't
So
even
are
have a
you saying
conversation.
he doesn't belong at the table? You saying the young boy doesn't belong at the table?
I'm saying it goes both ways. If he ain't good enough to be at the table, what the hell you invite him for? If he is good enough to be at the table, then treat him like he's good enough to be at the table. Stop throwing
There's a language. Okay, no. Hold on. If I invited you to a craps a table where we were playing blackjack, and you come there thinking you're going to play poker, You have to go to another table. I invited you thinking you were going to play blackjack, but you chose a different game. So that's what we're talking about. He should be invited to the table if he knows how to play cards. But if he's playing the wrong card game, that is a better scenario. That's a better analogy to have. He should be at the table because he can play cards. He just doesn't understand the game. It's all communication. It's language. He didn't understand the language that they were speaking. I'm saying he belonged there. You're saying he doesn't because
I'm
clearly he
saying
wasn't ready for that.
I'm saying what I took from the card game. You're saying they invited him to play poker.
Yeah.
As if he knew what the poker was, and this is poker. This is how you play. The rules are laid out. And I'm taking it as they said we're playing poker. They said we're playing blackjack. He came to play blackjack and they pulled out poker. I see it two different ways, but I can understand what you're saying.
They came to play poker. They played different versions of poker. I don't know the different versions of poker.
I'm saying if there's a disconnect, and it's supposed
Hey,
to be
fuck the sponsor. Scam Likely is fucking mother in the water. What the fuck?
No, I like where he's going with this. I like where he's
stop
going
talking on the sponsor. Shut the fuck up.
Because I'm not telling what you want to hear.
Freezy, get this nigga. Freezy, get this nigga.
I'm gonna get you there. So
the results of the conversation were ineffective. Therefore, it falls on leadership first and then goes down. But we want to go straight to the 22-year-old and say, "Man, you know what you done did?"
They tried
other
to reel him in.
Traumatized the hell out.
They tried to reel him in.
They
tried to reel him in.
Freezy, mute that nigga. Freezy, mute that nigga.
They tried to teach him the rules of the game.
He over here muddy in the fucking water.
They tried to teach him the rules of the game because he didn't want to play by those rules. They tried to show him the rules. They tried to show them the version of the game that they were playing. Every one of them did. And he chose not to.
They gonna show you some rules? Really? Kirk Franklin,
okay, you want to take AJ out?
What's wrong with Kirk Franklin, nigga? What's wrong? Hold on. What's wrong with Kirk Franklin, nigga? What's wrong with Kirk Franklin? What's wrong with Kirk Franklin?
Oh, they perfect.
No, but at least they spoke the same language, though. Listen, you can say what you want about AJ. You can say,
Freezy, what the fuck? I paid $55 and I can't talk.
You should have paid more money.
Fuck you, you pay $60 then. You pay $60 then.
Nah, you gonna pay the money. You're gonna drink,
Freezy,
man. You're gonna be in court.
I'll tell you what, I would invite him to these panels.
Give me my respect.
Come here.
Nigga.
Bring your wallet. You're gonna pay some more money. You ain't gonna be able to afford court.
You are a crab, nigga. You are a whole crab.
I'm a crab.
Cause you just want to prove down to your level, nigga. I believe you make six figures. I really do.
Nah.
And you at home by yourself, nigga, with all that computer technology.
I don't make no money. I ain't got no technology. I'm on I'm on an H phone.
Freezy, stop playing with me, man. Get me off this shit.
I ain't got no money. I sold it all.
Stop playing with me, Freezy. I believe these two niggas on the bottom is real.
You need to pay $60 more dollars.
Put him off, yo, please.
Hold on.
Let grown man talk. Let grown man talk.
Let him talk.
I was talking and you interrupted me.
Okay, hold on. Wait.
Really didn't happen.
This is what we're gonna do. Finish your point, Scam, and then you can go, Rob. Go ahead.
Okay, simply put, when you make it this whole thing of these men are so established and people's talking about their net worth and these prestigious man, and you're so fortunate to be a young guy sitting at this table. Just a mental health conversation. People should be able to be open and be who they are and where they are at 22, 24, 48. Just like some of them was open. And what's all this prestige stuff coming into the conversation? And criticizing a man for being how old he actually is. And from the experiences that he really has. What's criticizing him for? That's all I got.
Because he can be critiqued. That's why we criticize him. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Rob.
Like I said, I think the man next to me, I don't know his name, Butterfly Baller, had made some good points.
That man's name is not Butterfly, man.
That's okay. I'll take it. But Butterfly.
I can't hear my glasses. No disrespect, dog.
B Baller.
That's okay.
Like I said, I don't want to be right. I just want to have the conversation.
Oh my God.
Huh? I'm old, niggas. Stop playing with me. B Baller for the, I don't know what that fuck it is.
Now I can't get butterfly out my head.
No disrespect, my man. No disrespect. You
You're
big.
good.
I don't want you to punch me in the face. I swear to God, I don't want you to punch me. But now it's the whole thing of what he said. It's like at the card game. If we playing poker, Texas Hold'em, and you fuck up 3 hands, we throwing you off the table, little nigga. You fucking up the flow. And they let him sit. They let him sit too fucking long to be in the conversation because somebody else made the point of these niggas was just trying to talk. And he had a solution at 22. Nigga, wait till you 28 and your girlfriend leave you for your homeboy and take your baby and tell you ain't shit and he fuck you better than you. Like, you gotta eat all that shit and still get up in the morning. Like, I want that conversation. Like, old niggas know that shit. Like, we gotta eat heartbreak. We gotta eat kids disrespect. We gotta eat people at work disrespect. We gotta deal with traffic. We gotta deal with bills. And then we still gotta get up and face it and be like, hey, I'm good. That's why I drink and I smoke.
So why they invite him to the table then? I guess he ain't ready, ain't good enough. Leave him at home.
No.
People had a conversation.
Scam. Like, again, he had enough money to get in the game. They just let him
He's
sit at
qualified or he's not. Pick one.
I think what Scam is saying is if they invited him to be a guest like everybody else, he should have equity in the conversation as far as his
He did
his appearance or whatever.
Scam. I don't know why we keep on saying these things that you're not understanding, man. If the older people could wait, let people finish speaking before they talk, why the younger person can't do that, man? It's not that like we keep on saying he belongs at the table. But when you keep on jumping in and people can't even finish, the older people can't even finish, right? You got to be able to read the room. You know what they say, do like when you're in Rome, do like the Romans, right? He's a 22-year-old young man that's in a room with older men. See how the older men are acting, and you should know how to act also.
Hey,
if
Ronald,
they could wait their turn,
2 questions.
why can't he wait his turn to speak? It's very simple.
2 questions. One is, I may have saw something different than you did. I heard them dismissing and moving on past when he's talking about death and going and paying for funeral. They just move right past it. Oh yeah, okay, and move past it. Did not acknowledge the man's pain. That's what I saw. You may have saw something different. The other thing is, every time something's wrong, we got to keep attacking this man's age. If that's the case,
he was showing his age. They will listen.
If it's 3 married people inviting me to a panel and they know I'm single, hey man, what time is it? Oh, I left my watch. You single nigga.
Well, Scam, is it possible?
Scam,
go ahead, B-Baller. Go ahead.
If it's a
so
country club,
what he did, Scam, is what you're doing. He hears everything, but he doesn't listen. You are not listening to what we're saying. He heard everything they said, and he immediately started telling them what they need to hear, as if he had all the answers. Instead of what everyone else was doing was just listening to the guys tell their story, and then they can discuss it. He kept interrupting because all he did was hear what they said and respond. That's what you're doing. What you're doing is you're hearing what we're saying and you're immediately responding instead of listening to what we're trying to say. All he had to do was sit and listen for a bit.
Yes,
I'm sure he would have gotten his story as well.
I told you what I heard.
Yes, and this
I know
is
what you heard.
What y'all are saying, I don't agree. The answer is no.
I'm good. Go ahead. I was enjoying this conversation. Go ahead. Get me off the screen, man. I'm good. Is my shit froze? Hello?
Scam, what you have to understand is Kevin on stage was speaking, and he was talking about what he went through with his brother. Right? What you want, and NLE Choppa jumped in and started talking about, well, he went through something. He had to bury people also. What you want to do what you want to do is change the conversation. Instead of consoling Kevin on stage, now you want to all of a sudden now jump in and acknowledge what NLE Choppa went through. Right now the focus was on Kevin on stage and what he went through with
Did
his
he
brother.
interrupt? Did he interrupt? Okay. Who is telling this story first? Did he interrupt?
It was Kevin on stage. Yeah, NLE Choppa interrupted.
No, I'm asking y'all. Did he interrupt him when he was going and talking about he had to bury them funerals? Is that what he did?
Yes, Kevin on stage was speaking. NLE Choppa interrupted him, right? And then changed the conversation, talking about, well, he had to bury people too. Right? So all of a sudden now you wanna instead of consoling Kevin on stage now you want to go console NLE Choppa when Kevin on stage had the floor to speak. Do you understand what we're trying to say?
Well, no, I think that was the part when Ray J was talking, and then
no.
Ray J addressed him, from what I remember, anyways.
Okay, if that's
go
what
to the
happened,
tape, Freezy. Go to the tape, Freezy.
It's not that important. Ronald, if you're right, then I'll just say I was wrong. And I heard it wrong, and I thought this one was talking and this one.
Damn, you ain't gave up nothing all this whole night. You a whole ass hoe pulling niggas down with you.
Man, you're getting locked up tomorrow, and you're doing 20 years with a cellmate 6'4".
Scam.
How about that?
Scam, slow down. How old are you?
6. You're drunk, you're high, and you're getting locked up. How about that?
How you go to court drunk, man? I don't understand it.
Again, court. Hey, look. How long does it take to be drunk, nigga? Court is that?
I don't know. I don't
How
drink.
long did it take you?
But
again,
how long?
Hey, you know what? Scam. I'm the sponsor of the show. Google me and see what I'm going to court for tomorrow. Google me. I swear to God, it's gonna come.
For drunkenness.
If it's really bad, you might not be coming back.
You in 804 and you shitting on me with the goddamn stripes, nigga. What the fuck?
Huh?
Real shit. You got 1990 style on, and you gonna hit me with the Yankees hat
This
on.
is 1990.
Hey, I could go on with everybody.
Hey, bro.
Like, I want Freezy.
When you get out of court, you're gonna be wearing stripes too. Don't talk about it.
Mia said he interrupted Kev also.
Yeah, he did. Freezy, you the host. Freezy, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Can you Google
I don't know
my
what
name?
it is. What is it first? Go ahead.
Google my whole name that I got on the screen.
Oh no, we don't need to do that.
See, they don't want to do it because they don't want to see it. Y'all dox niggas every day. Like, I'm gonna tell you real. Shut up, Scam. I paid for the show.
You got
Hold on, wait, hold on. You didn't pay for the show. Man.
No, up the price. We want some more money.
You didn't pay for the whole show, man. Come on, man. You didn't pay for the show.
He's going to court for YouTube intoxication.
Yeah. Just for future reference, everybody. $55 don't pay for the show. Okay, but he's still the sponsor of the show, though. But go ahead. Go ahead. Somebody want to talk?
Yeah.
Did he drop?
Yeah, he'll probably be back.
Hey, Scam, man. You're reading it wrong. It could be any of us. Like right now we are 4 people on the panel. Like somebody can make it 5.
If I heard that wrong, then I heard that wrong. Then I'm off.
Right.
I'll just admit it. But I thought it was this person interrupting that person and could have had it backwards. If so,
what was his name? Robert. You know, like there was a girl on the panel, right? And she was speaking, and he like, why is a girl on the panel? Right? We wasn't saying that. We wasn't saying why is this 22-year-old on the panel. What we're saying is, yo, at the end of the day, they all on the panel for the same reason. They all are black men who went through some kind of mental illness or whatever like that, or mental trauma or whatever. So they all should get a chance to speak, just like anybody. Just like when we're on this panel, we take turns speaking. It's called being respectful, right? But for some reason, him, you know, and we put it to his age. You know, don't get me wrong. Old people. I mean, as we can see, Robert don't know how to act. And he was the oldest person on the panel for a while, and he drunk and he's embarrassment to older men, you know. So yes, anybody could do dumb stuff, but what we're saying is that NLE Choppa, being the youngest man, wanted to solve all the problems, and every time somebody was speaking, he wanted to jump in and solve the problem when all these people wanted to do was speak, and the older people recognized that. And sometimes as men, we don't want you to solve our problems. Sometimes we just want to speak. You could understand that, right?
Yeah,
particularly in that situation.
Like I said, I might have gotten it wrong and thought he was interrupting that I don't know these dudes' names. I
Kevin
don't
on
know his.
stage.
Kevin
Kevin
was
on.
interrupting him instead
No,
of
no,
him
no,
interrupting.
no. Kevin on
Because I
stage
didn't
was
know
speaking
whose voice
first.
is whose voice and who is who. I didn't know these
Yeah.
people.
No,
I
he
don't
was
know.
jumping. NLE Choppa was interrupting Kevin on stage. She was also interrupting Jonathan Majors. So he kept on every time somebody was speaking, he kind of was jumping in, kind of like solving the problem. Well, when like I said, these guys didn't even get a chance to finish speaking, and that's the issue. It's not that he's 22 years old. It's what we always call having discernment or whatever you call it. You're on a panel. Take it. Let somebody speak. Let them finish. Then you speak. That is the problem. Not just jumping in.
Yeah.
Because
Discernment.
in his mind,
Yeah.
I know the answer to this problem.
Well, discernment and discretion.
Yes, discernment. Yeah, discernment. There you
Yeah.
go.
What I'm
What?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, B-baller. Go ahead.
What I found.
Uh,
Somebody's playing music.
Go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
What I found really interesting was I think it was Kevin that said that he had been in the church a lot, and it was like religion. It was the whole organized religion that got him to start thinking a little bit different now. In that moment, he thought that organized religion was why he had come to that moment. I think that was the way he said it. Why he had started to feel like God had forsaken him. Organized religion, not to say his relationship with God, but just the way the organized church was or the way religion was. I believe he made a statement to that effect. Am I wrong on that one?
I think I know what you're talking about. What he was saying is that before this happened to him, he was one of the first people that when something happened to them, when a tragedy happened to somebody, he would say, "God got you." But now,
Right.
when his brother got killed, now it hitting home. So when people's telling
Right.
when people's telling him God got him, he's like, "No, I want more than that."
Right.
So
And
that's what he
here's
was
what
saying.
I think the young brother could have learned because they were telling him exactly what they were expecting. So every time he would jump in and say, "Well, you know what? This is it, don't worry, this is it." They were telling you that in this moment they didn't want that. They'd done that enough. They didn't want that. They just wanted to talk. They just wanted to as men speak to each other and have it in a normal conversation rather than going, you know what, you're going, they're in a better place. They didn't want that, but the young buck couldn't recognize that, and by default, it was just his natural instinct to do that. So when I say recognize and read the room, all it would have taken, and forget about the whole, maybe he didn't listen enough, but all it would have maybe taken in that situation was for him not to go the whole it'll be okay. God is, to do those kinds of things because clearly, as I said, there was trauma that they were had with the way religion was and the way they'd gone through religion in the past. They were just trying to find in that moment some other way to deal with their pain, right? Not that they were just giving up on religion, but that they were just trying to find a more um, a way that these gentlemen can come together and at least talk about it differently.
B-baller, stay right there, B-baller. Which that kind of brings me to the question I was gonna ask, and I'm gonna start with you, B-baller, and I can ask everybody else too. Everybody else can answer too. Do y'all think that it might have seemed to NLE Chopper that they didn't want to hear about God, that they were dismissing God, and he felt like he was defending God?
So yes, and that's why I said I don't want to take away the young buck's zeal because what he did was he was actually trying to save people who looked like they were straying from the flock. So I appreciate that he did that, but that the way I looked at it and the way they all saw it as a group of men there at the table was that's not what they were doing. They were just having a down to earth conversation on how
You don't think they was
we
just
said about
dismissing God?
no.
That's what you
No, I think this was their moment with Job where they were just going through their trials and tribulations and they were just talking about it. I don't think that they strayed away from him. I just think they just wanted to talk about it in a real way that usually in the church you couldn't speak about it. You usually don't do that. You usually got to sit there and say, everything, God is going to, they were just trying to talk about it in a different way. I don't think they were straying, but I think that what is it, NLE?
in the
Yeah.
NLE Chopper.
Yeah, NLE Choppa. I think it felt to me like he was doing his duty in trying to keep them from straying away from the flock. Yes, so that's what I thought.
But LNE, he
What do you
doesn't.
think,
But
Ronald?
he doesn't go to a church. If you remember him speaking that, he just reads the word. And yeah, Kurt Franklin did speak about church trauma, where they are spending like these people spending too much time in church, which I really don't understand. Because me personally, it should be a privilege to go to a church, to have some kind of community, a church community to go to. But for some reason, they was traumatized by church. And I know. So I don't really understand that part. That's where you're supposed to be.
You don't understand how a person could be traumatized by church?
No, but when I say trauma, yeah, when we say trauma, we're not talking about like a priest touching somebody. We're talking about
No,
they
no,
go to
no.
church too much. That's what they're talking about.
No, not going to church too much, but maybe being preached to all the time instead of being, listen. So listen, there are people that probably go into church and would rather be and would hope for there was a point in time where they would listen to instead of they would preach to all the time. And I think that setting was probably one where they can get away from the preaching and the more of the talking and listening to one another. Right? And I
Okay.
think
Hey, Ronald.
Go ahead.
The fact that he said church trauma and Kirk Franklin acknowledged that there was church trauma and what it is shows that it's not something just that I'm not trying to take a shot at you either. It's not something to say, I don't understand how people could be in church trauma.
No,
He
LD
said,
Chopper didn't say church trauma. It was Kurt Franklin was speaking about it.
right,
It
but the
wasn't
fact
LD
that Kirk
Chopper.
Franklin could acknowledge it means that it was actually real and he understood where he was coming from.
Yeah, but to tell you the truth, me personally, there's a lot of people who want to get out of the church. They don't want to live under the church rules, so they will blame. Just like Ray J,
Did
right?
you
He was
ever
doing a
ask
lot of
those
stuff.
people why?
Huh?
Have you ever sat down with those people and asked them why and listened?
No, of course I didn't. I would love to have the
Not just the
conversation with
ones
them,
who
but me personally growing up in church,
Mhm.
I know a lot of people who they started at a younger age. They started questioning things that happened in the church, and I think that was just their excuse to get out the church. They didn't want to
What
live
if
under
it,
these. They didn't want to live under these rules.
what if it
Where
wasn't just
when it came to me, I wasn't questioning the church because like I said, I had no problem with obeying the rules of the Bible.
okay, Ronald? And I hate to have to go to this example.
Uh
There was slavery.
huh.
There were some people who didn't question it; they just followed the rules. Some people
Okay.
said, "Hey, hold up, man. He ugly and he in the house, and I'm out here. What's up with that?" Or, "Hey, man, hold up. The master ugly and he out there, and I ain't got nothing." Not saying religion is slavery, but with religion, there are people who don't believe or don't whatever, and they're not just robots. That's just everything they say it is it. Traditional everything, and they have questions, and when they ask them, they get redirected and all kind of BS. Ted runs them up out of there. I've seen this in different time zones. Maybe just a suggestion. Maybe you should have that conversation with a couple of them. Just listen to them. If it's not
I don't
beneficial, throw it away.
I don't think they were running away from the church though. So let me just make it clear. I
Hold
don't
on.
think
There
that's
are
what they were
some that
doing.
just want to do what they want to do. I won't
Yeah.
dismiss. They
Because
some of them are still in there, to be honest.
yeah, because
But
a lot of
there
the.
is a
I'm
population of
sorry.
people. I'll try to make it quick. There is a population of people whose church has done wrong, misled, ragdolled, half quoted, half this, whatever, pit some junk where they almost throw the whole damn religion away. And I see why. I'll
Yeah,
just leave it at that.
a lot of the trauma, you know, I have to try to remember some of those guys, but some of those guys, the trauma they went through was self-inflicted, right? Because they turned away from God and what is doing their own thing. Of course, Kevin on stage, his father, I mean, his brother got cancer, so of course that's not self-inflicted. But like somebody like Jonathan Majors, somebody like Ray J, right? That is definitely self-inflicted, where they turned away from the church, did whatever they want to do, and now they want to blame God for what they went through.
You'll be surprised. Okay. From the outside looking in, it's easy thing to do is say, these people, and let's be honest, Robert himself, he's going to court tomorrow. Now, I'm just making jokes because I'm a troll. But truthfully, he might be going through something, going through court for something that he didn't even do. I don't know that. But all this other junk, yeah, it's just jokes. I'm a troll. But if you take a shot, then yeah, I'm going to fire back with some jokes. But I could easily just make all this judgment and say, man, need to give him 50 years, them bad criminal people there. Just like a person in the church saying, man, I ain't going back in there. Well, you just want to go do what you want. No. Maybe the dude that slept with his mom was a dude up in the front preaching. Like, hold up. You don't know what's going on. Had a conversation.
All right.
I heard. I'll leave it at that. I want to drag the show out.
So, for example, let's say Robert go to court tomorrow with liquor on his breath, and the judge smell that liquor and put him in jail. Could Robert say, "Oh God, why did you put him in this situation"? Could Robert say that, or was that self-inflicted?
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying everything isn't just A or B. You people over here are going to hell because you're bad. You good Christian people are perfect. You old people are knowledgeable. You young people don't know what you're talking about. It's way more to it than that.
Yeah, of course, because nobody's perfect. No, Christians are not perfect. Everybody
When
makes mistakes.
Right. If the judgment mindset comes and it's on your subconscious mind, it's going to show in your face and it's going to come out in the energy when you speak. And young people or bad people, whatever, they're going to hear it, they're going to feel it, and it might just tune you out. A lot of them, their behavior may get worse. I've seen this with parent and children, teacher to student, mentor to mentee, old to young, men's to women's to men's. This is one of the biggest problems you see in these circular conversations. People not coming with good interests, building like and trust, saying, look, man, I actually have a genuine interest and I want to share something with you. I have a problem or I don't have a problem.
I think what happens is people come to the table and a lot of people don't want to have a discussion, but they want to have a debate. Right?
That's true
A
too.
discussion means you're listening more. A debate means you're trying to make a point. And I think that what those gentlemen came to the table for was a discussion, which you don't see often. And I'm glad they did it, and I'm glad they invited the young guy. But I'm not sure that he was ready for it. Everybody else seemed to be ready for it. He did not seem like he was ready for that. It didn't seem like he wanted. Like, you could say that's a discussion. Again, I think that the generations also have a different way of what a discussion is.
I got you, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
Listen, oh, gentlemen, I gotta get up in like a couple hours, take kids to school. My bad.
All right, B-Baller, thank you for coming through, bro. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Don't be a stranger, bro. You know, join later on. All right, bro.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, there you go. Let everybody know you had me muted the whole time.
I didn't even know I had you muted.
Oh, Scam Likely, I appreciate you saying that you were just playing. I really do have court in the morning. So it is what it is. Y'all don't care. Y'all don't care. I came on here because I have an affinity for black people. And I listened to conversations, and Freezy seemed like a cool nigga. And I just want to get on conversation. I ain't want to bring out my shit, but y'all niggas want to keep making it personal. All I said was NLE Choppa was in the wrong table. And then it seemed like a lot of black people said the same thing. He was out of his depth. But then we arguing for what? And then we're going to shit on me. And then 804 Chaplain, I'm disappointed in you because you talking about what I'm going to smell like in church and fucking court, nigga. You don't know what the stress is like to go to court, nigga. You ever been to court?
Yeah, but not for that reason. But not anything terrible.
But we don't know what his reason is. Just being honest.
That's what I'm about to say, right? He don't know about his crosswalk. Yeah, I'm jaywalking. That's the shit I be talking about. Like you automatically. I just asked you a simple question. Have you ever?
If I was going to court, I won't be drinking hours before I go to court. I think that's ridiculous.
So what was your charge? Let's play the game. What was your charge?
It was just fighting a traffic ticket. But even fighting a traffic ticket, I won't go drunk to court or have a lick on my breath. I think that's ridiculous. Like I said before, I'll be sober minded.
So you don't know the stress that comes from like a felony charge, though, huh? Like you finna face 10 years and shit.
So you're about to face. So there's a possibility you'll face 10 years. So you think being drunk right now is the right thing to do? Is a smart thing to do? Come on, man.
Ronald, there's a time to be judgmental and there's a time not to. I'm just being honest.
Now is the time to be judgmental. What he's doing is foolish.
I think you're being judgmental. Scam saw it. Because like if
there's
I'm
a time to be judgmental and there's a time not to.
Now's the time to be judgmental. He keep on saying how old he is.
Okay, no.
And he's doing foolish
Let's start
things.
with you then. You perfect Christian man. What the hell you doing speeding on the road? You trying to run over some kids? Kill old ladies?
I wasn't speeding on the road.
Hey man.
I just parked the wrong spot.
He was in the school zone too. He was in a school zone too.
No,
they doubled his fine because he fucked with the kids.
Ronald,
like,
hear me out.
This is what I'm saying, Scam. I like you now because you got some sense. Because what you just did was judge me and Scam caught you. And I'm so happy because you think like a sin is a sin. All sins are weighed the same, motherfucker. No, they're
when
not.
It's convenient.
When it's convenient. Thank you, Scam Lolly. Scam Likely. When it's convenient.
Go ahead.
Nah. I feel like you helping me. Go ahead.
Okay. Real talk. Now, on the panel, this is a show. I talk crazy stuff. Everybody, if you've seen me around for a year, you should know that. I fire up dust. That's what I do. Is it personal? No. It's a show. I don't know if you're really dealing with some pain, but I know there's some cigarettes, some drinking, and now you're talking about going to court tomorrow. The language of pain.
Why y'all think I lie on the internet?
No, I'm
like,
just saying.
I don't know y'all niggas. Like, I'm really going to I'm going to a fucking, what they call that? A recognizance hearing tomorrow. Like, I'm new to this shit. Like, I was just getting on the internet to fucking have a good time, have a couple drinks, smoke a blunt, and do whatever. I ain't expect to get into this shit. I saw Freezy shit, and I saw black men talking. I was like, oh, hold up. Maybe I can assert it. Maybe I give a little bit before I go down. And then let me say one more thing. While I'm drinking the night before, because I don't know if they locking me up in the morning, nigga. So I want to have a good time before I go to jail. Because I'm going to be in that bitch. You know it's cold. It's fucking bright. They don't feed you good. And they don't treat you good, motherfucker. So I'm going to live my life before I go in there. Because they're going to require my ass to work as soon as I get in that bitch. Yeah, you ain't never seen that shit. Go ahead, say something.
You said you're going to see a judge tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you already know if you're innocent or guilty, or it didn't come yet?
Justice don't work that way, nigga. I'm out on bond. I had to pay money to come out here. Look my name up, nigga. You think I'm playing?
I'm not gonna look your name up. I'm
not
gonna
scary.
I think we're taking it in the wrong direction.
No,
and
Robert,
I hate that you're going through what you're going through, honestly,
you,
and I hope
Thank
that
you,
it's
the first
a
one to say it, man.
outcome.
Thank you. And I think Scam is a
good outcome for you.
Yeah, it's not
no problem.
The point, Ronald, is this. I can sit, if he's going to be judged tomorrow, he's going to be judged tomorrow anyway. I don't know. I don't want to look it up. I don't want to know the charges. But what I do understand is it's a man dealing with some pain and trying to cope with it in a certain way.
I ain't got no pain, nigga. I'm good. I'm good because it is what it is. And all I did was try to come on here and tell y'all, like I saw it and I'm like, the young nigga is not at the right table. That's the only conversation I wanted to have. And then people want to throw digs. So now I gotta get you a little bit more.
Hey, Robert, you took a shot at me. I fired back. I'm a troll.
Hey, Robert.
But it's all
Robert,
joke.
let me tell you something.
But I'm talking about Toronto. It's no point saying we want to help the youth. We need to get our woman to get. As soon as they do something you don't like, how come you didn't follow these 18 rules right here? You're not worthy. You black woman, you people didn't follow the code. Everybody ain't you.
Right.
I don't have a record. I got both my parents in the household and green grass, but I understand that there's other people that don't.
Yeah,
I understand it. It took me a long time. I used to be judgmental. They don't have what you have. They are not who you are. Give some
Scam.
grace. Listen and understand
A
them.
little bit.
Because all you're doing when you judge them and take shots, you should have did it this way, is making them worse.
Scam.
Scam like
Why?
this cool ass nigga. Fuck
Listen,
that
man,
nigga.
I really don't understand people sometimes. Why when you
Try
give somebody
listening to
good
them.
why when you give somebody good advice it's almost like, why you judging? Yo, if you go to court in the morning in a few hours, you shouldn't be drinking. That might even help you out. You know what I mean?
You ever heard of meeting
If
people
you
where
if
they
you
are?
if you show up
Kind
at
of
court,
too
hold on a
late for
second.
that,
If
Ronald.
you show up for court and you look like you don't give a damn, that's how they're gonna treat you. Then you're gonna be like, damn, they put another
Ronald,
black man in jail. Come
Ronald,
on,
there's
man.
one person who doesn't give a damn, and his name is Ronald 804 Fight Club champion.
How I don't give a damn?
Think we
I
don't
ain't
know
going to
that?
court tomorrow. I give a damn. I ain't got no damn felonies. I give
Not
a
yet,
damn.
nigga. Not yet,
That's why I
nigga.
never got in trouble.
They gonna get you on a
'Cause I
felony,
give a
nigga.
damn.
You act like you special. You ain't special, nigga.
The only person I don't give a damn is Mr. Robert over there. Because his
Mr.
ass
Robert,
old as
Mr.
hell
Robert, don't do that. Don't do that.
and
Scam,
might
let me
be
say
going to jail
something.
tomorrow. Come on.
So,
I'm Freezy,
hold on,
you
Scam,
got
give
it.
me a second. Give me a second, please. Because Ronald,
Freezy, you got
right?
it.
I'm hurt that you're from my city and you're being a bitch. It really hurts me.
I'm being a bit. No. Listen, when you first came on this panel, right? You was talking about, oh, NLE Choppa don't belong in this conversation because he's young, right? But look at you. You don't even belong in this conversation because you are drunk that might be in jail tomorrow. If you want to be truthful about it, you gotta be you keep on saying how old you are, but you act like you 15 years old. Oh, I might be going to jail tomorrow, so I'm going to drink. That is silly and stupid, man. You were the older man in the 50s, right? I'm telling you, I'm not telling you because I'm judging you. I'm telling you because because there might be somebody just like you out there that'll do the same stupid thing you're doing, right? So just because I ain't go through you, there's a reason why I ain't go through your drama, right? So don't make it worse on yourself. That's all I'm trying to say. So
Worse
I'm tired when somebody trying
You
to.
don't know what worse is, you little motherfucker. The fuck you talking about? Yo, you a silly ass nigga. Look,
I'm
gonna
silly.
tell you one by one.
I'm not going to court tomorrow.
I gave you stop talking, man. Come on, dog.
Gosh,
I gave
man.
you the whole floor.
Go ahead.
I gave you the whole floor. Because you judged me. You said, I don't know why you're getting drunk. Because I don't know if I'm getting locked up. You know what happens when you get locked up? You get segregated. You sit by yourself for about 6 hours. And all you got to do is think. Because you ain't never been locked up, nigga. This ain't nothing new to me. So that's why I got drunk. I said, yo, I'm going to have a good conversation with some good niggas. And then I connected with your old stripe ass nigga and you going to judge me? Bitch ass nigga, come see me at court tomorrow. I'm be down here in New Kent. You know where it is. You 804.
I think it's a situation where he's already decided to get intoxicated. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, you gave him
I'm not being belligerent, man. I'm not being belligerent. I'm not being belligerent. I'm having a conversation with y'all and y'all keep over talking me.
No, I don't think she's not taking a shot. She's not taking a shot at you. I don't think
I'm just saying, like, I'm hearing so many people's voices, and I'm being real for everybody. Like, I ain't have to tell y'all I got a case. I ain't have to tell you I'm facing 3 charges because nobody want to look that shit up. It's cool. I don't want you to be in my business no way, but I'm trying to let you see my frame of mind. All I was doing was talking about, what was it, 5 niggas on a panel? And I was a little bit interested. I like Freezy. I thought we could have an even conversation, but people want to fucking throw shit in there. Nigga, I'm 53, been in Iraq and had 5 grandkids, 3 kids. You don't think I know shit?
Well, I think you know, him saying that he's you know, he does have felonies and that's what he's going to court for. And the time that he's facing.
Misdemeanors, I lied. They misdemeanors, I lied.
The time that you're saying you know that you're trying to fight and you fight against or whatever. This goes back to the conversation we was having earlier, you know. I understand Ronald, you know, he, I believe Ronald had good intentions, but I do think, if he's going to court tomorrow morning, or this morning, I guess, it's
3 hours, nigga. 3 hours I gotta be in court.
Well, I'm just saying is, it's not a bad thing to use discretion and discernment. I think that kind of goes that it goes into play now too. I mean, he's already drinking, so it's not like he can take, the time back. So,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, but I do want to say I don't think you meant bad intentions though, Ronald.
Can I say this part? I got family driving me to court. I got people supporting me to go to court. So it ain't like I'm gonna be out here like Ronald, disorderly driving and shit. Like I already got my shit set up. Me drinking and me smoking is all calculated, nigga, because you don't know how life works. When it hits you, you gotta make plans no matter what. Like they say, Mike Tyson said, he gonna lean forward. Like Mike Tyson said, you don't know what life's gonna be until you get punched in the face, nigga.
Robert, so you got people that are supporting you that's gonna go to court with you tomorrow and look like you don't even want to support your own damn self, man. It's sad.
Well, see,
why are you talking to me?
Let me stop.
I don't like this
Wait, hold
nigga.
on. Let's stop.
I
I'm
don't like this nigga. I don't like this nigga.
I'm gonna mute y'all. This is what I'm saying. It's like now it's not good to kick a man
while he's down.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's not
Really
good
not
to
cool.
do that.
That's what preachers do. I ain't see the chaplain at the
good.
end. That motherfucker chaplain, they always do that shit. Hey, come back to Jesus. I'm gonna hold you down. And then when you get back in the congregation, that nigga fucking your wife, man. Fuck that dumb nigga, man.
Nah, I'm not trying to kick him when he's down. What I'm saying is I'm putting myself into one of the supporters, right? Just imagine, like let's say I have an uncle. My uncle got to go to court tomorrow, and I say, "Hey, uncle, I'm gonna pick you up." Right? If I go pick up my uncle and he's drunk as hell, and I'm taking to court, I'd be like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" Right? You got people that love you, that's coming to support you, and that's how you're gonna show up to court tomorrow.
Exactly.
Right? So I'm not trying to kick him when he's down,
nigga, with the fitted and
right?
all, nigga. I'm
Because
not dumb.
if he
You think
doesn't,
I'm stupid or nah, nigga? I'm on the internet.
if he
I don't
doesn't get it,
fuck.
hopefully somebody else get it. So if I don't, I'm not only preaching to him, I'm talking to other people. Hopefully there's somebody else that's in the same situation as he is.
Well,
That will wise up.
no, here's the thing though. Here's the thing though.
I'm going to sleep.
It's his life.
Yeah.
And he's not breaking any laws right now. He's in the comforts of his own home.
Home.
Right. And he said that his nephew is going to take him to court.
No, not my nephew, my family, my auntie, my
I'm
nephew,
sorry.
my niece, my
so
cousin.
he's gonna. I'm sorry, Rob. So he's gonna have family support tomorrow as well, and pretty sure he has legal representation that's going to speak for him. But
of course,
yeah. So I just want to say, this is what I'm saying, Ronald. Obviously, he's drinking for a reason. He's already.
I might go to jail.
He's already, and he might have some. He might be stressing it, and which makes sense why he chose to have a cocktail or two. Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, I don't even want to keep driving this home because this is his situation. I don't want to put it on Front Street. He has to go to court in a few hours. I really want to just kind of move past this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Preaching to him now is not going to make a difference.
It's really not.
You're not preaching in good faith. That's the worst part about
it. You think I'm not preaching in good faith?
No, not even close.
So you think I'm here 5:07 in the morning just for the hell of it, man? Come on, man.
Worse.
And it's a scam, man. Come on,
worse.
man.
Worse than that.
Yo, I'm speaking not only because I care about this man more than like I guess he care for his own self. I care for somebody else. They got what?
No, you don't.
66 other people on this watching this.
You care about
right?
yourself. That's it.
Right? We can't be complaining. We jump on this panels all the damn time talking about the black community. Why so much black brothers in jail? And look what he doing, right? Look how he's showing up to court.
Ronald.
Do anybody got common sense in here?
Ronald.
Do anybody got some kind of common sense in here?
Yes,
Come
everybody
on, man.
except you. Here's the deal.
You complain all the time about black men being in jail, and this is how a black man shows up to court tomorrow. Drunk.
Ronald,
that is
if he's
silly.
going to court tomorrow, he's going to deal with what he got to deal with. I don't know what he did. I'm not going to look it up for different reasons. It's already done.
Well, no. Here's the thing, Ronald.
Why do you keep kicking and beating him? Well, why you ain't doing it?
But this is the
That's what the judge gonna do tomorrow to him.
Wait, hold on, wait.
What you doing it for?
Hold on, well, let me say this. This is the reason why people do become disgruntled with church or with church people because the judging seems like it could a lot of times seems like it over what is it called?
Overbearing.
It overrides.
It overrides the empathy, and you could take out this time to pray for him. You see he's drinking, instead of criticizing him publicly, you could pray for him. You could say, Rob, I know you're going to court tomorrow. I see, you're under the influence. I could tell you're stressed. That's where the discernment comes in at. And then you could say, hey, brother, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray that you have a great outcome tomorrow. And then that's it. Instead of, persecuting, I don't think he needs persecution from you, being that he's facing possible persecution. You know what I'm saying? So he probably, I don't think he's going to receive it well right now from you, Ronald. That's all I'm saying.
I think what he just said was he's going to see the judge in the morning, and that fucked me up. Like, he judged me already, and then he said that the next man going to judge me. That's how I feel about what you said, Ronald.
When you first jump on this panel, right? We was talking about NLE Choppa. You said that 22-year-old don't belong in this conversation. You kept on talking about your age, right? You are older than everybody else on this panel. And look, this is the example you setting for us and everybody else. That's the point I'm trying to make. You cannot condemn a 22-year-old young man when you are 50-something years old, and this is how you're going to show up to court tomorrow.
Why we ain't get the 2-screen?
We don't have to do no 2-screen. Right?
So I want to say to you, sir, you say a lot of words.
What you are doing is embarrassing.
Oh, shit. You call me an embarrassment?
Yes.
Freezing.
But Ronald, he's not going to receive the message. He's already intoxicated.
If he doesn't want to receive it, I hope somebody else receive it. This is utterly embarrassing.
Don't do it.
That you are a 50-something-year-old man showing up drunk to court in a few hours. That is utterly embarrassing.
Ronald, you're embarrassing us even more.
No. I'm a 48-year-old man with my wife. I just celebrated 15 years of marriage, and I have my 3 children right here. Right? Ain't nothing embarrassing about me. I know how to run my family.
Through judgment.
And God forbid, if anybody was in my family was to say that, was to do that,
you judge them and treat them like shit.
Exactly
You're probably already doing before they even doing.
Hold on, wait.
What you gonna do if your wife burned the food tomorrow?
And I move. Listen,
throw her away.
Yeah,
what
I might be very blunt right now.
On his report card, you gonna throw him the fuck away?
No, Scam. I might be blunt right now, but that's how what I'm trying to say is I care about people. I care about people.
Care about no damn body,
right? No, you trying to sugarcoat things, show that you don't care. You don't have a damn family. All right.
Oh, it's the family.
I'm showing that I care.
That's what it is.
Right.
Well, I think instead of
all y'all want to do is sugarcoat stuff,
them.
right? Come on, man.
You never even asked this man.
So hold on, wait.
So much, why don't you even ask him if he's innocent or guilty? Since you care so that much.
Hold on, Scam.
You don't even fucking know.
Let me say this, Scam. So Ronald,
you don't even fucking know what he's going for.
What up, Scam?
I got you, Scam.
You don't really care.
Hold on. Let me say this. So Ronald, you're saying that you care about Robert. What good do you think shaming him right now, 3 hours before court, is going to do.
This is my purpose. He is too old and stubborn to hear anything I'm going to say. Hopefully somebody else that's in this predicament will hear me, who's in the chat right now or watching this and wise up.
No, hold on, Ronald, don't do that.
Right?
Ronald, what you're doing right now, you're moving the goalposts. I asked you a straight up question. Nobody in the chat is going. I don't think nobody in the chat is going to court tomorrow and facing 10 years of prison.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm asking
I never
you.
said 10. I never said 10 years. I don't want to be hyperbolic.
You did say you said about 10 years. That's what you said.
10 years.
I got three counts. I got 3 counts, so they count different.
Well,
So
okay. Either way. What I'm saying is, what good specifically to Robert Watkins is it going to do to shame him right now at this point in time, 3 hours before he goes to court?
None.
It's all about, listen, it's not about shaming him. Listen, he's shaming himself. The fact that he's coming out here, everybody else, nobody else got to go to court tomorrow, right? We know how to get on the panel, sit down, relax, and have a conversation. He's lighting up cigarettes or whatever the hell he has and pouring out alcohol. I usually don't even see people with alcohol.
So you're not shaming him right now?
He's shaming himself.
No, wait.
I'm not trying to shame him. I'm telling him what
Obviously,
he's doing.
no. Obviously, before you mentioned it and you stressed it, he didn't seem shame at all to me. Right. So what I'm asking you is, before you actually put a huge spotlight on it with the criticism, what do you think what you're doing? I'm not asking about Robert. We already know Robert. He's already admitted that he's drinking. He's already admitted that he's indulging in drinking and why he's doing it. So we don't have to talk about Robert. I'm asking you, what good is you criticizing him and shaming him and possibly embarrassing him right now 3 hours before he goes to court? What good is that going? I mean, just if you could communicate, how is this useful right now and what good is it going to do for him?
It's not going to do nothing for him because he's not shamed at all.
So stop right there. Stop right there. If it's not going to do anything for him, this is why we're saying it was moot, and there's no reason, like there's no, if it's not going to, if you know it's not going to do anything for him now 3 hours before court, why not just use enough discretion to say, you know what, he's already having a rough time, he got to go to court, let me not even do this with him publicly right now? Why not? Especially as a Christian, being in the spirit. And I mean, you could have just said a silent prayer and said, hey, this guy's, he's drinking, obviously he's stressed, I'm gonna pray for him. That's it.
What?
I think praying for him, and I think you would agree too, praying for him would have done more than what you just displayed.
I'll pray that he gets out of this drinking habit and get out, like I said, I don't know what.
Well, see, now you just want to drive home the drinking when he has to go to court. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand what you're doing right now. You just want to drive home the drinking. I'm not. If you're thinking I'm asking you to pray for him drinking at this point in time, when he has to go to court, first let's pray that he makes it out. That he makes it out positively in court. Then we can address. That's what I'm saying. Like, you just seem like you just want to be right about the drinking. We all know he's drinking. You don't have to drive that home. Even he admitted it as a man that he's drinking. Right? And I mean, he's 53 years old. You know what I'm saying? So I think
he's pouring something else right now. So you want me to pray for a man that's about to pour some more liquor and drink more?
And so what? Because it's not for you to condemn.
Yes.
Maybe you
Yes,
should
it is.
stop.
Yes.
If you're so godly, maybe you should stop trying to condemn him. The damage is already done. Okay, whatever he's done, whatever he's going to court for, okay, he's gonna have to deal with that in the morning. He's doing whatever he thinks he needs to do to get through the night and his anxiety, his fears, his worries, whatever it is, so he can go to court tomorrow. You sitting here preaching is not gonna help him at all whatsoever. If you really was a godly person, you really cared, you'd be praying about his outcome and praying that he gets closer to God in the process. Instead
I'll
of
pray
what
that it
you're
gets close to
doing.
God. But once again, like I said,
Yeah,
God helps those
That
who
was
help
so
themselves.
dry. That was the most
You don't wanna help
driest.
yourself.
I'll pray that he get closer to God I ever heard in my life.
Y'all, listen, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Me at a 40-year-old man, a 48-year-old man, right? All of a sudden,
Yeah.
I became. It is so crazy. All of a sudden,
Ronald.
I came during embarrassment. Me and my wife are celebrating 15 years of marriage. My 3
Who
kids
gives a
and my wife
shit?
is in this house.
How is
Who
that
gives a
relevant?
shit?
How is that
Right?
relevant to
And
his
all of a
case?
sudden, instead of everybody, all of a sudden now the shame got turned on me. Me, the law-abiding citizen that don't got caught in the morning.
You said
Right?
law-abiding.
Instead
Nigga, you are a
instead of this
nigga.
man right
You
here.
would
Isn't
not
it
be a
crazy?
law-abiding citizen. I
It
don't
is
know how you
crazy.
take this.
We always, the person that's doing the right thing, we always want to turn it on that person. Why we always do
If you're
this?
doing the right
Right?
thing, how come you,
This is the guy right there. He's
if you're
supposed to
doing
be
the
our
right thing, how
example.
come you ain't
Some kind of
stopped and had a
compassion
prayer?
then, Ronald.
He's supposed to be our example. Do you understand that? He's 50-something years old, the oldest man on the panel. He's supposed to be our example, right? This is probably not his first time doing this. Do we understand this? He's probably been drunk
Ronald,
to court before.
Ronald,
He's
what
done
should
this
you be doing?
before.
Ronald,
I
you're
bet
Mr.
you.
Perfect. What should
He
you be
said
doing?
I'm not
law-abiding.
perfect.
I didn't know I
I'm
was
not
on mute.
perfect. But thank God I have God in my life that I won't be doing something silly like this.
This nigga
So
called me silly. This
What
nigga
you're
called
doing
me
right now
silly.
is
hold
even
on, wait a
worse.
minute.
And
Let
That
me
is
stripes. And he stripes
sin.
with a Yankee hat on. And y'all let that shit ride. You silly nigga. You in the fucking
What you're
90s.
doing is
And
worse
you over there
than
with your
worse.
wife. And you think you fucking pretty. Nigga, they coming for you too. You all act like they ain't coming for
I am
you.
not committing crimes. They're not coming
Nigga,
for
you
me.
are an immigrant. Where are you
Right?
from? Where are you from?
Here we go
You are
again.
an
Actually, he got a
immigrant.
point.
Where are you from?
Okay, how
Here
about
we
we
go
do this?
again.
Let me do this. Let me get C Rich
Hey,
in. Maybe he can
Freezy.
add some. Maybe C
Hey,
Rich can
Freezy.
add some type of
Hey, Freezy, can I give
solace
one
to
more
it.
comment? One comment
Yeah, give
before
give a comment.
I'll make
Then
it
see
quick.
maybe C Rich can give some solace to the conversation. Go ahead, Scam.
And I really don't want to say this. This story is public. I just read it. It ain't what you think
Don't do
it
it.
is.
No, Scam, don't do it. Don't do it. Scam, don't do it. Don't no. You talking
I
about me?
shouldn't have.
Scam, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Nah, these niggas think I'm a fucking clown. Let it ride. Let it ride. Because I asked earlier. Let it ride. Fuck them.
I'll let it ride. Hey, Robert, we good? I mean, not Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Robert.
Thank you. Thank you.
We
You're
had
the
our
only
ducks
nigga that did
earlier.
research. You're the only nigga that did research, and I appreciate that. So pray for
Hey,
me.
Robert,
Because I really believe you'll pray for me on this
Robert,
dumb
I
shit
didn't
white
judge
people
you.
do.
Robert, I didn't even once I saw something was up. I didn't judge you, and I just read this 10 minutes
Don't
ago.
do that. Don't do that. Stop.
I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm just telling you. Like, I apologize for earlier, but hey, we was talking shit.
And I'm cool with you, Scam, because even when I talked to you, I said I don't know how to deal with you because I know you're gonna joke. And I'm going through some shit right now.
I got you.
So if you say a joke that I feel's fucking funny, I'm gonna fuck with you too. And that's all I was trying to say. So you see what I'm looking at. So come on, man. Thank you.
I got you. Ronald, you ain't shit. Continue. See Rich.
C Rich, you want to try to bring a voice?
That's a lie.
You want to try to be a voice of reasoning right now, C Rich? Hold on, let me take y'all because you had an echo going on in the background. Go ahead, C Rich.
Oh yeah, I think I had the T. I was trying to mute the TV. My bad. Hey man, what's up with everybody, man? How y'all doing?
Shout out to you, C Rich, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey man. Yeah, I've been listening to you for a while, right? When I think I've been on it about shit, I've been on there for a while. I can't remember when I go back. But I want to go back to NLE Choppa first. Man, my take on it, I saw like a clip. I didn't look at all of it, but I saw like a clip. And this is what I want to tell like a lot of older brothers, man. Older brothers, sometimes, man, we have to let young brothers talk. We know, first of all, everybody was at the table for a reason. So when people say he's not supposed to be there, he was there. But what older brothers do, and I can say that because I'm 54, so I can say this about older brothers. We have a tendency to get pious. What you have to understand is that he is 22. We know the life that he lived based on what we see on TV. You know, he was a gangster rapper. I'm saying that whether he changed or not, we'll see in the future. But I'm saying we're going to take it for face value. Is that the fact that when people come into stuff new sometimes, especially when they're young, they want to express it. And I know the older brothers, they most seasoned. But sometimes, man, by you knowing that he's younger and he has a different energy, just let him say what he say, whether you disagree or agree. Let him get it out, then come back, then try to correct. Well, a lot of times that we try to do when we older, man, we try to cut brothers off. You see that on YouTube all the time. That older guys, cause you know on Risky show on DJ Hamp, this is what what's the brother name Sway. You see, he gets frustrated with them dudes because the older guys have a tendency to talk over young guys' head. It sounds different to a younger guy because we from different generations. You know what I'm saying? And that's really how I looked at it. I really was trying to hear what he was saying, right? But then I'm gonna have to say this too. You know, especially once they found out that he said he wasn't a Christian, you know, the Christians start shutting them ears down. And they don't be wanting to let you get your thing off. You know, one thing about Christian, if you're not a Christian, they really don't want to hear too much of what you got to say. You know, everybody pretty much, you know, I'm a Hebrew Israelite now, but you know, I was raised as a Christian. And when I got out the joint, when I became a Hebrew Israelite in 2016, you know, I had to go in there with my family, right? You know, they claiming that I didn't believe in God and all this because once you get off that Christian train, they ain't really trying to hear nothing. Now, you got some brothers, you got some people that will listen, but it's very few, bro. We just got to keep it real. Once you go there, and I think that once he did that, I think part of it was because he was younger, and part of it was too because he wasn't a Christian. And when you're not a Christian, man, they have a tendency to shut you down. But I think they should have just let him get what he say, let him wind down. Then they could have talked because they older than him. We know he cut him off. But I'm saying by you being older, sometimes, man, you know that he don't know no better. Like the brother was talking about discernment. Well, come on, man, the dude from the street, he 22. How much discernment do you expect? Discernment comes over a period of time. We know a lot of older people don't have discernment and know how to read the room. You see what I'm saying? That comes with growth. The dude 22, man. So sometimes you have to defer to people. Same thing like when we're in a relationship. You know, men, you know, sometimes, you know, we might have a woman, our woman might be mad about something. We might think it's silly. Sometimes you just let her get it out. If you keep trying to cut off, it's going to go on. It's going to go on. Then people just going to get more angrier. You know, so, yeah, I think that, you know, that, I was trying to hear what he said. Hell, they were starting to cut him off. So I'm saying you can't say don't cut them off, then you start cutting them off. You see what I'm saying? But as far as my brother going to court, brother, hey man, I've been in that drum my damn self. I got 23 years in off 2 bits. So hey man, I understand what you're going through, brother. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, man. But what the brother was saying was good advice, man. You got to be on your square, man, that courtroom, man, because they pull a lot of shenanigans, my guy. And even your lawyer, you got to keep an eye on that joker because they got a system that they run. All lawyers ain't straight up. So he was giving you good advice, man, because you want to go in there and you want to be able to pay attention to what's really going on, man. Because sometimes your lawyer will get in cahoots with the state, and if you're not on your you know if your mind ain't all the way there, you know what I'm saying? See, this really was a good time. He was telling you should have been getting a good night's sleep because man, you going there. And I'm not
I
telling
sleep
you what
like
to
in
do.
jail. You know how you sleep? You sleep when you get in jail, nigga. Stop playing with me.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah, no, I
This the
ain't
whole
telling you
thing
what to
is,
do, but I've been there. I've been to trial twice,
look,
so I know what you're talking
see
about.
Rich, see Rich. If you knew going, like, I'm not going for fucking sentencing. I'm going for the motherfucking, what they call that shit? Just to fucking plead guilty or no guilty, not guilty. I know, like, there's a good chance I'm
What was
coming
that?
home.
That's arraignment.
Oh, okay.
Arraignment. That's
Oh,
what it's
okay.
called.
Oh, I think
Yeah,
when
I'm
you
just
go, I
going for
thought you
the
were going to the
arraignment.
Senate.
No. I'm
Oh,
going
okay,
for the
yeah.
arraignment. So, like, if there's a chance I go to jail, I want to be a little high. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
if you just said the arraignment, you ain't going to jail. The arraignment is what they do when you first get charged.
Yeah, you
That's
ain't
what I'm
going to
saying.
jail.
But every time I go to court, these motherfuckers change the game.
Well, that's what they do.
I
That's why
know,
you
but that's
got.
what I'm saying. That's why I'm getting high. Because if I got to sit down tomorrow, I want to sleep in jail. You see what I'm saying, Rich?
I mean, I hear what you're saying, brother. But I'm
Rich,
saying,
tell them I'm getting high. So if I got to lay down, I can lay down properly.
yeah, but if you say you're not getting sentenced yet, then you're not gonna lay down yet. You see what I'm saying, brother?
But I'm going for this. But you know how to switch the game. I can go in there and slip up and say something. They be like, "Nah, Mr. Watkins, come over here," and I got handcuffs on.
Yeah, that's more reason why the brother was saying you need to be on point. But I did what you saying, brother. I ain't mad at you. You do what you want to do. I'm
Hey
just
man,
I'm
hey
just
man,
giving you a
I don't think
opinion.
I see like you're. I think that's what Scam was talking about, and I think that was Freezy was talking about. You're even willing to relent to say, "Hey, nigga, you going through what you gotta go through." I respect that. The preacher is like, "I'm gonna pray you get the liquor off of you, nigga." I wish the judge would get off of me, nigga. I wish the devil
Okay,
would get off of me, nigga.
okay, but let
You
me
see what I'm saying?
say this. But let me say this real quick. So is it all right if I, because I ain't want to get in y'all business. That's why I just let y'all finish before Freezy let me in, because I don't get in grown folks' business. But can I speak on what I saw?
Respectful. I like that. Get all the way in it, nigga.
I'm
Get
asking you, can
all
I
the way
speak
in it.
on what I saw? That
Yes, sir.
you gave the brother that work, man, before he was sitting there quiet. He wasn't bothered. You gave him that work,
Who
man.
I gave
Then you
work
called him.
to?
But hold
Who
up,
I gave work to?
brother. Hold up. Then you called him a B. Come on, man. Come on, man. You called him a B. So I'm just saying, so then he went in. I understand now. I understand that he's a Christian, and I'm saying that, I deal with stuff different as a Hebrew Israelite. I wouldn't have done what he done, but at the same time, bro, I mean, you can't talk to no man like that. You can't say, well, cause he a Christian, that he can't come back. I mean, people will take advantage of you if you live your life like that and say, okay, well, I'm gonna talk to you any kind of way, but then when you come back, they say, oh, you a Christian, you can't talk to me like that. Hold on, brother, that he's still a man. You feel me? I'm saying, man, the dude, you did call the brother a B before he went into what he went into.
See Rich.
So I'm
See
saying
Rich.
you
See
can't
Rich.
just say he just
I don't think
all the way bad guy. And I'm just saying, I've been sitting here watching you the whole time before you got. I watched
I'm
you
a
get
whole
drunk,
monkey,
bro.
nigga.
That's
I'm a
how long
whole
I've been up
monkey.
here.
But
I
see, Rich,
watched you get drunk.
let me say in
He
my
actually was
defense,
go-
Rich.
he was
Hold
actually
on,
was
Scam,
going
let
at
me,
it
give
with
me
me.
2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
Now,
In my defense,
well,
this
he
nigga
called.
been hating. This nigga been. I've been on this bitch 2 hours. I think he been hating on me the whole 2 hours.
Nah, he didn't say nothing to nobody. He didn't say nothing about nobody business.
No, you don't see side shade, nigga. I be hearing.
Nah, he
You know what I
wasn't
mean?
talking. Them was the other. You because you also called Coach Berg a B too. Like
Cause
I'm
he's a
just saying,
bitch
brother.
too. Cause he's a bitch
I ain't.
too.
Hey,
Wait,
I'm
brother,
hold
not a
I
on.
Hebrewite.
understand.
I'm not a Hebrew.
Wait,
I'm
hold
not a.
on. Did he get
No
into it?
disrespect to
Did he get into it with you, Rona? I mean, earlier.
No,
I
he
don't
got
know
in.
that.
He
No,
actually got into it
he
with me.
didn't.
We made our peace. We good.
Right, he didn't get
Oh.
into it.
Ronald started firing off some judgmental shots. So whatever happened
No,
after that.
Ronald started firing judgmental shots after he turned around. He was talking about his case. Then he called him a B. Then that's when Ronald went in on it.
That's why I'm going to
But I
court
mean,
because I'm
but he called the
inappropriate.
man out his name, brother. I'm saying, man,
I
it ain't that
know.
serious.
But
But
see, Rich,
I'm
come on, man.
yeah.
Come on, see, Rich. I think
I'm
you're
just
a
keeping
real
it
nigga.
real.
I think you're a real nigga because you was sitting quiet and I wanted to hear you for a long time. But
I
you
am a real
understand.
nigga, man.
Oh, a real man. I
What's going on,
apologize.
Sugar Bomb?
A real man.
No,
What's
I
going
say
on,
real
Mel?
nigga. I'm a real nigga.
Hey, C
But
Rich.
Yeah.
Hey,
hold on. Let me finish. Let me even Ronald. Goddamn.
okay, go ahead.
I can't have a nigga playing in my face. So when a nigga play in my face, I might accidentally call him a bitch. They could come see me. It's cool.
Yeah,
Because
brother.
I back up.
But I'm saying
I take the consequences.
it ain't that serious though, right? I'm saying I be seeing dudes call people stuff all on the internet, and we know that that's a fighting word. I don't understand. Like my thing, I come from a land like this here, bro. I don't never call brothers, even when I get into it in the street, bro. And I'd have been to the penitentiary, all that. I don't do that. Once I get to that point, man, I'm gonna just tell you, man, let's go on in the alley and bump. But I'm not
That's
going.
what I want.
I mean,
That's what I want.
that's just like pushing somebody out over the phone. Why would you call a man a B over the internet and say even if he did want to bump, he can't bump with you? So I'm saying that why do that? I see dudes do that all the time. That's really like some, that's some bogus ass shit, right? Because you diminishing his manhood, bro. So what else he supposed to do? You dig what I'm saying? And I'm
I do.
saying that violence beget violence. So when you start
Amen.
talking crazy, to people, I mean, then you can't say that people now they saying because he's a Christian that he can't retort it. I mean, he might have got pissed off. At the same time, he's still a man. You
I
see what I'm
agree.
saying? He trying to do it in a nice order, but I mean, but you keep on. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Then he just let it go. You feel me? He just
I'm
let
with
loose
you.
on you. But
I'm
the
not.
thing is, a fair exchange ain't a robbery. You
I
see what I'm saying?
agree. I agree. So you
You get
highlighting
what
the
I'm saying?
biz.
Energy back. But I'm just saying that's y'all, man. But that's over. I'm just saying, man, we just gotta, as brothers, man, we gotta get off that action, brother.
I
But
got
you
you,
got
man.
to admit, my brother, you got to admit, I watched you. I've been watching the show for a while. I watched you get drunk, bro. You've been amping a few times. You've been amping,
I'm
bro.
not good.
You got to be
I know
honest
I'm
with yourself,
fucking
bro.
drunk and high.
You been talking
I know I'm
crazy.
drunk
You
and
talk crazy to Coach Ferg. Coach Ferg really just gave an opinion to you. Hey, so I'm just saying, bro, I be on these panels, man. Most of the time I be drunk, but I handle my liquor. Most of the time people don't even know I be drinking. I was just up with Freezy. Freezy about 2 days ago, me and youngster. 3 days
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
And shit, I was knocking down some whiskey then, but brother, I know how to contain myself, brother. And I know you feeling good if you cut loose,
you act like
but
I'm
come on,
belligerent.
man,
You act like I'm being
you can't,
Well,
belligerent. I'm not.
I think this is
you
what I
can't.
was saying. This is what I was saying.
Yeah,
He mentioned earlier that he was in the military, and
yeah, I heard all that.
yeah, and so he did tell me to look him up earlier, which I won't disclose on what I looked up, but I mean I can understand the things he's probably experienced from the military and everything.
Right.
It kind of makes sense to me, why he's coping with what he's
Playing with my name, Freezy. This is
well,
all
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
saying.
say.
I just want to say we really don't know what walk of life nobody. That's why I'm kind of patient
Yeah,
up here. When people are like even with Robert, he kind of been crunk. You know what I'm saying? But I just my whole thing is just try to be respectful. And I said this when I first started talking about this very same thing. I stipulated that I didn't think that Ronald had evil intentions, right?
right.
But when you just say the same thing over and over again to a man that has to actually he's going to be the one to have to deal with it. You say it one time, maybe twice, but when you just keep going on, especially on the public live stream, it starts sounding redundant. Now people can question what are your intentions if you just keep going on and on and on about it. We're all men up here, and it's good for us to just, even if Ronald would have said in the beginning, hey man, I just want you to know, just brother to brother, I don't think that's a good idea of you drinking. And then if Robert said something, he said, okay, I was just letting you know, and then he let it go. Yeah. But it started turning into a debate, which I don't understand why Robert's situation would be debated by anybody when he's the only one that has to go through it. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I was saying. So
Yeah, I mean, okay.
yeah, so I mean that's but I don't want you to I don't want Ronald to feel like I'm trying to shame him. I'm not trying to shame you, Ronald.
No. And
yeah.
Freezy, he's not the only. Listen, he's not the only one that got to go through it. The people that love him also got to go through it. The people that's taking him to court tomorrow also got to go through it. So it's not just him alone, and that's the reason. So that there's a method to my madness, right? It's not just him, right? and that's the point I've been trying to make. So I'm not trying to shame him or all this other stuff, right? We as brothers, we got to be able to speak to each other. When somebody's wrong, they're wrong, right? It's not hating or judging or all this other stuff, right? You guys on these panels, right? All these black men are in jail. Look at the statistics. So much black men are in jail, right? And he's presenting this, and this is where he presented himself going to court tomorrow. We got to be able to say, "Yo, man, you wrong," right? Why we gotta shut our mouth about this? Then we
Why we
complain
gotta
about so
shut
much
our
black
mouth
people in
about you
jail.
being wrong? How about that?
Come on, man. Scam, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You
But
ain't
why we
leading no
can't?
family
So
like
we gotta
me.
shut
All
our
right?
mouth about you being wrong. You're not leading the family either. You're fucking
Yes,
up
I
right now.
am.
You're leading them
Right.
to what? To be more five judgmental people running around
I'm
the
leading them
world.
to stay out of
To
to
do
stay out of
what?
jail. Right? Just like my father lead me to stay out of jail.
Cool. To go
Thank you
out and
very
judge
much.
everybody else.
It's not judging. We're having a
Not only are you
conversation.
fucking up the community, you're
Right?
fucking the church up too,
Whatever, man. You full of
and
crap.
probably your own damn household.
Right? Right? It is so stupid that Scam, you're gonna be instead of you talking about this man here, you talking about me.
Oh, not this man here.
Right?
Nigga, you are so
Right. He ain't
disrespectful.
a
Where are you from?
He
Where
ain't
are
That's
even
you
how
a
screwed
person
up
no
you
from?
more.
are.
Where the fuck are
You
you
just
from?
might as well just say
You're not
single
from
because you
here.
cannot
He's
lead
not even a
nobody.
You're not
person
from
no
here.
more.
It is so
Where are you
silly,
from? Where are you from? You're not
right?
from here. You're from Africa.
You have
Where you from?
you have somebody that's doing wrong, and you want to keep on criticizing the
You don't
Yes,
know
person
the
what
that's
I
person
doing
did
doing
right.
wrong.
wrong's
That
name
is
is
so
You don't know
wrong.
I
stupid.
did nothing wrong. You're assuming. Where
Whatever,
are you
man.
from? Where are you
Anyway,
from?
I'm gonna get off this conversation. I'm
I
gonna get off
know.
this
You
conversation
promise?
because,
I know.
You
like, we
promise?
could. I wanna
I know.
talk about what C. Rich was saying.
You promise?
Um, yeah, we could get off this conversation. Like I said, he don't want to help, so it's all good. We could talk about something else.
You ain't
Hey, C.
helping nobody
Rich.
but yourself, man.
You
Don't
ain't
do that.
helping nobody.
Okay.
Do that.
Hey, C. Rich, man. Hey, I appreciate what you said, man. I appreciate it.
Right, no doubt.
When it comes to NLE Choppa, I actually think that Kurt Franklin was impressed by him being 22 years old and speaking that way. Because you remember, how many times did he say, "How old are you?" Right? I think he
Right.
was impressed. But when it came to what's his face? When it came to Jonathan Majors and also Ray J, they actually turned it the opposite way. They was like, "Oh, you're 22 years old. You should be talking." You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I didn't hear Ray J, right? Because, like I
Yeah,
said,
Ray
I
J.
just saw a clip, but I saw, oh boy, because that was condescending when he told him he need to go back and read the Bible, right? Like,
Yeah.
why you talking? Why you talking to the brother like that? You ain't got to tell him that, right? That I can see if you say, well, you need to go back and read the Bible because the Bible says this. But just say go back and read the Bible. See, you being condescending and
Yeah. I
you know what
understand.
I mean? That's how I took from it. But I was like, I kind of wanted to hear what he wanted to say, right? Because you know like I say that as far as Christianity, a lot of stuff I don't adhere to. So some of his opinions that he did say, I do agree with. You know, the couple
Yeah.
things I heard NLE say. But then let me say this here too, brothers. I'm saying I was listening to like Coach Ferg and a couple brothers talk, and we have to be honest. I didn't know the other two brothers. The one who said he was a Christian comic, whatever that is. I don't know. I thought it was just a comic, but I guess Christian comic, I don't know. But I didn't know the other
Oh,
two and the
Kevin on
guy in the green.
stage? You talking about Kevin on stage? Kevin on stage.
Okay, yeah, see, I don't know who he is. See, I didn't know who them brothers was. But so the statement I'm gonna make, I can't really say about them two, but I'm gonna tell you like this. We all know that NLE Choppa. We know we just seen the evidence that you got Kirk Franklin. We know and Jonathan Majors is too. And we know Ray J is. We just called him about a month or two ago taking a shower with Castanet. All them dudes are Luciferians, bro. So when they come up there and they talking religious talk, you have to take these brothers with a grain of salt. Now, NLE, the youngest, and he just turned, but see, he done put a lot of negativity out there in the ethers, man, for years. 3, 4, 4, 5 years, whatever, how long he been around. So he got at least put in 4, 5 years of some righteousness put out on this planet before we start embracing him. We gonna hug the brother because he may be sincere. We ain't turning nobody away. But yeah, you can't just come up here talking. We done seen plenty of people come up here and talk righteousness, but behind the door they doing skullduggery. We all know NLE Choppa just had a video I just looked at where he admitted that he took that oath and he was engaged in homosexual activity. So he just recently, found the truth. Hopefully, if that's what he have done. But he got to go through some years. We can't just keep taking folks for face value because we know when you in the entertainment world, all of them people have to take that Luciferian oath. We know this to be a fact. So I'm saying I take all them brothers with a grain of salt. Like I said, the other two brothers I don't know. But it's the reason why all of them was at the table together, and just so happened 4 of them are Luciferians. They're in them Luciferian coats in Hollywood. 4 of them we know.
Here's the thing. Doesn't that speak to a bigger issue though? You brought up a good point. You brought up a good point, C. Rich. Like the whole time those guys was talking, and a lot of them was saying that they didn't feel like, God was present, during their dark times. Even Kevin on stage was saying he didn't feel like God was with him at that present time because of what he was going through. He lost his brother, which was very traumatic. Here's the thing, right? We all know, like, to all the believers, right? We know that the Most High is real and he created the heavens and the earth. A lot of times the disconnect is how you're actually living and how you're applying God's law, statutes, and commandments to your actual life.
Facts.
So not only until then will you really understand the Spirit of God, because a lot of people think the Spirit of God is just all about, just thought and believing. No, it's more so about your way of life and how you conduct yourself, and it's more work than it is just actual, like spiritual belief. You know what I'm saying? You actually have to apply. You have to apply this conduct to your life, right? And then a lot of stuff will start making sense. Now I don't know those guys' life personally, because I'm not finna judge how they live. I don't know what they do. I did say I seen NLE's Choppa's video, which was a little disturbing. The one he went viral for when he was wearing the pink. But I would say this. The main reason why I did this live stream is when I seen those men talking on at the table with Kurt Franklin, even Kurt Franklin himself. Like, it really reiterated and reinforced the things I always say. You can't throw away God's laws. You can't throw them away. You can't throw away his instructions on how he advised you to live your life. Because if we feel like we can do what we want to do, but still, pray to God and do all that good stuff and talk about God and think God is supposed to show up the way he would show up for somebody, the way he would show up for somebody that's actually living and obeying God's commandments, it's going to be different. Even the scriptures say that it's going to be different. So I would urge anybody that actually is a believer to actually be serious about respecting God enough to, find out what does God actually want you to do and do it. See, when you want to, let's just say when you want to kick a habit, you're not going to just kick the habit or an addiction by just trying to pray it away. You can pray for God to give you strength to kick the habit, but also God is going to require you to do actionable things like, admit, that you have a problem, and then fast, pray, and then start some kind of steps to actually wean yourself away from the addiction. You have to actually do the steps. You have to do the steps. You're not just going to pray the addiction away.
You gotta want to do it too.
That's a fact.
Right.
So when I was listening to those men talking on that show, I don't know how they're living their life. Except for Ray J. Ray J kind of put his business out on Front Street. Like everybody know how he living, but
yeah,
you're not going to experience that true change until you actually make actionable steps and do the work. And then that's when God will strengthen you through that. He will give you enough strength to as you do the work. As you're doing the work, that's when God is actually he'll put his hand on your shoulder and say, I got you. Just keep doing the work. I'm going to see you through this. But if you just want to lie down and don't do nothing and think you just going to pray your way through, God don't work like that.
No.
So that's where a lot of people have this misconception. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know if that's what those guys are actually doing. Cause a lot of times people just like it sound good when we talk, and it's good to vent. But after you vent, and even if you cry, now it's time to do the work. You can't just sit in your cry or sit in your venting. You just can't sit in that. You just can't, And that was the main purpose why I played that, why I wanted to, react to that video, because that was the message I wanted to give tonight as far as, what I seen from the what was that show called? The Kings, I forgot what it's called. Something
Den
the
of
Kings.
Kings.
Den of Kings, yeah, that Den of Kings show.
Plus also when you lived a certain like man, I was telling my man Rob, like I've been in prison twice, right? But when I became a Hebrew Israelite in 2016, when I got out the joint, bro, all this stuff I did, you have to remove yourself from the lifestyle, and you have to separate yourself from people that you like. When I got out, man, I didn't hang out with this. See, I'm in Gary, Indiana, and Gary, Indiana don't even have 100,000 people. I don't think it's not a big city. So, but I was still in the same city. I was doing it. I just didn't go where I used to go and hang out with the individual I used to hang out. I went to work. I took care of my business, and I came home. And to this very day, and I got out in 2018, and to this very day, when that sun go down, Chris is in there. I used to be out all night, brother. Sometimes the sun be coming up. Sometimes I would just drive around looking for something to get into. Man, when that sun go down, I'm in the Midwest. In the summer, the sun to get dark at the height of the summer at 9 o'clock. And then that sun go down and out. In the wintertime, it's gonna get dark about 5. 5 o'clock, I will be in the house. All my business gonna be taken care of. And what I did, man, I didn't engage with individuals I used to engage in. I still live in the same city, didn't have no problems, because you have to separate yourself from certain. Even when our people got out, I used to get into it with them. I'm right up here with my brother, sister. I got two. We lived. I told them like 3 years ago they was like white people, right? But I don't even go visit them. I basically separated myself. My mother passed away up here, man, about a year and a half ago. So really after that, man, I don't really, I talked to my brother. I talked to him the other day, but they what I consider idolaters, man. They look at everything as in money. It's like if you don't have no money and you ain't doing good, then you there's something wrong with you. They act like they don't want you around. So I just separated myself. So I got like one partner I hang around, but all that stuff, but you have to separate yourself. So what I'm saying about them individuals, and that's why I don't talk about celebrities, because they phony anyway. There's no way that you could change your life, man, and still hang around the same lifestyle, because you know what goes on in that lifestyle is the celebrity lifestyle. You have to let that go. I mean, if you trying to save your soul, you dig what I'm saying? You got to get, what it is, what is the man to profit the whole world but to lose his soul?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. They've been living high off the hall. I mean, how long? I mean, you gotta let it go, brother.
Hey, see, Rich, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
How many of your old friends right now are telling you, you think you're better than us?
None of them.
Well, that's good.
The fact
that you changed your life and they're not upset about it. You know, they're actually happy for you. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, well, but I got out a couple of them that I still talk to. But see, the thing with me is, see, when I come around, we could be sitting there kicking it and talking, but sooner or later, I'm gonna slide something in about the Most High, right? They like, here go Chris. That's what you say. Here go Chris. Or I'm gonna change the trajectory. We could be talking about some goofy stuff, and they know sooner or later I'm gonna ease in somehow, change it to the directory on some politics or something positive, right? Because they always be like, well, here go Chris. You know, he gonna change the conversation. But but I got to. I got that. You know, I have to give him an opportunity to change. But most of them dudes didn't really move. They moved, and most of them work. Most of them was working dudes. They just still, like on a little, this and that, this and that. The real hardcores, I just left them alone, right? We really wasn't that tight. It was mostly on some street stuff. But yeah, I mean, you have to. But I sit and talk a little work. I mean, they still, not bad dudes, but I don't just hang out with them like I used to, right? I sit, man, a couple hours with them because, I don't have them personal then. I go about my business. But that was like every now and then. See, when I was in the street, I was out there every day. I'm up in the morning. I'm in that car. I'm riding around the city. I'm trying to get into something, make something happen, make something shake. And I might not come back in to 3, 4, sometimes the next morning. So I had to get out of there, bro. Once you change your life, man, you got to let that stuff go. And you
I'm
have to
happy
let
for you, man. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, so
let me show y'all this because we're getting ready to wrap it up.
yeah,
I'm gonna
man,
show you. Let me see.
Rob, what is it? Yeah, Roland. My fault, Roland. I appreciate that.
Ronald, yeah.
Ronald, I'm sorry, bro.
What's up?
No, he said he appreciated it.
Oh, no problem, man.
I want to show y'all this. What y'all think about this? Do y'all think this could be in connection to why Jonathan Majors kind of addressed NLE Choppa the way he did? Here we go.
Next one, she's recently single. Megan Good.
Man, we're waiting on her. Yes, man. Like, listen.
Let me call Megan real quick. Hold
You
on.
got Megan number?
Come on, I'm Jason Lee. Don't play with
Come
me.
on, she gotta answer. I could be a preacher, all that. What else you want me to be?
Megan.
Hey, who's this?
This is Jason Lee. This is my other phone. But I'm literally sitting here filming my show right now. I'm filming right now with a rapper who just said your name. We're playing a game called Smash or Pass. I put up Megan Good and he almost fell out of his chair. Everybody else has been getting passes.
What?
Say hello to NLE Choppa. He hasn't given me this much energy the whole interview, but now I see every tooth in his mouth.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, Meg?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm extremely blessed. I was just telling. She hung up.
Let me see.
Her phone died. Let me do this again. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I thought you hung up on me.
No, I did not. My mother was calling, and I was trying to tell her like I would, call back, and then it ended it, and I was like, no.
So, pretty much, I was saying that you was pretty much back on the market. I wanted to do something real sweet for you. I don't know. I didn't want to give you too much because I wanted it to be a surprise, like roses and dinner or something like that. But
nice.
I'm gonna pray on it though, because I don't know if that's far reaching.
I'm all for the praying about it though.
Yeah, I'm strong on prayer, extremely strong. I actually been praying to meet you.
And look at God, how he just blessed you right
crazy.
now.
That's why I got that excited.
Hilarious.
But yeah, it's NLE Choppa. I just wanted to say, hey, if you don't know too much about me, you can look me up.
Yeah, I'm about to right now.
Okay.
It's nice to meet you.
Next.
So that was. Let me see. Fear No Motors.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That was in between her and Devin Williams. I think her first husband, the preacher, Devin Williams. I think that's his name, Devin something. But Devon Franklin. I think his name is Devon Franklin.
That's correct.
I think I'm guessing that was in between her not being with Devon Franklin and before she actually got with Jonathan Majors, when we seen just this little flirtatious interaction between NLE Chopper and Megan Good.
Yeah, that was way before Jonathan Majors.
Okay.
This was 2023, I believe.
2023. Okay. Let me start with sis. Do you believe Jonathan Majors knows about this, and do you think that had any type of bearing on their discourse at the Den of Kings video, the podcast?
It's public, so I'm pretty sure that he did. I don't know how long Jonathan has known Megan. Like, were they friends before they got together? Because it seems like they got together pretty fast. Like, she popped up when he was going through the whole process of his court and all that. So I don't know how long they known each other, but probably it's a good possibility that he has seen it, and it's a good possibility that he might feel some type of way, if he's, holding that in his mind, if he's petty like that. Yeah, sure could be.
Yeah, cause he was sitting next to the guy that tried to get at his old lady. I mean,
Right.
So,
right.
And then, in the end, if y'all peep it, she was like, "I'm looking you up." It's not like she was like, against it all. She said she was gonna look him up and everything. Well, let me go to Ronald. What do you think, Ronald? Do you think that might have had any bearing on how their interaction was on Den of Kings?
It probably, I mean, most likely it probably had it, I hope not, because at the end of the day, he got the prize, right? He's married to her now. So it's not like they had a date or there's a picture of them out here kissing or something like that. It was just an interaction over the phone, so yeah. I mean, do you remember the picture or the video of her jumping into the arms of another actor? Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
And people was like, "Oh, I'll never have my girl do that."
Yeah.
So I mean, there's more, what people call embarrassing, I guess, things out there. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully he's grown enough to just have a conversation with a younger man and not take that into hand.
Let me go to C Rich. What do you think, C Rich? You think that had anything to do with how Jonathan Majors how he came at NLE Choppa on that podcast?
Well, it was before they got together. So, but hey, man, you don't never know. Sometimes people intimidate other people for certain reasons. I really don't know. Cause I mean, if it was before cause I didn't know they was married. I didn't know her and Jonathan Major got married. They got married. I did not know that. But
yeah, they got married.
It could be. It could be. He might have. Cause sometimes he might be looking at he young. He might feel like sometimes dudes be having insecurities, man. Just be unwarranted. So I believe it could be a possibility.
What do you think,
I'm about to
Scam?
drop. No, I'm about to drop. Y'all have a good night.
Okay, Scam. You didn't want to comment on it, Constant?
No, Robert. My apologies. That's it.
See you later, Scam. We still cool.
That was Robert, not you.
Damn.
I said, see you later, Scam. We still cool.
I don't hold grudges, but dude, I hope you get this fixed. I hope you get this fixed, Ronald. I really do.
Get what fixed?
It's gonna have an effect on a lot of people. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Y'all have a good night.
Scam talking.
Shout out to Scam, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey, Scam lightly talking parables, man. He never say what he don't say.
Yeah, them parables not in the Bible. I tell you that.
Yeah, not those.
So, and shout out to my sister, Fear No Mortals. She led me to this she led me to the comment section of that video. Right here, I think this is it. Oh, this is it right here. Yeah, she led me to the comment section of the video. Let me pull it up. Is it resizing? I can just read it. I wonder why it's not resizing the way it's supposed to. Hold on. Let me see. Let me just pull it up on the main screen. Okay, here we go. So this is NLE Choppa. He actually commented under that same podcast video, the video that he was on with Kurt Franklin and Jonathan Majors and the rest of the crew. And he said, it's tough to listen to a group of people, when they try to undermine wisdom because of my age. Truth is, I've lived more than an average 22-year-old. Everything they mentioned going through, I have withstood with them. Addiction, suicidal thoughts, deaths, fatherhood, smear campaigns, and etc. I felt inadequate at the table because everyone wanted to use age as a reason to say my point of view holds no weight, and that mentally put my mind in defense mode. A lot of moments I for sure was out of alignment with listening, but I had my reason. The brother Jonathan couldn't even make eye contact with me the entire interview, and that's just one minor thing in list of several that took me out of the conversation. Some moments I wasn't really there because I was fighting a feeling of being attacked because of the intellect I carried. I'm an empath, so everything I feel, I take it to the 10th degree. In all honesty, the version of me God is molding isn't done yet. I don't feel I was ready to do an interview because this was my first in a long time, but hey, I tried. Appreciate the opportunity, Kirk. Okay, I want to get y'all final thoughts on I'm gonna do ladies first. I'm gonna do my sister first. Fear No Mortals, what do you think about that last comment that he actually wrote up under the post of that video? What do you think about just, his response to everything and what he said?
I think him probably watching it back, he probably felt some type of way about it. And like he said, going in there, he already had some reservations. It seems like he really didn't want to do it, but I guess Kurt must have asked him to do it. And I mean, he could have said no, but he went ahead and did it. And I think he probably just felt like he was outnumbered, and obviously he felt some kind of contention between him and Jonathan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Off the top. And so and after I read that, I was watching clearly to see if Jonathan was ever looking right at him. Like even when he said, and this young man and this young man, he just like kind of waved his hand, but he never turned around and looked at him. The whole time he would either just be looking at Kurt or whatever. So I guess in a way, like I said way earlier, that maybe it was like a kind of clash of ego thing. And now that we think about what he said about Megan Good a long time ago and whatever, I think that very well could be a part of it. And I think there was kind of some contention ahead of time between him and Jonathan. He could probably feel it. I guess basically he was saying he could feel it. The
Yeah.
man wouldn't even look at him. He's sitting right beside him. And then everybody was downplaying him because he was so young. So I think maybe that's the reason why he was so, what's the word you used earlier, zealous about whatever, and felt like he had to kind of push to get his point across. And I think that's the way he was looking at it from his point of view.
Yeah. Yeah, you made some good points with that. And especially with his age, I'm pretty sure I would have looked back I would have tried to replay the video and looked at it myself after it was all up. So I know he looked at it. So yeah, you're right. I think you're right about that. Yeah.
Definitely.
Ronald, what is your final thoughts, especially after hearing NLE, what he had to actually type, what he typed in the chat, in the comment section of that video? What's your thoughts after hearing what he typed?
He's he's kind of acting like, I don't know if you ever seen like a new believer, when they finally found the word, they've been going through a lot of hardships in their life. All of a sudden they found God.
Yeah.
And he's so excited that he wants to tell everybody what he's learned, and I really and truly, even though scripture, there's some scripture that I disagree with him on, I'm still proud of him at 22 years old to have all that, to gain that knowledge, that and like I said, he's just an excited person that's, like I said, that really hate, at 20 years old, he can't really read the room and just want to listen to people's problems and just tell everybody what he learned so far, So yeah, like I said, he's 22 years old. Eventually, he will get the hang of it. But like I said, he was just excited. So to tell the truth, me and him kind of did, like, just like how I kind of jumped on Robert. That's probably what he did. So me and NLD probably did the same thing. In a way, it's kind of like I think he's trying to do it in love, just like I was trying to do in love with Robert. But it still came off wrong.
Yo, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you.
No Cap-tivity.
See, Rich, after hearing what NLE Choppa wrote in the chat under that live stream post, that podcast post, what's your thoughts about what he wrote? Here we go. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, pretty much fear no mortals. I pretty much agree with both of them. I think he said the same thing I was saying, that I think that he felt like he couldn't get his word in, so he was really kind of, so I guess that's why he was kind of over talking, because like he said, you could read by the statement that he made that he felt like that they was kind of overlooking him because of his age, so that made him a little more anxious to try to feel like he had to force his way in. You know what I mean? But I think pretty much they pretty much summed up. I agree with both what they said. Then I think that they kind of did. I think they kind of tried to freeze him out because of his age, and they kind of just forced him to to try to overtalk. He felt like he had to overtalk. But like I say, man, if he stay with it, he'll be all right. Then as longer, then once he put the time in, and like I say, if he's sincere, he put the time in. He gonna get embraced more and more. Because once he get that, then he gonna get a little bit more tactful, and his understanding is gonna get better, and he be all right.
Shout out to you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead. Somebody was gonna say something?
No, I'm just gonna say, are you gonna give your opinion on what you think, reviewing all the everything we saw and the evidence and the statement?
Thank you, sis. I feel like you just took over 1 second just then. I needed that.
Go ahead, Freezy. It's on you.
Yeah, I thought that was an important conversation for a lot of people to see. I think more people need to review that interaction between the older man and NLE Choppa. I don't think neither party was totally right on either side. I think there was wrongs on both sides.
Yep.
I think the biggest takeaway that NLE Choppa can take away from that conversation is reading the room and just being socially aware when it comes to conversation, because it's not just going to only help him in heartfelt conversations with other men or women, or even in his relationships, right? Because that could actually sow discord in his relationships as well. It could sow division in his relationships as well. When you're constantly cutting people off and you're interrupting people in their speech, in the middle of their speech, it could cause more contention than you actually intended it to. You know what I'm saying? So I think he can learn that. But it will not only help him in relationships, it will also help him in business too. To just be more intentful when it comes to listening instead of wanting to talk. And I had to learn that at an early age, that you're more effective. Listeners are way more effective Like
Right.
even in sales, I learned that in sales. Like when you're going door to door, and you're gonna give you a pitch, but when the other person goes to talk, if you can get the other person to talk, let them talk. Let them talk, because now what you're doing is you're showing them that you care about what they got to say. The biggest way to run away anybody is to just enforce your will in a
Right.
conversation. You know what I'm saying? So that's just not a wise thing to do. So hopefully he took that away from. And to be honest, he said that in his comment section. He said he didn't even think he was ready for the interview. I think he said that. He admitted that. So, but as far as the other guys, the older men with him, I think sometimes you just got to understand this guy. Okay, this guy, he's real antsy and he's kind of overly excited.
Yeah.
Just when he goes to talking, just let him talk. And I think they did a good job with that.
Right.
I think they did a good job with that. As a matter of fact, I said it was wrong on both sides. The only person I seen that was wrong on the other side that could have actually had more tact was Jonathan Majors. I mean, he didn't have to come off like that. He didn't have to say,
yeah, it was supposed to in there.
And so it kind of seems like he was feeling some type of way. You know what I mean?
It was a jab. It was a jab.
Yeah, it was supposed to in there.
I think
I
that was the
agree.
only other person I felt like, could have handled himself better. You know what I'm saying? But you could tell he had some type of animosity. I don't know if it was about Megan or just for the simple fact that NLE Choppa would cut him off and told him, I don't agree with you, and just went to, forcing through his point of view or whatnot. It could have been a number of things. Go ahead, Fenimore.
Or it could have, Freezy, just, how some people just look at, oh, this young punk, he's a rapper. You know what I mean?
Right.
It could have been that too.
Right.
You know what? You make a good point. It could have been, like you said, it could have been Jonathan Majors feeling like he's in a more prestigious field of entertainment than NLE Choppa,
Yeah.
Because the ego thing is it could be it could show precedence, especially with entertainers. Entertainers, sometimes they do act like divas and stuff. So
yeah, they do.
Yeah,
That
so
is
you
Freezy,
made a real good point. Go
but
ahead, Ronald.
we all know. We all know me and you have had our battles on these panels before.
Oh, for
when
sure,
it comes to, when we come to, so that when you're talking about religious or even Bible, people are going to clash. When you have
can get
opposite opinions and stuff like that. That's just
That's
the
a
way
fact.
it is.
That's very true.
It was just two people clashing, and Jonathan Major is probably like, "Yo, man, you just got saved three months ago. Now you're trying to run the panel now."
Yeah.
So I could understand. That's
but you
how
know
it
what though,
is.
Ronald? I hate that it went outside of the show. It seemed like it bled outside of the show, and it.
It happens all the time. It got derailed.
Yeah.
So there was a good. I'm still happy it happened because, like I said, we got to learn from the mistake of others.
Yeah.
So because we do it on the panels also, right? We had a whole hour and so even 2 hours derailment on this show. Instead of just going doing the video and commenting on the video. That's just how it is. So we just got to be able to, just do better and have the conversation. We need to have these conversations. It is very important, especially as men.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about? What do y'all think about this? As far as content goes, I think it'd be smart if Kurt Franklin actually got NLE Choppa back on a one-on-one and kind of.
I think that would be better. Yeah. And this is what I was going to say, Freezy, before you said that. I think Kurt Franklin is doing a good thing, but I think he should bring people together on the show that are more like-minded. Like Like, I'll tell you what, he had a show before this with Tyler Perry, Young Jeezy, and this other young guy in his 20s that's like owns a whole bunch of restaurants, you know?
Yeah.
He would do good to put people that like NLE could have been on the show with Jeezy. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
people that are more like-minded or
Gotcha.
in the same field. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
even on that show with Tyler Perry, Jeezy, the dude, and Kurt Franklin, you know, it seemed like Tyler Perry was kind of downplaying the younger guy that owned the restaurants. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
think he kind of needs to have people that are more maybe in the same type of field more than just, you know, just ran all kinds of different fields and different energies.
So you can kind of see the egos in real time while they're sitting at the table, huh?
Because this is
Yeah.
the second one that I've watched, and yeah, I kind of seen it some points in the one with Tyler Perry and Jeezy and the other guy on there too.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but at the
So, and
same
I
Go
think
ahead.
Tyler Perry doesn't do the best job of reeling it back in. I think he tries, but
Yeah.
sometimes, like we even notice, like, and you'll see if you watch the whole thing, there was certain point in time where Kurt really wasn't reeling it back in. Everybody's talking at
Yeah.
once, so I think he needs to do a better job at that.
Oh, okay. I have to watch
Also,
more of that stuff then.
yeah,
Go ahead, C.
But
Rich.
hey, I was gonna say at the same time too, though, it's good to have like younger guys with older guys, right? Because
hmm
that's how younger guys gonna learn how to, step their game up. You know, like because we all know in the black community, you know, the old schoolers, man, they just don't let you in. You know,
right,
they don't. You know, when I was locked up, I always hung around older cats. You know, like 50s, even when I was young, 50, 60-year-old dudes.
Yeah.
These dudes are veterans. When you're young, they don't really care what you done. You know, you have to, as the 5%ers say, you know, they gonna make you show and prove. You know, they don't care what you did in the past. He said, now you with the older guys, you gonna have to show us that you can conduct yourself, and you might have to, take the back seat. And then once they see, they gonna let you in. So sometimes it's a good thing too, because brothers got to, because if they stay, because if you keep putting 22-year-olds with 22-year-olds, they not gonna be able to really elevate up to a level of some guys, because everybody, like, this even in the street, man, you become a hustler, man, by being around older hustlers, and they show you how to step your game up. I'm just using that as an analogy, but I'm saying that. So I think it was pretty good that he was there. I think, man, like I say, he gonna be all right. He just come there. He eventually he gonna learn that he gonna have. Then I agree with Fear No Mortals. I think it'll be good too for him to have a one-on-one. Then see where he at. Then also too, then he could put him with guys. Then NLE he gonna have to work his way up. I mean, it's just facts of what it is. I mean, I like
yeah,
what he was saying. I agree with him, but when he gonna have to learn how to be around older guys, and that's another thing why I like the younger dudes. We got to the point where we kind of alienate ourselves. We didn't got alienated with like the old guys and the young guys, and a lot of the
right,
older guys don't really know how to talk to them dudes. I mean, the main reason I came up on your panel the other day, Freeze, is when youngster came and went off on Uncle Jeff, and I came
Oh
up there,
yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
when I came up there, what I do? I smoothed him all the way out, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah. You talking about kills? Yeah.
Yeah, because I know how to deal with these guys. I would like to understand how they feel. Sometimes, man, you got to let them know. Come on, man, what I tell him when he came in. I said, this ain't what you looking for, youngster. But I still respected it, and we had a good conversation after that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Part of
Yeah.
the
We
reason
did.
I jumped in when I did, because I was trying to end. I'm just one of them. I like to solve problems. That situation with them, not to bring it up, it got out of hand. So I was trying to get in because I was gonna change the trajectory. Hey, let's change this, because I know how old boy feel, because I've been to jail. And you see, once I talked to him, he kind of calmed down because he got
yeah,
somebody I understand it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at the
Yeah.
same time, I gotta let him know to understand, brother. You just can't talk to brothers any kind of way. I understand where you're coming from, and you got issues, but you can't push that on other people and expect other people to take that. You did. That's all
I
I was
will give
trying to
you
say.
credit. You do a good job at that, like reeling it
Yeah.
back in. I've seen you
Yeah,
do it a couple of times now, so I'll
yeah,
give
yeah.
you that.
I just be
But
trying to get brothers, the people to get along more. But if it get out of hand, I abandon ship. I'm not gonna keep going back. I'm like, all right, man, y'all be easy. I was on Sharon panel, and the women over there, they can get rough. So they was trying to get me voluntary juice. Hey, voluntary juice was trying, but I told her, I was like, look, man, I don't do that. I don't do that gender war stuff. So, but but I was on there for a while. We had a good panel. It was funny. They called me Mark Curry after I got off.
You do look
Hey,
like
but
Mark
anyway,
Curry though. I ain't gonna lie. You look just
hey, I
like
had to
Mark Curry.
laugh right when they put it up. Hey, but it was cool. But once it so fast. So at the end, I finally got off because they got a couple more people got up there and they started with the back and forth man woman thing. So I was like, hey, I had to tell them. I say, hey, y'all them old school Fight Club. I don't want no smoke. I know all y'all come out of the Fight Club. Y'all be ready for that heat. So I was like, hey, Sherrod, I'm gonna get all up out of here before it get too tight, right? But yeah,
You see
man,
my name, right?
Huh?
See, Rich, you see my name?
Yeah, Ronald.
Ronald Fight
I
Club
have to
Chaplain.
look at the TV because the screen's so small. I'm on my phone,
Oh,
Now
so I had to look over.
It say Ronald 804 Fight Club Chaplain.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I was like, at first I thought he was just talking about like Chaplin. Then I was looking, and I say, what does he talk about from the Fight Club, right?
Yeah, I'm from Fight Club too.
Yeah. Hey, so I know you got these old school fight clubs out here, so they be ready to go to war, right? So I like, hey, I had to tell them all that. I said, I know y'all be ready to go to war, but I'm gonna get on up out of here because y'all ain't finna get me, right? I just be politicking. I know y'all
see,
dang.
Well, Freezy, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna jump down.
All right, see, Rich.
It was a good show, and I appreciate you having me up here. And I just want to say one last thing about the Kurt Franklin thing.
Okay.
I agree with C. Rich, and that the younger guys do need to talk to the older guys. I just think they need to do it more on a equal playing level, because I just think that was just a two totally different combination. I think they need to have like two younger guys and then like two older guys, and that, something that's more relatable. And I think the conversations will go better. You know what I mean?
Right.
I definitely agree with that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
have a
right.
balance out about it. Yeah. And also I'm going to pray for that brother, Robert, because I know he's going through a lot and everything like that, and it's unfortunate, but I would advise everybody to keep him in your prayers, and I just hope he gets better and overcomes.
Shout out to my sister, Fear No More.
All right, talk to you
All right, sis.
later.
Love you, sis.
All right, see you later.
Love you too. Bye
Hey,
bye.
Freezy.
Yo, what's up, Ron?
I just thought about something, man. The whole time when we was having this conversation, I was thinking about when Jesus went back into the temple, when Mary and Joseph was looking for Jesus, and he was in the temple speaking to the teachers. So I just looked it up, and I'll just read it real quick, okay?
Go ahead.
And it came to pass that after 3 days, they found him in the temple, sitting in the midst of the doctors, both hearing them and asking them questions. So do you notice that? Remember, Jesus already had all the knowledge, but out of respect for those older people, what did he do? He was hearing them and asking them questions, even though Jesus already knew the answers already. You understand what I'm saying? So even though NLE Choppa, I think if he would have came to that conversation, asking kind of like, like asking a little bit more questions and just listening more, I think it would have went better for him. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Right. You know,
because older people expect the younger people to want to learn from them. But when you're coming out and saying like, "Oh, I already have the answers already. I've been through this already," that's when the confrontation happened.
Yeah, that's fact.
You know what though? It seemed like he really wanted to be heard. Like,
yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you could tell there's a void somewhere in his life where he feels like he's not being heard, and he just have to actually like enforce his will in certain situations and stuff. Like he has to be heard.
Yeah.
And like he is going to have to learn patience and you got to humble yourself in conversations.
Yeah.
And just let other people talk. And when they're done, when you're in a setting like that, it's the person he was in my opinion, the person he was disrespecting the most was Kurt Franklin, because it was his show and Kurt Franklin was trying to keep order, but But he was
And
trying
he
to
kept going, yeah.
he was trying to still be respectful to NLE Choppa too. He didn't want to come off as he didn't want to come off as like aggressive or stern on NLE Choppa.
Yeah.
Because
Like
and
he,
that a
like he
part
was
of that
trying to stunt.
probably
Yeah.
was Kurt Franklin. He didn't want to tarnish his image either on on camera or whatever. He didn't want to come off because y'all know Kurt Franklin. Remember when he got caught cussing? He was recorded cussing his son
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So he has to be very careful because Kurt Franklin will let you have it now. He can get
Yeah. But I think when Kurt Franklin asked NLE Choppa if he grew up in the church, I don't think it was out of malice. It's just because he asked Ray J first, and he said he
Right.
told Ray J, "Well, I know you grew up in the church."
Yeah.
You know, but like I said, NLE Choppa, he was just on defense mode 10. You know,
Yeah.
that anything
Yeah.
somebody say, or you trying to hate on me, or say I'm too young. So you know,
Do y'all think
but
that's that could have been a indication, a small indication of insecurity? How he just kept feeling like he needed it.
Yeah, yes,
No,
exactly.
yeah.
Because
You talking
everybody
about
everybody think he's
yeah,
too young. He's too young to be in this conversation.
yeah.
So he like, you
Yeah.
know, I've been through this before.
And he said that in the statement. He felt like he didn't fit in, So when you don't feel like you fitting in and being heard, you're gonna try to force your voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he definitely felt like he was in the wrong spot. And I think what Fear No Mortal said that he should have kind of balanced. Maybe if he balanced it out a little more with maybe a couple more younger guys, because most of them dudes, because Ray J, what ain't he down there 40?
I think Ray J like
Yeah.
42, 43, something like that.
Yeah, Ray
Yeah,
J in his 40s, I believe.
So the closest one to him was Jonathan Majors, and Jonathan Majors 36. So he I think it'd been better if it would have been balanced out. But like I say, he be all right. You got to take some bumps and bruises to get in
Yeah.
sometime, right?
You
He
live
got to
and you
take some
learn.
bumps. Yeah, you just can't come in the door. They old schoolers. At the end of the day, they older guys. You can't just come in the door and a bunch of older guys gonna sit and let you preach to them. You got to work your way in the door.
I
He be all
don't
right.
know this
Like I
younger
say,
generation, this new generation, they different. They don't give a damn about no deference.
Yeah.
They don't care about how
right.
old. Listen. They feel like they feel like if they're over 18, they're a man just like you, and they'll tell you that too.
Yeah, well, I agree with you because I be saying that too with a lot of guys like on YouTube. I mean, they are men too, but at the same time, they don't. It's like you still talking to an elder, bro. You still, one thing about my father, man. No matter how, because my father he just turned 80 this year. One thing about my father, man. No matter what I go, how old I get, I can ask about something. He always give me a deeper understanding. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But see, younger people don't understand that because they don't really see, like deeper meanings and things. They more surface thinkers. So, and when you get older, you start looking at stuff from a deep, you look at life from a deeper context. You see what I'm saying? As you get older. But youngsters, they're like, man, I don't know why I got to hear all that. What yesterday got to do with today? You know what I'm saying? Then when they get in problems, then they realize what yesterday had to do. Like I think like what he was telling the old boy earlier. Hey man, what you did, if what you doing now is gonna reflect. You got to start the day. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I understood where the brother was coming from, but yeah, bro, I was trying to tell him, bro, you got to go in the court with a cool head. Everybody in there ain't your friend. Them lawyers sell
I
you down the
appreciate it,
river
man.
all the time. Yeah, the lawyers sell you down the river all the time, bro. You got to watch everybody, even your paid lawyer sells people out. I was like, man, I've been through that game a couple times. I've been to trial twice. I know how they get out. Then they'll get to talk about stuff. They'll cut a deal on your life.
Yeah.
Because
So
everybody in there
you
get
gotta
paid anyway.
you gotta be sober because if you said I don't know what to expect tomorrow, you gotta be sober. So and be in the right frame of
Yeah.
mind. So that when they try to cut deals, you could be able to jump in and say, hey, no, I don't want that.
Yeah.
But if you
That's what I was
tipsy,
telling him. You should be getting a good night's sleep, brother, so you could be
exactly.
sharp tomorrow. Bro, when I was going to trial, both of my trials I had, they was only 3 days. Trial don't be, it ain't like I was no heavy case, but Man, every time I left, because I was still in the county, I didn't bond out. My first case was a murder case, so I couldn't bond out. Man, every time I came out that courtroom and went upstairs, bro, I had to lay down. I couldn't eat. It drains you, bro. It mentally drains you. That's why you got to go in there, man. You got to be sharp. Cause just being in that courtroom, and the courtroom is set up to drain your energy. They be cold all the time. They move slow. They are designed to drain you, so you really can't think. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when they'll be making moves on you, bro, and hey, man, and next thing you know, man, you don't know what happened. You like, the hell didn't happen? But I understand what the brother was going through. I was just trying to tell him, man, that brothers gotta. It be too much fighting on these panels amongst the brothers, man. A lot of disrespect, and I kind of felt like they was getting on Ronald because of the fact, cause I already know Ronald. You got frustrated, and once he kept going, you just went in on it.
Yeah,
but
because
the
anytime you try
dude,
to tell somebody something, it comes off as hate, and
but yeah,
and you judgmental and stuff like that. Like
but,
I said, man,
yeah,
if we are Bible people, you
yeah,
remember when Lot tried to talk the people in Sodom and Gomorrah,
yeah,
when they wanted to mess with the angels, and
yeah.
he said, "Don't do this, brother. Don't do this." And he said, "Who are you to judge us? You come to judge us?" You know.
Right.
So
And like I was saying,
back in those.
even though the brother a Christian, like I'm a Hebrew Israelite, hey, I'm a righteous brother, but you ain't. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you only so much leeway. Once you start calling me out my name, I got a gift for gab now. I give you that work. Now I'm gonna tell you, brother, let's be cool now. Like I told yesterday last night, long as you be cool, I'm cool. But but I'm a righteous brother. But
If
yeah,
y'all
but
okay with it, I'm gonna do the benediction while y'all up here. I'm gonna read a couple of scriptures.
yeah, go on, get out.
Living humbly, he offered a scripture in the chat. I think this is when the back and forth was going on between everybody and Robert. So this is what Living Humbly wrote. This is what he gave to read. I think it was in reference to what was going on with Robert and let me see. This is Luke 18th chapter 10 through 14. It says, 2 men went up into the temple to pray. The one a Pharisee and the other a publican. The Pharisee stood and prayed thus with himself, God, I thank thee that I am not as other men are, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even as the publican. I fast twice in the week. I give tithes of all that I possess. And then the publican, standing afar off, would not lift up so much as his eyes unto heaven, but smote upon his breast, saying, God be merciful to me, a sinner. I tell you, this man went down to his house justified rather than the other. For everyone that exalted himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. Shout out to that scripture that came from Living Humbly. So basically, it's saying the Pharisee and the publican both prayed to God, and the Pharisee was bragging about how he fasts twice a week and he's not. He says that I am not as other men are, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even as the publican. So he was saying he was better than the publican. But and the publican admitted that he was a sinner and he didn't even want to lift up his eyes to heaven. But as a result, the publican was more justified than the Pharisee. and it was saying for everyone that exalted himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. So what did y'all want to
I
comment
feel
on
like,
that?
I feel like this is a dig on me. What do you think so?
It could, yeah, more than likely, probably, yeah, it probably was, yeah.
Yeah, I like I said, just like how
I don't know if it was a dig, but I think it was in reference
yeah,
to
it's a
you.
dig on me. Just like Scam likely saying I'm perfect. No, I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect. I'm a sinner just like everybody else. Right?
Fact.
And like I keep on saying, just like in Sodom and Gomorrah, when you say, "Hey, don't do this, my brother." Oh, who are you to tell me what to do? You come here to judge us, to be a judge upon us, right? Like I said, I'm a sinner just like everybody else. We have to be able to tell people, "Hey, brother, you're moving the wrong direction." Whether you 22 years old, right? Just like we keep on saying, "Oh, you can't even tell the young kids anything. You can't tell the old people anything either." So which one is? I mean, me personally, I think when I see something, I should be able to say, "Hey, brother, I don't like the way you're moving," compared to like not saying anything at all. I think that's a lot worse.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was too like what Freezy was saying. He was to the point where nothing you said, you could have told him he was the greatest guy in the world. He would have took offense to it. I mean, he was just in that mode, right? With nothing you said, he was going to accept. You dig what I'm saying? Because his mind was made up on how he felt about you. But that's why I was saying when I came in, that's why I was like, man, Freezy had me on hold, you know what I mean? But, Akai with me. But I was trying to get in because I was like, man, I'm going to go put the kibosh on this, right? Because the brother full of that alcohol, because I saw him earlier. I'm like, man, brother talking crazy. He got that gas in him. I was laughing, right? Because, I be getting my drink all that time on panels. But but my alcohol, when I drink, it don't overtake me like that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I came in, I was just like, man, let me go ahead and change the trajectory. And then I went back to NLEs. I said, let me slow this down because this is getting out of hand, right? And it's to the point where it was no resolve between, y'all because it was just there. You dig what I'm saying? And I mean, and I feel where you was coming from. I mean, the dude called you all about your name, like
Yes,
sooner or
brother.
later, just, people only gonna let you beat up on them for so long, but you kind of gave him that work, But what you said, but what you said was true, and that's why I tried to tell him, yeah, brother, you want to be sharp, and you going there tomorrow. I just tried to give it to him in another way of looking at it, right? That you want to be
Yeah.
sharp, and you don't want them people to take advantage of you, because just because you got a lawyer, that don't mean that they be in cahoots too, right? Because all of
Yeah.
them know each other. All of them go out to the bar together, right? I found that out when I was in class. I was like, man, everybody know each other. Even my damn
Yeah.
public defender. I'm like, man, who the friend? Everybody know
Yeah.
each other. They hang out. I remember the prosecutor came to the table talking to my public defender about where they was gonna go after this, right? Hang out. I was like, damn, wait a minute, man.
Yeah, that's
But
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah,
they all
man.
know each other. So
What?
you got to be sharp. So yeah, I just try to tell the brother, man, because brothers, get to the point where they getting disrespectful. I mean, one thing about arguing, men gonna argue. But it's to the
Yeah.
point, man, like I was trying to tell him, bro, you don't call nobody no B, brother. I mean,
Yeah.
that's fighting type words. I mean, I'm saying if y'all's face to face, at least you can get a man an opportunity, man, if he wanna, go to war with, physically. But dudes do that a lot on YouTube, and I be like, man, I don't, that ain't what it is, right? So I just be
Yeah.
trying to, bring in a sensible word with the brothers, man. Because all brothers are good brothers, man. He ain't no bad brother. He just got a couple of issues right now. You
Didn't he
know what I'm
fall
saying?
asleep? Didn't he
Yeah,
Who
fall
is
yeah,
that?
asleep on the panel?
that's why I took him off screen. Yeah.
I hope he wake up in time to go to court.
Yeah,
He got a liquor in him.
he actually woke up and
Okay.
dropped himself off. But so
Yeah,
I'm
man.
pretty sure he's
But
going to lay down. But I just
yeah,
the way
he'll
I
get there.
see
He
it,
all right.
I didn't, like I said, I want to reiterate. I don't think in any way, shape, or form, Ronald was telling him
Yeah,
anything
man.
wrong.
I mean, me personally, like I said, I like when I hear people
No,
issue, I always
Ronald, you
put
heard me
myself
talking?
in. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. I don't think in any way, shape, or form, or you was telling him anything wrong. But I do feel that when we see a person's coherency, and their willingness to hear you out isn't really there, sometimes it's just good to, use wisdom to just get off of the gas. Just take your foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Just take your foot off the gas because first of all, he doesn't, his coherency wasn't really there, and he didn't have a lot of willingness to hear you fully. So the only other option for me, once I see this and understand this is just say, I'm gonna just pray for the brother, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just pray
That's
for
all
the
you
brother.
can do.
Yeah. Other than that, you just really kind of beating a dead horse. That's all I was saying. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. Sometimes,
Yeah, I
man, you just
understand.
gotta know when to pull the parachute, right, and just let the plane go down, right. At the end of the day, you gave him some true advice. If he don't want to take it, that's on him. He the one who got to go do that time, right? Hey, I done been there. I done been in the cat where I tried to give some brothers advice. They didn't want to hear it. So, all right, brother, go on down there and do what you do and do what you do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the outcome, and you got that. The first person that got to help you is yourself. You can't go down
Yeah,
there
but
That's a
losing.
fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, but you know that when you're doing time, you're not doing time by yourself. You're doing time with all those people who love you also. You
Oh
know.
yeah, ain't no question. Ain't no
Yeah, that's
question.
very true.
So
That's very
I
true.
heard
so
somebody
when I
say
was
that.
talking to him, it wasn't just about him. It was like, yo, you got to think about the people that love you, the people that's gonna pick you up in the morning to take you to court, right? And then after, I mean, I would be highly upset if I was to pick up my uncle or something to take him to court and he's drunk. I'll be like,
Yeah.
yo, man, come on, man. I'm here to support you, and this is how you gonna act.
Well,
But like I said, it's just
Ronald,
crazy.
well, in all actuality, you should think about your family before you even commit, find yourself in the case. You know what I'm saying? Before you commit whatever you're thinking about committing,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
you should think about your family. That's the best time to think about your family. You know what I'm saying? So you won't even have to go through that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Go to court and all that.
and that's why I'm happy that my parents grew me up in this Christian faith. That I never had these issues, and by God's grace, my kids will be able to do the same thing.
Yeah. I think it's all. I think we all received that. I think we all received that. Shout out to Ronald for his $5 super cap.
Super chat.
Thank you, Ronald, man. He said, great conversation, Freezy. Speak to you all later.
No captivity.
I appreciate that, Ronald. Thank you for the super cap, man. Anybody else want to leave a last minute support? Either do it through super cap, PayPal, no captivity with freeze, no captivity with freeze, or cash cap up to the top right. $, Freezy no cap. That's $, Freezy no cap. I got one more scripture I was gonna do, and this is pertaining to Kurt Franklin's conversation with the rest of the fellas. So right here it says, this is Ecclesiastes 4th chapter, 13 through 15. A poor but wise youth is better than an old but foolish king, who will no longer accept correction. No, than an old but foolish king who will no longer accept correction. The former can come out of prison to reign, while the latter, if born to kingship, may become poor. I observed everyone who lives and walks on earth, along with the youth who will take the king's place. There you go. So, I mean, I think that just speaks to, as a rule of thumb, people expect for you to be wiser because you're older. But I think what that scripture is saying, that's not always true.
Right.
So. But fellas, man, I'm gonna bid y'all adieu. I'm gonna close out the show. And listen, don't y'all be strangers,
all right,
man.
take care of yourself, and hey, nice talking to you, C Rich and Freezy.
For sure. Peace out, man. I appreciate y'all, man. All right.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, C Rich. Tight show as usual. Excellent show as usual. We're about to get up out of here. The sponsor of tonight's show was actually Robert Watkins. He was the actual sponsor of tonight's show. And we're going to celebrate Robert, man. If you see the replay, Robert, man, hopefully you see that we celebrated you. So let's get up out our seats and celebrate our brother like none other. Shout out to Rob Watkins, man. I appreciate you. Shout out to Robert Watkins for the $55 sponsorship. Shout out to Robert Watkins, man. Thank you for the $55 sponsorship. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And I just pray that Robert Watkins, just have a successful outcome with his whole trial, with his whole court case, man. We and the entire No Cap crew, we pray that you have a successful outcome with your court case, bro. And we also pray that you moving forward, that you're able to think more clearly with a sober mind. That's what we pray. And we love you, Robert, and we appreciate you. Shout out to everybody that joined the panel. Shout out to the entire No Cap crew. Shout out to all the mods. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to all the new people that actually came through too, man. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Good morning, JT. He said good morning. Shout out to JT that went to sleep and woke up and everything. And I appreciate all of y'all. Listen, it's 83 likes. If you haven't hit the like button so far, please hit that like button. JT said what I meant. JT, you're gonna have to rewind it, man. I mean, towards it, right before Robert dropped off, or a little ways before Robert dropped off. You just gotta. You'll see where it's at when you get to that spot. You'll see where it's at. Shout out to the 83 people that hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit that like button, man. It's the very least you could do. Hit that like button. I know it's hard sometimes, but God gonna bless you. And shout out to the 2 people that hit the dislike button. I wish all of y'all $4 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to everybody that was willing to share the live stream and become a part of the No Cap campaign. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do it, but you did. I wish all of y'all $11 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their VIP passes, which is a channel membership every month. VIP. Mic check. Can y'all hear me? Sis said I'm muted. Mic check. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Or somebody put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Mic check, mic check, mic check. It's saying that my mic is registering. Okay, yes, y'all can hear me. Okay, good. Okay. I don't know why Fear No Motor says she can't hear me. But appreciate that, y'all. Yeah, shout out to everybody that's been maintaining their VIP passes. which is a channel membership every month. You've been maintaining it. We VIP Wednesday is coming up. We have VIP Wednesday every Wednesday. We have a VIP live stream every Wednesday. And the only way you can watch it is with your VIP pass, which is your channel membership that you maintain every month. And you know, it is uniquely different from all of our other live streams. I can tell you that, and I can promise you that. So shout out to all of the VIP crew. And also merch will be coming soon. I had to redo all the merch because the images weren't good, high quality enough. So we had to, you know, we're getting the images more high quality so we can go ahead and slap them on the merch. I had to erase everything and start over. I'm sorry, y'all. So y'all bear with me. Also, shout out to everybody that is a member of the Discord. Join our Discord. If you're not a member of our Discord, please join our Discord. And let me put the Discord link in the chat. So the Discord link is in the chat. If you haven't joined the Discord, hit that link, man. Hit that link and join our Discord, y'all. We do have Bible study every Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, and it's off the Heezy for Sheezy. And is there anything else other than that? No, this was an excellent live stream. I love y'all. I love y'all. And we are going live tomorrow, so y'all check in. Check in tomorrow night. We're going live, or Tuesday night. And y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we are out of here. Love y'all, man.
Can't y'all see it? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it?
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man. Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Freezy.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, hey, bro, I appreciate you, man.
What the hell wrong with this thing?
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man.
What is going on?
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy.
Okay, now. Wait, hold on. Hold on, this is weird. I don't know why this just happened, y'all. This is crazy. Y'all want me to do another live stream? Look at JT. That's crazy. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.